weed. And Sarah just gave me a sort of a tally sheet for the week of the 13th, and it looks like the date with the most people available in order to have a proper quorum, as well as people with a history of being on the, of hearing the case, is the 15th, which is a Wednesday. And all of you just take a look and check your schedules and confirm with Sarah that you'll be available that day.
This is Art. I look good for that date, but I'll send Sarah a note.
Yep, thank you.
Same.
Yeah, I'm okay.
This is Krista. I'm good.
Hey, Krista's dialing in today. So let's do that. Let's make it the 15th then. That'll work.
6 p.m.
6 p.m.
Yes.
Yep, usual time. Give us at least a week and a half between meetings.
Too long.
Too long. All right. Why don't we get the show rolling? Are we on record? We are.
Yes.
Zoom is on. Welcome, everyone. Tonight is March 2nd, Thursday night. We are holding a special meeting concerning two meeting agenda items, 17 and 23 Hill Street application, as well as any deliberation or action as to 51 Maid Street. So let's get this show on the road. We've got 1723 Hill Street. I'll read the three items associated with that application. Discussion and consideration of the request of Christopher J. Smith, Alter and Pearson LLC, authorized agent for Hill Street 72
Dan,
LLC.
Dan,
owner.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but we should do roll call.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, you're right. I marked it. I didn't say it. Why don't we do attendance? Myself, Dan Radman here, Krista Nielsen.
She's
Here.
on mute.
Yeah, I'm there. Dick Ward,
Here.
Ken Turner,
Here.
John Chris,
Here.
Art Casavant,
Here,
Claire Tiscornia,
Here.
Chris Herring. Don't think he's joining us. John Engel. Not here. Paul Knag's not here. Tom is traveling and Alan's here. Alan Swerdlow, our new commission member. He's been on the Zoom calls, but he has not attended in person until tonight. So welcome him aboard. I'm sure you'll all get a chance to meet him at the next meeting. Welcome aboard, Alan.
Thank you.
So we have 7 commission members. We have a quorum for tonight, 8 along with Alan, who will sit in. He has not been part of these applications from the beginning, so Alan will be able to listen in, but he will not have a vote or say on the applications. So returning back to description of the applications, discussion and consideration of the request of Christopher J. Smith, Alter and Pearson LLC, authorized agent for Hill Street 72 LLC owner, for a zoning regulation amendment to amend the New Canaan zoning regulations dated June 16, 2007, revised December 17th, 2021, to add section 5.12 housing opportunity zone, also known as HOZ, and to accommodate an 830G set aside development of 93 dwelling unit multifamily development located at 17 Hill Street, map T, block 93, lot 812, and 23 Hill Street, map T, block 93, lot 72. 1723 Hill Street, discussion and consideration of the request of Christopher J. Smith, Alter Pearson LLC, authorized agent for Hill Street 72 LLC owner, for petition for change in zoning boundary for properties currently in the 2-acre zone. The requested change in zoning boundary is to rezone the subject property from a 2-acre zone to the new housing opportunity zone, HOZ, at 17 Hill Street, map T, block 93, lot 812, and 23 Hill Street, map T, block 93, lot 72. And finally, 1723 Hill Street, upon application of Christopher J. Smith, Alter and Pearson LLC, authorized agent for Hill Street 72 LLC, owners, for an 830G set aside site plan application approval for a 93-unit multifamily residential community with associated parking, driveway, and drainage improvements and related accessory structures with an affordable component per section 830G of the Connecticut General Statutes for the property located at 17 Hill Street, map T, block 93, lot 812, and 23 Hill Street, map T, block 93, lot 72. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, town planner Carrie. For the record, my name is Chris Smith, and I am with the law firm, a land use attorney with the law firm of Alter and Pearson. I do appear before you this evening on behalf of the owner applicant, Hill Street 72 LLC. And it's my understanding we're in rebuttal, Mr. Chairman. I think it's been every night this week so far. But I think it was Tuesday, and we did hear from the third-party consultants. I know Mr. Canis, and we did hear from some of the other, Rob Beltramitis and Mr. Kingsbury. And I know that there wasn't enough time. You had a very lengthy hearing the other night or agenda. And I know that the interveners were going to be responding to the supplemental material that we had submitted as requested by the third-party consultants and the commission and the interveners over the course of the first few evenings of public hearings. So that's my understanding, is that the interveners would go forward and then we will do our rebuttal. We do have the team here this evening, and what they'll do is provide a summary of the supplemental material that we have submitted, and then and respond to questions from the commission. And if we have, and then once everything is concluded, I do have a short conclusion with some of the, from the legal perspective at the end that I would like to do.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Please state your name.
Jonathan Shapiro on behalf of the interveners, Mark Durkin, Jeffrey Stein, and the New Canaan Residents Against Destructive Development in connection with the opposition to the 830G application by Hill Street 72 LLC. We do have some brief responses to the new materials that were submitted by the applicant over the last approximately 10-12 days or so, a little bit longer, I believe, at this point. Again, we'll try to keep our remarks short. First up for us, and then I will have some brief remarks myself. And we're going to try not to repeat anything that we've done previously, more in direct response to what has been submitted. I believe we have Mr. Monteleone via Zoom. I'd like to begin with Mr. Monteleone.
Mr. Monteleone, are you there?
I see him in the Zoom list of participants.
Check your mute button. He is on the list.
Yes.
How's that? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes,
Okay,
we
great. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Monteleone. Did you have the occasion to review the supplemental materials provided by the applicant in this matter?
I did. And what I'd like to present is that there's a lot of things that were part of my original testimony that was not addressed by the applicant in the subsequent revised traffic report. And just to go quickly through some of those, one of the things we had talked about is that we feel that the trip generation numbers are not what they need to be. As I've pointed out, there's a tremendous amount of new trips that are being made by delivery vehicles, like food deliveries and package deliveries, that the ITE trip generation manual hasn't caught up to. And it's enough to make a difference, in terms of level of service and whatnot. The other thing is that in terms of students, the applicant has identified that based on probability and some work that they did, that there'd be about 18 school-age children living in the complex. And from discussions we had previously, we feel that walking up and down the access driveway, which is a two-way traffic with no sidewalks, no lighting, is very hazardous. And what's going to end up happening is that, especially for the younger ones, the parents going to drive the kids to the bus stop, because I think at some point someone mentioned that the bus stop was going to be at the base of the driveway, which is not possible because the school district does not service Hill Street. It doesn't deem it a safe passage for school buses to travel on. So the pickup and drop off happens at either end of Hill Street at Brushy Hill Road, and then over by Urban and 123. So what's going to happen is that people are going to drive their kids in lieu of having them walk that, what I consider pretty dangerous, especially for younger children, to make that that long walk down the driveway, which is going to have two-way traffic, and then along streets that don't have sidewalks. So they're going to end up driving. So there's a lot more trips during the peak hour that are not being counted either. The other major thing that I feel has not been addressed is the high number of truck trips, and the applicant has put a number towards the truck traffic, and it's really amazing how many trucks it's going to generate for an extended period of time. You're talking months of just incessant truck trips going back and forth on a road that was barely designed to handle cars, let alone, these big trucks hauling, spoils from the site, with a constant procession of vehicles. You're gonna have these trucks backed up trying to get into the site. There's really no, I haven't seen at least any evidence that the queuing of these vehicles has been addressed, nor how are these vehicles going to get to the site with the access roadway. So there's a lot of issues still in my mind that remain about how the applicant is going to handle truck traffic. Another area that again I don't see that has been addressed is the parking. How is the parking going to work? Who's going to be able to park there? What are the regulations going to be? You have those stack spaces. How are those going to be administered? Because to be honest, I don't see how you could legislate that in a way that's going to be favorable for the residents, and in a way that's going to be safe and convenient to the people that live there. Then with snowfall removal and stacking of snow into some of the spaces, that doesn't seem like it's been really addressed either. I think that there was also an issue that I had with the sight distance looking up the hill. There's a point where it goes over the crest of the hill and down the other side where you can't see the vehicle, but that area is still being counted as area that's going to be considered part of the sight distance, as well as the area to the west of the site, which goes through other people's property, which you can't look at that and manage it because it's owned by someone else. And then you have to go across trees, you have to clear vegetation. So there's still a lot of issues in my mind that still need to be addressed, as far as this is being considered. And just getting back to the school children for a second, currently there are cars who drive to the end of the block to drop their kids off. I think we saw one day there were 2 or 3 out there. So you add another 18. What is that going to look like with cars stacked up along Hill Street at the Brushy Hill Road intersection? I mean, that's going to happen in the morning when you're waiting for the bus to come, and then in the afternoon when the parents are waiting for the kids to get off the bus. So these are all, I think, items that need to be addressed. And as far as I'm concerned, with the level of service results, I still see that there's potential for impact, because you're increasing the delay by a significant number that I feel causes some problems with vehicles being able to get in and out of Hill Street. And as I've mentioned in the previous presentation, the more people get frustrated, the more they try to get through gaps which are smaller and maybe unsafe for them to be able to traverse across, the busy roads like Brushy Hill Road and especially 123. So I feel that these are items that still need some work by the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Monteleone. And when you testified previously as to those issues, you indicated that those all presented dangers to this development. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, yes. Anytime you throw into an environment all these heavy trucks, you're adding conflicts that don't exist currently and give the potential for having safety issues.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate your time today. Unless there's any question from the commissioners from Mr. Monteleone.
Chris or any of the commissioners on Zoom, any questions?
Yes, this is Commissioner Cassavant. I don't know if this is appropriate to ask in this context or not, but I did see in the pre-meeting materials that the state fire marshal had in fact potentially provided an exemption on the second access road. Is that an appropriate question? A, is that my understanding of that correct? And B, is that an appropriate question for Mr. Monteleone to comment on?
I don't know if Mr. Monteleone has seen that. That was a response from the fire marshal from yesterday, and then there was a follow-up response from our fire marshal today, I believe, right?
Correct. So the state fire marshal did accept the applicant's request for modification. So there our fire marshal's requirement of a second means of egress was overturned by the state fire marshal, but our fire marshal has since come back saying that he still has concerns about the site and is requiring that the applicant, if this application is approved, would have to designate part of their driveway as a fire zone for a location where cars could not park and only fire trucks would be allowed to park at that location.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I had a question, this if I may, Mr. Chairman. My reading of the document from the state fire marshal is that his opinion or his view can be appealed within 30 days. I'm wondering if our fire marshal has done so or is planning to do so.
In my conversations with him today, I was not made aware of that.
It said so at the bottom of the
Did it?
document,
Okay.
so I printed on the paper, so I took it at face value.
I did see an email from the fire marshal asking for reconsideration in his response to the state fire marshal. I believe there's a formal appeal process, and whether he's going to undertake that, I will obviously leave that to the fire marshal. Obviously has 30 days to do that.
Yeah, yes, sir. I saw, this is Commissioner Chris again, the request for reconsideration, whether that is what formally needs to be done for an official appeal. I just had to plead ignorance what the procedures are for the state fire marshal. So I'm just asking a question, but apparently it may happen or may not.
Yeah, we have Fire Chief Bassett here. I'm not sure if he's able to speak on that at all, if he has any additional information.
So yes, Fire Marshal Payne. Chief Albie Bassett, New Canaan Fire. Fire Marshal Payne is appealing the modification based on town ordinance and general statute 29-293 codes to specify minimum fire safety requirements and establishment of fire zones. So he'd like this letter. I don't know if you got the email for the letter.
Yeah,
Be added to the so it's just that he is appealing the modification.
Okay, thank you.
So to be clear, Chief, Fire Marshal Payne disputes or is not in agreement with the ruling of the state fire marshal, believing that it was an incorrect conclusion on the state fire marshal part, and he is formally appealing it.
Correct. Both him and I both agree that it needs to be looked at as a site and not just appeal it on the basis of the written documentation. But we have a major problem with our apparatus turning in that S turn, coming off of Hill Street and Urban to get in there and making the S turns in there without a modification and cars coming out.
So if I understand it correctly, Chief, that as part of this appeal, you're requesting that the state fire marshal or other people in his office has to physically show up at the site and see the precise physical conditions that you and the people who report to you who are fighting a fire will need to deal with in order to effectively do so for preservation of life and property.
Correct. I don't. They.
Chief,
he
may
requested-
I intervene here? Paul Payne, New Canaan Fire Marshal.
Oh,
Thank you.
hey, Paul.
I'm
Sir.
sorry,
Fire
guys,
Marshal
I
Payne,
have a meeting
take
in a
over.
little while. I do plan on appealing that decision to the state. I did not have time to do that today. I was searching for other things, and I did find a town ordinance. Attorney Gelderman believes it's sound, and I have submitted paperwork for a fire zone for now, but I certainly will appeal the decision to the State Fire Marshal's office.
And just to repeat, Fire Marshal Payne, it is your professional expert view that a second mode of ingress and egress is necessary in order to effectively fight a fire and for the preservation of life and property on the site.
Yes, that is our intent, and that is our belief, yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Fire Chief. Continues.
Thank you. Again, Jonathan Shapiro for the interveners. Going to have Rob Sandolo from SE Minor.
Sure.
Good evening, everyone. Rob Sandolo, licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut from SE Minor. SE Minor has reviewed the revised and supplemental materials that were submitted by the applicant. While we've only had a limited time to review all of the new and supplemental materials that have been recently submitted, it remains our professional opinion that the applicant failed to address all of the concerns and that significant deficiencies and open items remain. Without sufficiently addressing the remaining open items, it is not possible to completely and adequately assess the efficacy of the proposed plan and the full extent of impacts it will have. The proposed development does not meet the town of New Canaan drainage policy, which clearly states that there shall be no increase in peak flow rates or runoff volumes in the post-development condition. The proposed project has an increase of peak flow in the one-year storm and increases in runoff volume in all storm events. There's more than a 2,000 cubic foot increase in volume during the 1, 2, 5, 10, and 25-year storm event. In our opinion, these are substantial increases. In a situation where there are known drainage concerns, drainage and flooding concerns, any increase is only going to make matters worse. This makes me think of a project I recently worked on in New Canaan myself, actually. It was a single family residential development. There were no on-site wetlands, but there was an off-site drainage and flooding concern. And because of that, town engineer and director Kathleen Holland required that we go above and beyond the requirements of the drainage policy. Our client happily obliged, and we redesigned and we beefed up the stormwater network, and ultimately all was well. And I guess my point there is, if a project like that is held to that standard, I guess it's worth noting that it is my opinion that I don't see how a project like this would be granted any sort of waiver from that standard. And I just think that's worth mentioning. It's my understanding that the reason the drainage policy exists is to help ensure and protect public health and safety. Moving on, the applicant has failed to address our concerns regarding the structural integrity of the proposed retaining wall and its relationship with the proposed infiltration of runoff directly behind it. The proposed design of having a mortared stone wall with an unmortared or dry laid stone footing, in my opinion, is very unusual and not structurally stable. So typically a dry laid stone wall, they're not uncommon, but typically they're used for smaller applications where the wall isn't subject to high tension stresses. The problem is once you have a taller retaining wall, the wall is subject to more and more tension stress as the soil is pushing against the wall wants to fall forward and bend forward. And when you have a stone wall and with mortar, that mortar holds everything together. Without the mortar, nothing's resisting those tension stresses. So in our opinion, that wall has a reasonable likelihood of failing. And to that effect, no calculations or analysis have been provided showing that that proposed design is feasible or structurally sound. We agree with the town of New Canaan Fire Marshal in that the proposed development does not allow for adequate site access, specifically for emergency responders. And we agree that such a development should have a secondary point of access for emergency vehicles. It is our opinion that in an emergency, a single 20-foot wide driveway will not safely handle incoming emergency vehicles while there's egressing vehicles and egressing pedestrians. Similarly, given the nature of the development, it is our opinion that a separate pedestrian access is necessary for the safety of the occupants of the development. The proposed rock cut.
Can you pause for 1 second? I'm sorry. We keep talking about the driveway as a single 20-foot wide drive between the existing stone retaining walls. Is it typical that a two-way primary drive like this is 20 feet? I'm used to seeing 24 feet in two-way drive scenarios.
In my experience, that is more typical, to have a 12-foot travel lane. For example, even in a parking lot, usually for 90-degree parallel parking, you want at least 23 feet of back out space, which allows you, 23-foot wide travel way for two-way traffic. So even in a parking lot, that's typical.
This is Commissioner Chris. If we could back up a bit on the wall, which I found your comments very interesting. I'd like to pursue that a bit if I may. Thank you, sir. You said it's unmortared, and I know we have frost heaves in roadways and elsewhere, what can cause potholes and other problems. I think we all know that. But here what I'm hearing is that hydrostatic pressure, which is a fancy word for water's pushing against you, as well as potential frozen water, which of course expands, and perhaps other effects would potentially cause a failure of this wall as currently designed. Is that a fair rendition of your statement, sir?
Well, yes, that is fair. If I could clarify just a little bit.
Sure, please. Thank you.
So what the applicant has proposed in order to, so our initial concern was how they're going to infiltrate runoff and have a structurally sound retaining wall. And our concern was we didn't really see how you can accomplish both within such close proximity. So what they've proposed in order to address that is that essentially the portion of wall below grade, you have 9 feet exposed, and then the portion that's below grade is dry laid, and that would allow the runoff that's being infiltrated behind the wall to pass through the dry laid portion of the wall.
Okay.
My concern is that theoretically addresses the infiltration issue, but now I have an even greater concern of the structural integrity of the wall itself for the reasons I explained about tension stresses. And so you have a rigid exposed portion of the wall, but then the foundation itself is dry laid with, to me, in my professional opinion, it doesn't really seem sound. And like I said, dry laid stone walls have no ability to resist tension stresses, which a retaining wall is subject to. And that's why they're typically reserved for lower stone walls and lower retaining walls.
I've seen some dry stone foundations in like old barns, so forth, some older houses, and they never really held up that well has been my experience looking at them. But I hear your point on that. So one other question on this, on perhaps water rolling over the top of the wall and rolling down, is that something that might happen during a rainstorm?
Not in this case.
Okay.
Because the stormwater network would be capturing that water. So shouldn't roll over the wall.
It will be behind the wall and potentially
So
pushing
I
it out.
imagine there's a curb and the wall itself would probably have a reveal on it. So no water would necessarily be going over top of this wall.
It would be behind the wall, pushing onto it potentially. Okay,
The water that's being infiltrated by the pension systems behind the wall.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry to interrupt.
No
Please.
problem. The proposed rock cut and sheer rock base is an attractive nuisance and poses a significant risk to public safety. Overall, the proposed grading plan is not reflective of the town of New Canaan's grading guidelines outlined in section 6.4 of the zoning regulations. Again, it is my understanding these regulations and guidelines exist to help ensure and protect the general safety of the public. So in summary, it is our opinion that it is reasonably likely that the proposed development will have an adverse impact to the site's natural resources and will pose a risk to the general safety of the public. If I may just close by going through a brief list I prepared of items that have either been requested by the town or the town's consultants and the interveners that have not been provided. A stormwater design that is compliant with the town of New Canaan drainage policy and that addresses all the outstanding comments from the town engineer and town peer reviewers. Satisfactory detail and structural analysis for the western retaining wall showing that what is proposed is in fact feasible and safe. An approved sewer connection. An acceptable secondary means of access for emergency vehicles as requested by the fire marshal. An acceptable means of pedestrian access as requested by the town engineer and the fire marshal. A single comprehensive tree removal and planting plan with removals and plantings clearly quantified that satisfies outstanding comments from the town's peer reviewer. Analysis of proposed lighting and sunshade from the proposed development and their effect on the wetland and upland habitats. Satisfactory snow removal plan with sizing calculations for the proposed snow storage areas. Total daily maximum load action plan as requested by the town engineer. Satisfactory and consistent phasing plan that addresses outstanding comments from the town peer reviewers. Conveyance and pipe sizing calculations for the proposed stormwater network. And lastly, scaled rendering of the proposed development in relation to the surrounding properties as requested by this planning and zoning commission. Thank you.
If I may ask, Mr. Sandolo, a couple of questions, just as follow-up. Mr. Sandolo, last time, you and your colleague provided testimony before this commission. You indicated that the effects of the failure of the retaining wall that you described would lead to destruction of wetlands. Is that correct?
Correct. If the retaining wall, at the time, we were talking about different types of failure. So if the retaining wall were to structurally fail and some portion of it fall even, obviously that failure and the reconstruction of the wall would be further impact in the upland area that is an impact to the wetland itself. And similarly, with regard to the infiltration of runoff, if the runoff that's being infiltrated discharges back to the surface too quickly, then you're not getting the benefits of infiltrating the runoff, which is then again an impact.
And I believe your testimony today and as well as last time was that, in your opinion, there is a reasonable likelihood of the retaining wall failing, given what you've seen, correct?
Correct.
You also testified previously about the potential impacts to the neighboring residents of the community from the volume of the runoff. Is that correct?
Correct. So as I stated earlier, in an area where there's known drainage and flooding concerns, in our opinion, any increase in the runoff, in the volume of runoff, can only make matters worse. And in this case, as I said, we're looking at increases between, I think, 2,000 and 4,000 cubic feet of runoff. In my opinion, that's not a small increase.
And just so we can measure that in terms of gallons, how many gallons of water is that?
Let's see, a cubic feet of 1 cubic foot is about 7.48 gallons. So we're looking at 15,000 plus gallons of runoff.
Thank you. And that's all the questions I have for Mr. Sandolo. Obviously, leave it to the commission.
Commissioners?
Mr. Centel, it's Commissioner Chris, and I'd like to go back to the point about grading does not meet town needs, and you mentioned it was unsafe, is that what I heard? Could
Right.
you go into a bit more detail on that? Because if memory serves, because of all the dirt and rocks and I don't know what all they will have to be taken out of this site in order to construct this proposed large multifamily development, that there will be a large wall in the back. Is
The
it-
rock, are you referring to the rock cut itself?
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah. Is this what you're referring to in the unsafe issue?
yes.
How, remind me, what's the height? The maximum?
I believe at its highest, it's a 42 or 43 feet.
Okay. I remember mentioning to the applicant about the potential of this being an attractive nuisance, I think was the term I used. That some child playing perhaps, or an adult who is perhaps less than safe, or maybe, who knows, maybe impaired in some way, it's up there and falls down, which would be probably not good. It just seems like a potentially a dangerous situation to me, having a
I would
big
agree.
cliff right in front of a very large development. Tends to be attractive to many people.
I would agree.
Okay, so your view is that the large sheer wall and the significant drop of 40, maybe 40 plus feet would be a danger to life and safety.
That is my view.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, any further questions? Think we're good.
Thank you. Just a couple of more comments. I believe Mr. Jeff, you gonna have a couple of remarks? Just to invite up Mr. Stein.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Sandolo.
Share screen.
You should be able to.
Is Pete Gelderman on the phone?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Sarah, do you see me in there? Joint 4.
I remember letting you in, but. I don't see you, but
No.
no.
Everybody, I'll be back on in just a second.
Okay.
Is he all set or?
You should be.
Yeah, I'm in now.
Okay.
I'm just finding the thing that I want to put up there.
Do you need a moment? Because we can have Mr. Durkin go first.
That's, if you want to do that, that's fine.
Yeah, just to keep it moving for the
Yeah, yeah,
commission.
please.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and commission members. My name is Mark Durkin. I am an attorney by trade. However, I am here before you not as an attorney, but rather as a statutorily aggrieved individual homeowner. I border this property in the northeast corner at the top of the hill and the highest point of what is going to be the rock cut cliff. Just to answer the commissioner's question, the rock cut cliff is going to range from about 12 to 15 feet in the northwest corner to approximately 45 feet in the northeast side. What the commission also should know is that right now, the houses that directly abut around this property on Brushy Ridge Road, except myself, all have young children in their homes. The Allison Schlip borders it. They have 3 children. The Johnsons have 2 young children under the age of 5. As you go around the past Mr. Stein's house, who doesn't have any children there. There are two other homes right there that also, one has a newborn and another young child. So the existence of this cliff, if I were their parents, would be incredibly frightening. Not only is the danger from the uphill side, but you have the danger from the 93 tenants that will be occupying this building of their kids trying to climb from the bottom up to the top on the sheer rock wall. So without the adequate protections, which I do not see any being provided for in the plans, in my opinion, personally and as a lawyer, this is a massive attractive nuisance that has very serious consequences and dangers to health, safety of the occupants of the building, as well as the upland and surrounding homeowners. I want to address a few brief issues. When this commission is deliberating on all of the materials that have been submitted, I'm sure that you will consider everything very carefully, but I really urge you to look at the plans that have been submitted versus the proposed zone, the new housing opportunity zone language. The applicants are asking for 93 units. However, on page 1, section 5C, they're asking for a quote, a total number of they're asking for a total number of units, not more than 110. That's 17 additional units that they're requesting that are not now in the plans that are being submitted to you. But as I can see has happened, what will be happening, as has happened regarding the driveway to date, when the representations from 2014 through 2021 were that we were only going to have 2 single-family homes there, then all of a sudden this application comes in. I can foresee the applicant, if you were to grant his 93 units, coming back on an amendment to say, now I want 110, because we're not going to change the footprint. We'll just go up higher and it won't have any impacts on anything, and we won't have to redesign anything. So I just urge the commission to compare what he's asking for versus the zone, the language of the zone change he's asking for. As a second example, if you look at the site plan requirement subsection F, paragraph 1A, he's asking for a driveway width, a minimum of 20 feet for two-way travel, 12 feet for one-way travel. Now, the plans only show one access of a double width, only they're asking for 20 feet wide. So why they're asking in the language for a authorization for a one-way travel road of 12-foot wide width is concerning to me, that they have plans to put in more roads if the commission doesn't realize that what they're asking for is certainly larger than what they're having their plans before the commission today. In addition, that paragraph goes on to say, however, a portion of the road not to exceed 275 feet in length of the entrance driveway may provide for a 16 feet of pavement with 2-foot shoulders, provided that the shoulders will support emergency vehicles. So in the language now, they're asking for permission to put in a 16-foot wide driveway and have the emergency vehicles that have all of the fire marshals and all of the fire experts have testified they're going to need the entire width of the 20-foot driveway to accommodate the S curves leading up to the property. They're now saying that give us permission to reduce that to 16 feet and let them go on the 2 grass buffers next to it, because we'll build them so that the grass can hold up the big trucks. Subparagraph B of F1 is now talking about that the driveway be surfaced with asphalt or some other suitable non-erodible surface. All I've been hearing is pervious pavement, we're gonna put pervious pavement. Oh, guess what? The pervious pavement's gonna act like a filter for the wetlands and filter out all of the impurities before it gets to the wetland and then discharge it into the wetlands clean. Well, what they're asking for in their ordinance is different from what they're telling the commission they're asking for in their plans, and they're telling the commission what they're going to build. Those are 2 or 3 examples, but I urge the commission to carefully consider the actual language as proposed versus the plans that have been proposed. One procedural point I'd like to raise for the commission is the neighborhood has signed a protest to this development. And we needed the signatures of about 20% of the neighbors in order to apply the higher percentage of vote that the commission would have to consider. We got approximately 70 to 80% of the owners living within 500 feet of this property to sign that protest. So I just remind the commission that it should be part of the record and that the higher percentage of vote, if the commission is going to approve it, would have to be applied, which is the 2/3 versus the simple majority. I just want to mention that one of the applicant's employees, Mr. Paul Stone, has prepared a Excel spreadsheet with 10 bullet points claiming that I am an intentional misrepresenter to this commission and to the wetlands. I stand by every single comment that I made. Every single comment, if you remember, I was using the easel with the big boards, and those were all of the plans of the applicants. And I was showing this commission the inconsistencies of those plans relative to the engineering and the representations being made. The only issue that I thank the applicant for correcting me on is at one point, I had told this commission that there were 2 homes on the street that had no garage and no driveway to park their cars. So they had to park them on the street. I have since learned that one of those homes, number 11, although it has no driveway and it has no garage for its property, it has some type of an agreement with a next door neighbor to park on their driveway. However, every day that I've gone over that, and I go over that road at least 5 to 6 or 7 times in a week, the woman who lives in number 11 parks right in front of her door on the street, and that's immediately to the south of where Hill Street makes the 90-degree bend across from the driveway entrance to the proposed site. So every time she's there, anyone coming off of 123 traveling north on Hill Street has to cross out over the middle lane into the road at the point where it's the blind left-hand bend turn. It is treacherous. I have had to jam on my brakes because people are trying to avoid the parked cars. They're way over the center lane of the road, and you have to avoid head-on collisions at that point. I could go on, but I'm not. I want to thank the commission members, Mr. Chairman, for all of your efforts. The filings alone in the last week were approximately 600 to 700 pages of additional materials that were never filed with the original application 4 or 5 months ago. We're here on the verge of statutory deadlines only because when the applicant filed his papers 4 months ago, they were a shell of an application. There was no substantiation, no proper reports, no proper calculations. Everything was going to be left for the time of building permits. And it took them 4 months and a week or 2 before the running of the deadline to close this hearing to file those papers. That certainly did not give your experts enough time. It certainly did not give our experts enough time. But I do appreciate the heroic efforts of all of you and your time and listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Durkin? I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you start your presentation, I do have a matter of process question here, and it's probably directed more towards Mr. Gelderman. Pete, are you there?
I am.
So to Mr. Durkin's point, there's been a tremendous amount of new material not necessarily response or rebuttal material, but supplemental material that's been submitted yesterday and today and posted to the website. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at this, including new schematic site plan with a secondary access drive. Are we required to consider this as part of this primary application?
Well, it's the public hearing is still open, so anything submitted during the public hearing while it's open is fair game, as part of the record.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Continue.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Jeff Stein.
That mic.
Oh.
Yep.
My name is Jeff Stein. I live at 39 Brushy Ridge Road, and I abut the applicant's property at the northwest corner. So what I'm staring at now is beautiful woods, and what I'll be looking at in the aftermath of this development is a parking lot with double parking that stretches for about 50 cars. There were things that came up in 2 meetings ago at the conclusion of that meeting that I wanted to clear up, in addition to making some comments on the timeline submission that the applicant has provided. The first was a question of what size driveway they actually have right now. And what you can see up on the screen on the right-hand side is representation from plans that were drawn by, I believe, the McCord firm, which show what the current approved driveway is meant to look like. You can see that it is a 16-foot wide driveway, even though there's 20 feet between the faces of the rock on either side. It's 20 feet to preserve 2 feet of buffer on either side of the driveway. In addition, you can see that this was designed to have a 6-inch curb at the 16-foot mark. So when the applicant says that he has a 20-foot driveway, that is incorrect. He has approval for a 16-foot wide driveway, even though he has an opening that's 20 feet. Okay, his application in front of wetlands right now is to try to get its, and it's a new application, by the way, is to try to get approval for that 20-foot wide driveway that would basically take up the entire space between the two rock faces. Okay, that was the first point, because we closed on that at the last meeting and I was getting a little chippy with some of my responses at that time, and I just wanted you to see what it actually is. The second thing I want to comment on, this works, right? Is the timeline that was provided, excuse me, which was requested after the last meeting. Can you see this? All right. This was provided by Attorney Smith. Everything in this spreadsheet that is in black was his original submission, and everything that is in red or the blue hot hyperlinks are things that I have added. Okay. There are certain things that I want to call attention to, because to me, they convey a pattern with this applicant that suggests that they don't want to be completely honest with either you or the Wetlands Commission. Okay, and I'm troubled by that, because this process that you guys administer only operates properly for the residents of this town if it's an honest process. Okay, in the very first line here, in his notes, he says that the approval was for 12 feet. Now, this is going back to 2014. All right, the McLean family owned this land. They came to you, they got approval for a 2-lot subdivision with a 16-foot wide driveway. They had to go then to wetlands to get approval for that driveway, and wetlands said, no, 16 is too wide, we want you to do 12 feet. And that's what was approved. So back in 2014, the design that was drawn for that driveway was a 12-foot wide driveway with a pullout. Now, what the applicant is suggesting here is that 8-foot pullover took up most of the driveway, effectively meaning to imply that the entire thing was almost 20 feet wide. Okay, but that's not true. This is a photograph or a snapshot of the plans from that time. All right, and you can see, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but this is the pullout portion right here.
Yeah.
Okay, that looks like to me, it's maybe 20% of the driveway. Most, as he described it, would mean over 50%. This is 20%. Now, you know, is that nitpicking? Maybe it's nitpicking. Okay, but this is what the original plan was. It wasn't mostly 20 feet wide. It was mostly 12 feet wide with a portion that was 20 feet for a pullout. All right, so that's just one place where there is a lack of truth, in my opinion, in the way they're presenting their information.
Just to be clear, Mr. Stein, this is from 2014, when this proposed drive application was for a 2-family subdivision.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. So the applicant bought the property in 2015. All right. And this is where their presentation gets really interesting. Okay. Because Mr. Smith, Attorney Smith, in his letter to you, wants to suggest that in the period from 2015 to 2017, the applicant could have filed an 830G because the town didn't have a moratorium. But everybody in this room who knows anything about this building process knows he can't build a multifamily project back there if he only has a 12-foot wide driveway. I know that now, and I've never been in the construction business. I think you guys probably all know that. I know he knows that, and he knew it then, because conveniently, the thing that is left out of the timeline that was provided to you, if you look, can you see this? I don't know if you can. He goes from 2014 to 2015 when he buys it. And then in black, he jumps to 2017 when New Canaan acquires a moratorium. But what he leaves out in there is in 2016, he applied for a modification to his permit to increase the size of the driveway to 16 feet plus 2 2-foot buffers. He withdrew that modification application in October of 2016 because wetlands pushed back hard on him with its design. Okay. He then resubmitted a modification application in January of 2017, which he withdrew in May of 2017. Now, a couple of interesting things during that period of time. In every instance, when Mr. Karp was asked in these proceedings why he wanted this driveway, his testimony was, and this is included in the PowerPoint presentation that I gave you guys back in January, but his testimony was that it was just for 2 single-family homes. Okay. But in April of 2017, Mr. Stone submitted to you a report from GZA that includes in it, I don't know if I can keep jumping around. The following. Okay, this is a plan that went to an engineering firm in 2017 when Mr. Karp was in front of the Wetlands Commission saying it was just going to be 2 single-family homes. And this is a plan that looks in a small portion very much like the plan that's in front of you today in 2017 that was out with a technical firm that was on the property digging holes, test pits to find out what that hill is made of. Did he need that for 2 single-family homes? No. Okay, now, you know what? Last night, Mr. Stone said, well, we like to explore our options. To me, that's okay. But if you're going to explore your options, don't go in front of wetlands and say this is just for 2 single-family homes. Okay? There are lies of commission and there are lies of omission. And this was a lie of omission, in my opinion. They didn't want to tell wetlands that because wetlands would not have approved the driveway as a 16-foot driveway. They would have stuck with the 12-foot that they already had. So this is what the applicant has been doing all this time. If we move on in the timeline. Oh, by the way, which is interesting, maybe this was just a coincidence, but the report from GZA was dated May 10th. The modification application in front of wetlands at that time was withdrawn by Mr. Stone via email on May 11th. Is that just a coincidence? I don't know, maybe. But it just doesn't seem honest to me. Okay, in 2018, they came back and they pushed through their application, the new application for the new modification application for the increase in the driveway to 16 feet. I urge you to watch videos that are embedded in my PowerPoint. It was one of the most interesting wetlands meetings that I've ever seen. And I've watched a lot of them because of this whole thing. When the chairman went for a motion to approve the application, nobody on the board wanted to make a motion. They finally did approve it. But the chairman said at that time, there's a lot of concern about whether this is going to be for more than just 2 houses. We're just going to have to take Mr. Karp at his word that this is only going to be 2 houses. Okay, now I don't want to go on and on with this and belabor it. To me, the significance of this is you guys have a process here. You're going to review a lot of technical material, but at the end of the day, you have to make a decision on who you trust, who's telling you the right information and the right story. And what I would suggest is there's an entire body of work here that says you cannot trust this applicant in what he tells you. Okay, and that's really my point in this whole process.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. And with the commission's indulgence, I actually would like to ask Mr. Sandolo a couple really quick questions on a new matter. May I proceed with Mr. Sandolo?
Absolutely.
Okay,
sir.
thank you. Mr. Sandolo, did you have an opportunity to review the submission by the applicant from the other day showing a concept of a second means of egress onto the property?
I did.
And have you been able to evaluate that conceptual drawing?
Well, evaluate, it's hard to evaluate a conceptual, it's a conceptual drawing, so there's not much to evaluate. It needs to be designed. Right.
And was there any design committed provided for which you to make an evaluation?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have for Mr. Sindel on that topic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And if I can just make a couple of brief remarks to close out for the interveners. And I'm going to try not to repeat anything said by Mr. Durkin or Mr. Stein or Mr. Sindolo, but there'll be a little bit of brief overlap. The issue here is, despite the applicant's efforts to remedy the many deficiencies on their original submissions to this commission and the 4+ months of time, the applicant cannot avoid the fact that denial is necessary of this application to protect substantial public interest in health, fire safety, vehicular and pedestrian safety, neighboring properties, and the preservation of the wetlands. Attorney Gelderman will obviously be discussing with you the standards that need to be satisfied. I'm sure Attorney Smith will be talking about that tonight as well. But on this record that's been before you, it's been extensive over the last several months. We think it's very clear that the evidence shows harm as a result of this development. That harm is clear, it's substantial, and it is necessary to deny the application to protect the public interest. I'm going to talk about a couple of those points very briefly. Mr. Sandolo and SE Minor talked about the drainage policy. The zoning regulations make very clear that the purpose of those regulations is to protect the public safety and general welfare, prevent adverse impacts to other properties due to erosion, sedimentation, increases in storm runoff, reduce the risk of flooding caused by increased runoff and sedimentation of drainage channels, wetlands, and watercourses. Those are the very things that SE Minor has identified that would be harmed as a result of this development, given the failure of the applicant to submit a policy that complies with the drainage standards of the town of New Canaan. The drainage standards very clearly provide that the documentation that the drainage design will result in a zero increase in the rate or volume of runoff in the post-activity conditions. They've had 4 months to put together a plan since that issue was first raised to them. 4 months. They've not been able to do it. There's a reason they have not been able to do it. They cannot do it. What's the harm? You've heard about the harm to the wetlands. Direct harm that will be destructive to the wetlands. You've also heard testimony from the public as well as from our consultants that there is already existing water conditions that neighbors are experiencing. And the testimony has been clear that this increase will only exacerbate those conditions. The record is clear. We know there's harm. How do we know there's harm? There's already harm going on by the existing conditions. They are already experiencing it. The harm will be increased as a result of this new development if it is approved. It is necessary to protect the neighboring properties in this regard. I want to talk briefly about traffic. You heard from Mr. Monteleone in his testimony about the level of service downgrade as a result of this. And again, and I've said this in the past for this commission, you are allowed to consider traffic congestion, traffic safety. You've got experience in that. You know that. You see what happens in this town. And if you've been to that development, you've seen that development. You have personal knowledge concerning those matters of what that street looks like. And now imagine 8 trucks an hour coming in and out of there during construction, while at the same time, school-age children are waiting for the bus. There's no question that there's a substantial public interest in protecting pedestrians in this town. That will be jeopardized, and it will result in harm to the residents of the town of New Canaan if this application is approved. It is that simple in my mind. When you look at your zoning regulations, again, the purpose of the traffic management regulation 6.8, it's intended to provide for the maintenance of public safety. Public safety, 6.10, sidewalks, any subdivision or any site plan for commercial or multifamily development located in any other zone other than a 4-acre residence zone or the 2-acre residence zone shall include new or reconstructed sidewalks at least 4 feet in width along the street frontage or frontages, unless the commission determines that sidewalks are either impractical or unnecessary at that location, considering prospective pedestrian traffic. This is a 93-unit complex. 2 and 3 bedrooms, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedrooms. That's hundreds of people. I'll ask the commission to consider it for themselves whether that is something necessary to protect the public interest. This has no sidewalks. They can't put in any sidewalks in. It's not possible in this location without further site development or otherwise. It has been presented to this commission. There are no sidewalks. And I would submit that they cannot put in sidewalks in this development. But very frankly, it's not safe without sidewalks. Hundreds of people will be in and out of this development on a regular basis. A 20-foot access way at maximum, coming in and out, which leads to another comment in terms of fire safety. Mr. Versteeg, in his comments, seems to be hyper-focused on what I would call code compliance in this regard. But what we have here is anyone with boots on the ground. You've heard from residents in this regard. You've heard from the fire chief. You've heard from the fire marshal of this town. Anyone with boots on this ground that has considered this, considers it unsafe. It is not a safe development. It's not safe for the residents. It is not safe for the community. And frankly, it's not safe for the firefighters. It's not the purpose, and this is from a case from about 20 years ago, but I think it rings true today. It is not the purpose of the Affordable Housing Statute to encourage the creation of development which may be hard to protect against fire. That's not what these regulations are designed to do. Yes, affordable housing is a laudable goal here. It's a good goal, but not at the expense of the safety of others, not at the expense of safety of your first responders, not at the expense of the safety of the residents of that community. And that's what you would be jeopardizing in this situation if this application is approved. Any one of the factors that I've identified would be sufficient to warrant the denial of this application. Taken in its totality, I think there's only one result that can be that is warranted here, and that is denial. Again, and Mr. Stein testified about this, briefly, and I'm not going to belabor the point, but you as a commission get to make the credibility determination to who you believe in this regard. And we would respectfully submit, despite the efforts of the applicant here to provide you with as much information as possible to grant this application, they haven't done it. They've had, again, 4 months to do it. They've submitted this binder worth plus a little bit more over the last week of new information, and they still can't satisfy certain standards that the city has set forth, that our experts have testified about previously, and that your consultants have opined about, including Fire Marshal Payne, with regard to the fire safety issues. I thank the commission for their time. I very appreciate the hard work and the hours and hours that I know you all have put in to not just this application, but all applications before you. I know you have a long night ahead of you, and so I appreciate that time. Thank you very much.
Sir. Commissioners, any questions from Mr. Shapiro?
This is Commissioner Chris. I did have one question. You mentioned sidewalks. This would be a pedestrian pathway from the dwelling units to the street.
I'm sorry?
You mentioned the word sidewalk. This would be a path to the street for pedestrian.
There's no path to the street.
They have to walk on the roadway.
Correct. And I believe Fire Marshal or the applicant's consultant, Mr. Versteeg, in his commentary in response to the concerns raised by both our consultants as well as the town consultant, Mr. Kingsbury, indicated that people can just walk on the side of the street on a 20-foot street. What he seems to forget, and I mentioned that in my last submission, is that there may be 2 cars coming in at one point in time. So it's not just a one-way access. You may have 2 cars while people are walking up and down. That seemed to be forgotten in his submission.
Is there a requirement in town that there be a dedicated sidewalk or some type of safely designed pedestrian passageway from a development such as this to the public right of way, when in this case would be Hill Street?
That is not what I'm sorry, Commissioner. That is what I cited to earlier, 6.10 of your regulations.
Yeah. I want to be sure that's clear.
Yes.
So forgive me for repeating it.
No problem. If I wasn't clear, I apologize on that.
Not at all, sir.
And candidly, this was a 2-acre residence zone, but they are, of course, applying for this to change that zoning requirement in connection with their application.
So the 2-acre zone would indicate that there is a requirement for a safely designed pedestrian only path to and from a dwelling unit.
In the 2-acre zone, the sidewalks would not necessarily be required. That's the exception to anything but that. So any multifamily development located in a zone other than a 2-acre residence zone. And so since what we are having proposed is no longer going to be, if it's approved, a 2-acre residence zone, it would be required unless you deem otherwise.
So just to be sure I'm getting this. So in a 2-acre residence zone, as currently stated in our zoning regulations, there would be a requirement for a pedestrian path.
There would not be a requirement for sidewalks in that.
Sidewalks.
In a 2 acre.
In a 2
2
acre, correct.
okay.
But because the applicant is asking us to change the zone classification, we could then determine what's required as far as a sidewalk and a safe egress to a right of way, similar to either an apartment zone or the B zone or others.
One of my concerns has been as I think is stated by numerous people who have come before this commission, is that safe passageway for people on foot is important for public health and safety. A number of people have made that point, and since the one point of ingress and egress is a roadway that may have one car going up, one car going down, or maybe a truck or some larger vehicle going up or going down, and people potentially walking on it, perhaps in the dark, perhaps it's icy and tends to be icy and dark in the wintertime. Sometimes maybe a safety issue that is worth considering.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I do want to clarify just with the sidewalks, we, for this application, are not considering our zoning regulations per se. The issue with the sidewalk is a function of what is stated in the fire code and in the building code. So just for clarification with that, the focus is more on the fire code and the building code and not the zoning regulations as far as the required pedestrian pathway from the proposed development to the right of way.
Understood, but as far as the fire code and building code are concerned, when dealing with our in-town zones of the apartment zone or B residence zone, et cetera, what is the requirement for sidewalks?
So my understanding from the fire marshal and Chris Lau, our code reviewer, is that it is a requirement of this application dictated by the building and the fire code.
Right. So my point was, if the applicant's looking to modify the zone into a higher density zone, similar to and equal to the apartment zone or the B residence zone in town, I would think, because of the density calculations associated with the development, the fire marshal would weigh in that similar requirements for a sidewalk, for example, would have to apply.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that it's not the zoning regulations, it's the
Understood.
fire and building code.
Yep.
And just for clarification as well, part of the point here about the regulations, as I'm citing to them, is what their purpose is for.
Mhm.
And that's to protect the public safety.
Mhm.
Whether it applies, doesn't apply, that's the very purpose of what we're talking about here. And I don't think there's any question here that that there's a substantial public interest in pedestrian safety, traffic safety, and otherwise.
Yeah, my question, I guess perhaps I misstated it, is that the fire safety issue is the issue driving the pedestrian walkway to the public street. My concern, regardless on exactly what is driving it, is that certainly of all the things we do in this commission, I think public health and safety comes out on top, and certainly that's the case for me. And especially with a large development with many people, potentially children, probably people who are visually impaired or have other challenges, that a very safe walkway to a public street would be appropriate, to put it gently. I would say needed, to put it more strongly. And I didn't see this in the application. There's just the one essentially trafficked road, what should we call it, a driveway, excuse me, existing that would perform essentially a dual purpose.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This could be a question for you or Mr. Smith, but I'm just trying to get a definitive answer on what the driveway widths, what is currently approved, what is currently installed, and what is required. And what I mean by that is looking at the wetlands commentary from the meeting on Monday night, and subsequently Mr. DeAndrea's replies back on Tuesday. The Wetlands Commission had a comment in there that the plans as submitted by the applicant show a 16-foot driveway, and that the existing driveway is 20 feet. Explain. Mr. DeAndrea's explanation is that the existing driveway has not been completed at this time. The driveway crossing was previously approved for 16-foot wide paved with boulder walls. Between the boulder walls. The current application is requesting that the paved area for the driveway now have a width of 20 feet to accommodate the new development. This additional pavement width will remain with the within the confines of the already installed boulder walls, will not create any additional disturbance to wetlands, et cetera, and proposed plotting shown on the ELS drawings, which goes to Mr. Stein's description of the original application had 16 feet wide to the inside of the boulder walls. And what I'm understanding is that the current application, and Mr. Smith can correct me if I'm wrong, the proposed application is that the paving will extend all the way to the outside of the boulder walls to the total 20-foot width. Is that correct?
Mr. Donay will address that.
Okay.
as he goes through his presentation.
That's fine. I'll wait for that. And then I had more questions for your team when we get to it. Any other
Nothing further
aside
from
from
the
the
interveners.
interveners?
Nothing further from the interveners.
Great. Commissioners, any further questions for the interveners? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith,
Want to check with the public?
Hmm?
Want to check with the public? I didn't know.
or are we, I thought we were just interveners. Are we doing public too?
We did public
We
last.
did public on the 15th,
Right.
so we're good.
We're good.
Both commissions and the other one that we're involved with are starting to get a little blurry. It's, I thought we covered what?
We can't keep track either. You should see the spreadsheet we've got.
That's why we did that spreadsheet, but we'll get to that later.
Oh, yours pales in comparison to what we have to try.
Can't imagine.
Evening.
Just give us a second here.
Mhm.
An administrative issue, Mr. Chairman, but I noticed that Commissioner Engel has joined.
Oh, yeah.
He took roll. He was not yet here, so want to
Yep.
note that he is here, and I do not recall when he joined this call.
Well, let's find out. Mr. Engel, good evening. Are you there? Commissioner Engel,
I took note that he entered the meeting at 6:35.
6:35. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, your team has the floor.
Sure, thank you. Good evening. Again, for the record, my name is Chris Smith. I'm a land use attorney with the law firm of Alter and Pearson. And I appear before you concerning the three applications that have been submitted under section 8-30G of the Connecticut General Statutes on behalf of the owner applicant and proposed developer Hill Street 72 LLC. Mr. Chairman, and I understand this is our rebuttal after a number of evenings of hearings. There was a comment from the chair, and I'm just clarifying a statement that might have been misinterpreted, but when I said supplemental information, I meant that it was in response to the various reports and comments that we've heard from people. And I know we did submit an exhibit A. And I was asked to do that by the wetlands director, in particular, Director Holland. So that as opposed to, I indicated I could not do a spreadsheet, but I would do a list of what we had submitted and a summary as to what it was. And I just referred to that, and it just we're going to be going through from a site development perspective relative to the 830G standard, our responses and kind of summarizing, but you'll hear, for example, Mr. Donay will walk through some of these responses, but I just wanted to be clear that it was supplemental information that we
Understood.
were responding to. So I'll call it responding supplemental, whatever it is, but I think you have the point. You get the point.
I do. And my statement was the majority of that is all supplemental information, but the modified schematic site plan, I would consider that new.
Oh,
in that no one in the public, no one in this meeting has seen it until yesterday. And that's why I was asking Mr. Gelderman if it can actually be allowed as part of this application, since it's a substantial change in the site plan schematics and entry points. The fire marshal has not seen it, hasn't had a chance to respond to it, and we're trying to close this meeting under certain deadlines. So
And just to clear, I'll go on record just to clarify that that's not their, it's the, we've heard about needing a secondary access for fire, and it's our position that we don't need that. We've heard about having a secondary pedestrian access. It's our position that we don't need that. And we'll go through that in our presentation. We did feel, and we submitted it to wetlands as well, that we would just show conceptually where something like that could go if that's what the commission would want. And of course, we do have the ability, as you know, to do a resubmittal if we want, if we determine to do that. So those would be options, but to be responsive to the commission, to your fire marshal and fire chief and comments that we've heard from the public and the interveners, as well as Mr. Canis at Ty and Bond, we just thought that we would give a conceptual plan now before the hearing closed, with no intention, just that's the intent of it. It wasn't to we just wanted to be responsive again, and have it in the record for you. And you'll hear from our experts tonight why we don't think it's necessary, but.
a couple more questions, specifically to the alternate site plan. Commissioners, I just wanted to confirm all of you have seen the alternate site plan. It is posted on the website.
You mean
I wanted to ask about that. I'm looking at our website. What is it called? Because there's a lot of supplemental material, some of which is called supplemental material 0301.
It's dated today.
What's that?
The file is called Material from Jeff Stein 3/2/23.
Oh, you talking about ours or
Your schematic site plan is attached to that. And I don't know the history of it, but
I didn't see the updated site plan till 5:50 this evening when Paul emailed it to me, so
I think we're talking about different things.
I don't think so.
Well, I was talking about this, there was one sheet that showed an access way.
Off of Urban Street.
Yes,
That's
and
what I'm
then there
talking
was
about.
the pedestrian walkway.
Sent that to Lola yesterday.
Oh, that went,
And it was at the end of the email chain that we wanted to make sure got onto the record.
Well, we wanted it in the record too, so the fact that Mr. Stein submitted it, all the better. You were talking about an alternate site plan and I just didn't know. And
It's an
Mr.
alternate site
Stein, and
plan,
I
yeah.
know Mr. Stein had submitted a huge packet and then didn't go through it during the public hearing process. So, but anyways, so I thought maybe it was in that, but I think we are talking about the same single sheet and that's all that's on there. It's not a proposed alternate site plan. It's just showing you two potential options for the two items that you brought up.
and
This
has
is-
that site plan been submitted by your team for record?
I believe so.
Has.
And we were gonna,
We have a slide here.
What is it cited under? I'm looking at, this is Commissioner Chris,
it's the technical.
is under,
It's the time.
it's under supplemental material dash Jeff Stein,
Mhm.
03 spot 02 spot 23.
Mhm.
And there are two items. One is a video, which is not it. And it's materials from Jeff Stein. It's in blue. It's
Mhm.
03 spot 02 spot 23 spot PDF. And if you hit that, you'll end start with a email to a Lola Sweeney, whom we know, page through a few emails, and I end up with a picture which has a access way. I'm not sure over whose property and how it works. I don't know, but it says that from Urban Street. And that is the only one I can recall seeing. So if there's another one, sir, that
Is it
you have
that one?
submitted.
I don't know. I don't know what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Is that,
It
is
is
it
that
that
one.
one?
Yes.
That's it.
Then
I
that's-
have it
that's
from
ours.
Mr. Stein's
I haven't
submission.
That's ours, but he submitted it as well as we did, but that's what we're talking about.
I couldn't find it in yours, so I looked mighty hard.
Okay.
But anyway, it's the same document.
Just want to make sure we're talking.
We are.
Everybody was with.
And you'll
then-
address this or speak to this site
I'll
plan?
get to that.
Okay.
But before we do, this is Commissioner Cassavant. I'm confused here about the 5-day rule on providing new material and whether or not adding this in, quote, for information, so it's here during the open period is consistent with the 5 days prior to meeting submission requirement.
So Pete can speak more on this, but legally, like you can request it, but legally, as long as the public hearing is open, it is everyone's right to submit items into the record.
So our 5-day rule is irrelevant and useless.
Sounds like it. Is that right?
Because, for example, I spent multiple hours today going through material. This is the first I've seen of it. I presume the other commissioners are in the same condition.
Well, and
Pete,
I would like to ask Mr. Gelderman a similar question. I mean, so this is being presented, or I assume will be presented to us as conceptual, but it drastically would change the nature of this project. It would change all of the peer reviewers' comments, the interveners' comments, the experts' testimony. So I don't know how or what to do with this at the
Right.
last day that we have to hear this. Like, I just don't even know how we consider this.
Well, that's more for Attorney Smith to answer, but as I understand it, you don't need to consider it at all. It's not an alternate site plan. It's not a suggestion of a plan to be approved. It's simply a rendering that shows where an alternate driveway might be able to be located. Obviously, it would require other approvals. I don't think this particular piece of paper has a whole lot of significance because it's not part of the application, as I understand it. It's not what the applicant is asking to be done. It was created, but it's not part of the application. And Chris, you can, it's really, for you to respond to that more than me. But to answer, by the way, to Arthur's question about the 5-day, that's a request, obviously, that the commission makes of people, especially in the hybrid age. But it's not a rule that's written in stone, in the sense that as long as the public hearing is open, people can comment or submit things during the course of the public hearing. There's always a risk when documents are submitted late or during the last night, for example, of a public hearing, that there won't be an opportunity to question those documents or review them in the context of the public hearing. And so they may lose some of their import simply because the commission didn't have an opportunity to review them or ask questions about them. And commission members may say, well, I don't, since I don't know what this means, I'm not going to pay a whole lot of attention to it. It might be in the record, but it was submitted too late, and it may lose some of its either credibility or weight. So that's really the import of the 5-day rule.
and it's up to us as a commission to make that determination, correct?
Correct.
So commissioners, I don't know how you feel, but as far as I'm concerned, I would strike this from this application and from this record. I
Well,
don't.
I'm
should
not
be-
saying strike it, Dan,
You can
not to
remain, but
strike
you
it.
Consider
Just,
it.
it's a question, well, it's in the record. So it becomes a question of how much weight you give it.
Yeah, but to Mrs. Tiscornia's point, this suggested schematic site plan significantly alters everything that's been
It
discussed.
does if it was submitted for the purpose of changing the site plan. And again, I'll let Chris Smith talk to that. I don't think this plan was submitted as an alternate site plan or as an amendment to the
Why are we
existing
looking
plan.
at it?
Where did it come from? This is Commissioner Chris. Where did this come
We
from?
generate, Chris Smith, for the record, if you were to, during our presentation, we will address why it's there. We are not seeking approval of what's shown on it, but Mr. Donay is going to explain why it isn't, he was just going to go through those two potential options that might be there that we don't feel are there and available for us. And we don't feel they're warranted, but we wanted to have the conversation with you in the context of something. So we submitted, we're not asking you to approve it.
I have a
What's shown on
question.
that sheet of paper right there is not, we're not saying please approve that.
This is Commissioner Chris
I'd like to
again.
explain it as we go through our presentation, if we can get to it, but anyways, but Attorney
Well, I'm
Gil.
not sure we should get to it at all, because it strikes me that if Mr. Smith, if I heard you say a few minutes ago, you wanted to get this into the record now, and I presume you want to get it in the record for some purpose.
Right, and then we should be entitled to discuss why why it's in the record and address it during our presentation. And as Attorney Gelderman indicated, We have every right up to right now to submit new material into the record under Connecticut land use law. The hearing is open. We have tried to abide by the 5-day rule. I think we had most of our material submitted long before 5 days. And since then, we've been subjected to another 3 nights of hearings, one of which was
We
with
have
this
two.
commission on Tuesday. We had wetlands as well. And we've been getting reports, certainly. I did sit through your one the other night. But in all seriousness, with the, we have heard from Mr. Canis from Ty and Bond. We've heard from Michael Klein, the wetland scientist. Someone from your commission asked that those items be made part of your record, their reports. We have been responding to them. As recently as Monday, we heard things, and then we were asked to get something else in, which we got in Tuesday for the hearing last night with wetlands. And there were some final comments. So all that's coming together. Quite frankly, we haven't added all of that into here, even though it sounds like some people have watched the Wetlands Commission meeting. And I'm not sure why whether that's appropriate. That's items outside of the record. Maybe we should have everything from that made part of this record. But the point being, we've been trying to respond to your consultants, the towns or the wetlands commissions, whoever they are, the third-party consultants at Ty and Bond and Davison Environmental, as best we can. And again, some of that material has come in the last few days, but that's because we've been getting comments over the last 3 days of hearing. And we heard from Mr. Canis Tuesday night, and we heard from some of your other consultants on Tuesday night. So we're just trying to be responsive, and we can certainly explain why that piece of paper is in there. And as I think Attorney Gelderman recognizes, to the concerns of the commission members, which were valid, we're not seeking approval of what's in there, and we would certainly need greater detail. But as we go through our presentation, we can explain why it's there and address it at that time. But again, we have a right, we're not asking for an approval of it. We're not trying to slide it in at the last minute. It's come up. Commissioner Chris has brought it up.
Chris with the hard Z.
Okay, Chris.
And it's Commissioner, yes. Thank you.
Yes. And Commissioner has just brought it up again before with the pedestrian walkway. And we've heard some of the comments have been brought up by the Wetlands Commission. And I know your wife sits on the Wetlands Commission. And Mr. Canis has responded to the wetlands folks saying, look, some of these things are planning and zoning issues. And you've had a number of wetland issues brought up here that are wetland issues, but we're trying to, because we have both applications proceeding along at the same timeline, it's maybe difficult for everybody involved, including both commissions, to here's wetlands and here's zoning and whatever. And that's when the legal standards, and I'll try to go through that at the end. But again, our game plan was, in the rebuttal, was to go through the responsive supplemental material that we have submitted, trying to, again, respond to comments from this commission and the third-party consultants and the interviewers and their consultants, so that you have a complete record that you can make a decision on. So it's complete. And that's all we're trying to do.
This is Commissioner Chris. I do have questions on this document, and once you start the conversation, I may pose some questions after you've presented.
You certainly can pose questions whenever. Yes, and we'll respond. But we didn't mean to. And I know Mr. Stein apparently had submitted it in, but we're not, it's there for a reason, and we'll just go through it. It's not a primary reason. Again, the focus tonight is just to try to provide rebuttal. And as we all know, the process applicant here is quite, and then you provide rebuttal at the end. So rebuttal is being responsive to concerns that have been brought up.
Thank you.
So I think that is Commissioner. Don't know everybody. Well,
That was Commissioner Casselman.
And so anyway, so that's the point of it. We will get to that. And there's, we're not trying to, do an end run around the commission or anything, because we were going to address it anyways. But
just to be clear, you understand our responsibility, not only to yourselves as the applicant, but to the town as well. We need to review the application as a whole of the materials submitted, not rebuttal material, not supplemental addressing original package of material, but materials only associated with the primary application. And like I said, this is the type of submission to this process that significantly would change everyone's response to the application. So you can speak to it, But we as a commission will have to determine whether we want to even talk about it or consider it.
And you can, and the two topics came up, we've responded, and we have no desire to do either one of those two items at this point in time.
Okay.
I don't think they're necessary, but we were asked to look at that, and that's why we did it. And we'll go through the discussion. We'll explain why we don't think that it's necessary for us to do that, which obviously means we're not asking you to approve it, so.
Understood.
But I know, and believe me, I understand the process. I've been involved in it for almost 40 years now, so this is all I do. And I respect the process. It's very important to me. I value the land use process here in our state. So having said that, if we can, with your permission, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Floor is yours.
Okay.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Derek Donay, licensed professional engineer from DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering PC. Our firm provided the civil site engineering design for the development. The response package that was submitted to the town earlier in February included revised plans, reports, and point-by-point response letters to the different review comments made by the town engineer, the town's two peer consultants, and the interveners engineer. And first thing I'm going to do is review how we responded to those comments. Many of the comments overlapped with the different reviewers. So I'll group them together and not go through each reviewers by themselves. But so the first thing up, the storm drainage model. The flow paths were questioned in the original model, not being from the hydraulically furthest point for the drainage area. We corrected those for both existing and proposed conditions. Mr. Canis, Joe Canis from Ty and Bond, who is the engineer, the peer engineer of record for the town, has reviewed it with no additional comments for that. Let's see, the diversion swale, there was a lot of talk about water from uphill properties coming to where the rock cut is, flowing over it, flowing into the development, so you'd have clean runoff coming into a development, potentially being contaminated through the construction process and stuff like that. There was talk about putting a diversion swale up. We responded to that, put it in the set of plans that was submitted in. So on the slide that's up there right now.
If you can maybe just, Derek, just identify this slide, or maybe. Bill
Sure,
help out with
we're
that.
right now on exhibit B1, proposed conditions, the flow path, and the swale is depicted and detailed on the site grading and the storm drainage plans as well, but I just want to show this.
Which document are you looking at? The file name?
This is our slides. This is this exhibit is in the drainage summary report.
Was this PowerPoint submitted to us prior to the meeting?
I don't recall, but all this material has been submitted.
Okay.
So whatever this is a copy.
Maybe identify where it is
Sure,
for the
I can do that.
record. In the meantime, we have it up. on the
The first slide that was up and this one and the next two that are showing watershed areas are all in the exhibits in part of the drainage summary report that was submitted.
Submitted in what date?
I want to say dated February 15th. I don't know when
I
that,
think it was the 15th.
yeah, around February 15th. During that, the large submission package.
So that would be,
There've been quite a few large submission.
Well, this was
packages,
the
so I'm not
large
sure
one,
that's
okay.
It's sort of do the trick.
There was a.
Oh, there it is. On the 17th, February 17th. Your file is dated the 15th.
Okay,
It was part of the drainage summary report.
correct.
There it is.
Do you want to find it in the
Drainage
drainage
summary
report, or are you
report.
trying to pull those documents
it.
up?
Made it easier just by.
Sorry,
Right on
yeah,
site.
we're just trying to just bring it up there. But it's right after the narrative, I believe. The watershed exhibits.
Go ahead.
Anyways,
Yeah.
so the reason why I'm using this slide is just to show how that offsite water and the water up on our site that's uphill of the rock cut, how it will now be diverted around the construction area. And on our plan, there was two different swales that were put in. There was one along the northern part of the rock cut, and then there was one along the eastern part of the rock cut. Now, the one along the northern part, that's the one that's collecting some offsite runoff and ours. And the purpose of that swale is for the water to come down be collected and conveyed around the rock cut area, as opposed to just cascading over the rock or going into the construction area. So that's all been part of the design. Both Joe Canis, Michael Klein, they've both reviewed that and find it acceptable. The eastern swale, actually, Paul, go to the next slide, please. Let's see, and one more. You zoom into like our property area, that little triangle. Just so I can show you that there's a little triangular area right above our development there. And that's the offsite area we're talking about that's coming towards our property and would be collected by the swale at the top. It's about 0.9 acres of uphill wooded and lawn area. It's not a lot of water, but there was a concern. We want to address that concern of collecting the water and diverting it around the development.
So to that point, though,
Yep.
there was a response letter that you had concerning, it was dated the 28th, so it's Tuesday.
Yep.
Tuesday's response letter, and then a comment was made about this permanent diversion swale. Associated clearing and grading may not be necessary.
Correct. So if I can finish. So anyway, so that was the northern swales picking that up. There was a swale also on the plans dated February 15th along the eastern side of the rock cut as well. Now that side didn't pick up any offsite water, and even the upland area from the rock cut didn't drain towards that area, but we were just trying to be responsive to the comments and everyone's concerns before. During that, William Kenny from our design team, soil scientist, he reviewed it and was also looking at it and said, hey, he recommends not incorporating that swale in. Michael Klein from Davison, the town's peer reviewer, also recommended not using that swale, said it wasn't needed. We agreed to that. And so the alternate for that would be to eliminate the swale along the eastern side and instead to reduce the amount of impact of so at the top of a rock cut, you have whatever soil's on top, you have to slope that back. That's called the overburden, and you slope that back. Typically that's like, you would with a earth slope. We want to reduce the impacts that are by the intermittent water courses, wetlands, which is to the east, going towards that footprint. We're outside of it, but just to stay even further away, Mr. Kenny had recommended instead doing like a riprap slope. So it's only like 3.5, 4 feet tall of a slope, but it's you can go steeper with riprap there. So the Michael Klein from Davison had recommended that as well. We agreed upon that, and that's the letter you're talking about right now, the February 28th one, where we responded about the elimination of that. And we noted that on a plan that was then submitted, just so it's on the record.
So
Go ahead. I just wanted to because that can be a little confusing, and it was for me at first too.
yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get my head around why it wouldn't be required because you're cutting into that rock face on the east.
Yeah, zoom in just right there.
Just what we dealt with Mr. Canis and Mr. Klein. And if I could, since their initial reports went in, and I know the one that Mr. Canis was referring to when he testified to this commission in this hearing on Tuesday, if we could ensure that those reports, including Mr. Klein's, do go in because they would make sense.
Yep.
And everybody, the interveners, everybody's seen them. They're all part of the public record with the planning and zoning. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the initial plan did not have a swale, and we were asked to look into capturing, the initial was brought up as to whether that was an issue with catching the runoff. So we added the swale. I believe Mr. Canis in his report said he liked it. It was fine. He testified last night, I think, or the night on Monday. And then Mr. Klein indicated that he would prefer not to have it, I think.
Just on the east side.
Just on the east side near the intermittent water course. That was the opinion of Mr. Kenny, our wetland scientist, who you'll be hearing from shortly, give you a summary. So then we said to the Wetlands Commission, I think last night, we didn't propose one. We put the swale in. Mr. Canis said even a berm would work. And then it was agreed to that I think ultimately that we would have a swale for for part of what was proposed that we asked for, but then take the lower portion out. So I think that was it's really the only item that involved any kind of changes on the plan at that level. But it can be a little confusing, but hopefully that does explain it a little. Maybe, and hopefully I didn't make it any more confusing than it's.
And
But it was fairly straightforward, and we kind of went from, here's what we can do. How about if you do half of it, we'll do half of it. And that was kind of where we were with the Wetlands Commission, because that was kind of a wetlands issue from them, and also catching the drainage runoff. And Mr. Canis did provide the comment on it, and your town engineer was participating in all the hearings as well. Anyways, I just wanted to see if that made any sense.
Yes, and the purpose of the swale was not to collect the water from the rock cut, anything that might come out of the ground. It was to collect uphill water. So from any of the property that is uphill of the rock cut, and that might be shedding water towards there. Along the eastern side, the water from the uphill area does not drain towards the rock cut, and that's why it was able to be eliminated.
It goes into the.
Does that make sense?
Right.
Okay. Sorry, I lost my train of thought here. Okay, so that was the divergent swale. We responded to that. There was a comment from the intervener during the hearings about, I believe this was from Mr. Durkin, about how much water comes down the hill toward the development. Mr. Durkin lives over to the east side of the property, and he witnesses from his house and his driveway how much water of this larger overall watershed drains down the driveways and goes towards the property. And he was questioning the amount of water that we're saying is going into that. But what happens is the water that he's talking about, which does enter our property in the northwest corner there, doesn't go in and then out of the intermittent water course. It just goes in towards the intermittent water course, which is routed around our development. So it does not go back uphill towards where the development area is. And I just wanted to clarify that. So the only uphill area is what we've shown there, which is that little triangle of about 0.9 acres right above us. Let's see. Questions came up and a report was generated, but a hydrogeologic impact assessment report was prepared by Weston and Sampson, and that was submitted. Questions came up with two things. One with the assessment of acid rock drainage. So that is when you have iron sulfates. Hold on.
Just go with ART.
But anyways, the purpose of this was the question came up with when you're doing rock removal, if you expose certain types of minerals to stormwater runoff, that can create an acid impact onto the runoff, which would impact the wetlands. So they reviewed the type of rock in the area and came to the conclusion that the potential for acid rock drainage and any associated impact to groundwater and surface water quality is extremely low.
To that point,
because it's iron sulfates that would be in the minerals that would cause that, and the rocks in this area of this development don't typically have that. However, sorry, did I interrupt you? Go ahead. I was gonna say, he did, the recommendation was also made that note was added to our phasing plans that were submitted in, that visual observations should be performed of the rock as it's removed for high levels of iron sulfate. So if you started to see veins of that, then that rock gets disposed of differently. Instead of being processed, crushed, and then hauled off site, you would take the large chunks and haul those off site to an area, which I think gets associated with the Connecticut DEP or something like that to where that goes. So that's the acid rock drainage one. The other thing they were asked for, or did you have a question about that?
I did.
Yep.
You guys have done test borings on the site?
Correct. Yep.
How many?
Or test pits.
Test pits, how many locations?
Jeez, off the top,
Oh, it was a couple dozen?
it's a bunch between what we did all for storm drainage, what GZA did for walls. Yeah, I don't know.
Ballpark, yeah.
A couple dozen, something
So,
like
and how deep is the usual test pit?
that. Depending on the area. So further towards the west, where like the storm drainage measures are, some of those go deep. They can be like 9-10 feet deep. Other ones which are towards the east where the rock cut is, the overburden there was found to be about 4 feet deep.
So how can you be confident of the mineral deposits within the rock structure that you're cutting the face of the hill away by 50 feet if the test pit was only 4 feet?
I personally am not the person to ask that, but
That's, uh,
Weston,
yeah.
but they use it based on, and it's in their report, they talk about where they came up with the results and based on the rock that is in this area that's noted from, I want to say, the geologic surveys and stuff.
If I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
We dealt with this before and with them and the person who did the review in particular. The state maintains a geological, there's mapping that does have areas of the state that are designated where you might have it. And as indicated in the report that was prepared, that's part of your record, there really isn't anything in this area. There was an old mine, I think I remember reading somewhere in Wilton, where it's been noticed. They do have it in Stratford. It pops up. That's where I've had to deal with it. But there was nothing anticipated here. And it's, I think you would see it at the upper levels, but it's based on, I mean, there's mapping across the state of Connecticut that provides guidance on this. And it would be monitored. And if it were found, again, this is when I've been involved with an applicant, this is pretty much how you do it. And it's just monitored. And if you find it, you just stop because you just don't want to leave it out and exposed to rain if it is. But I don't recall who brought it up as far as the pyrite. I know Michael Klein, who was the wetland scientist. I've worked with him on sites where this is what we've done. We're representing an applicant. He and I, we've used this particular gentleman. I don't know if he's technically a geotech person, but he's an expert in this area. And so we went to him and he did a review for us. I think Joe Canis might have asked for it, or Mike Klein even, I forget. It might have been Michael Klein, the wetland scientist. So that's why we generated that information and provided it. We did that extra report. So that's why that's in there.
So for anyone that lives on a property with a well or has dealt with a well driller, for example, they'll tell you that they could be drilling for a well somewhere, then only have to go down 100 feet, and 200 feet laterally, they'd have to go down for water 400 feet. Due to the difference in the composition of the stone and where the water table is, et cetera, et cetera. It's foreseeable that you might experience these types of, what are they, sulfates or phosphate, whatever the mineral deposits within this stone when you start going into it. And you said, if you do experience it, you stop. What's going to happen here if you're cutting away at this 50-foot hill and you uncover these types of deposits? What happens to your project?
You would stop. And we were, again, this is an 830G application. We don't anticipate there being any of this particular mineral on the site. If the commission wanted to impose a condition where as it's recommended in the report, that it is monitored. And if it is detected, that we stop. We don't anticipate it at all. And more than if you went out in your backyard and put an in-ground pool in, I wouldn't necessarily think you'd be out there testing for pyrite. We were just asked to look at that, and we did spend the extra time and effort to retain an expert in that area to do that review for this commission and for in particular for the Wetlands Commission.
But my point is, regardless of the fact that it's an 830G application, you're cutting into a hill, potentially exposing a mineral deposit that could be very harmful to the associated wetlands on the property, regardless of what kind of project this is on the site. What is the corrective measure? Meaning you stop and you find someone to do a measurement and you do that. Is there a corrective measure? Do you change the plans of the development?
Yeah.
What happens?
Well, it's one where, and as they state in there, or what we talked about. So the corrective measure is that type of rock. So if you found that whatever portions of it that gets disposed of differently, that's the corrective measure. So instead of on site, you're stockpiling it, crushing it, and maybe reusing it on the site. They say, don't do that. Instead, that has to go to a special place.
So it's a matter
That's
of,
what it is.
it's a
It's a
matter of
disposal
how the
place.
spoils are handled,
Correct.
not necessarily the exposed cliff.
That's a good question, and I rely on the experts who prepared the report, but as far as I don't think you would leave that exposed. You could probably, there are different rock cuts where they say shot creep or rock cut or something like that.
Ooh, that would be pretty.
But I'm just,
What?
sorry,
You
shot
have to-
creep.
you have
That
to-
would be like if you had like loose rocks coming down or something like that. And there are mitigation measures you can do to keep the rock from falling down. So you could do something like that maybe to cover it. You know, there may be measures that if that was exposed on the rock face, you could cover it in a manner so that you didn't have to worry about the drainage from it. But I'd have to consult with the expert on that. You know, as I said, I rely on their report, which says the likelihood is extremely low.
And if the commission were to see fit, Chris Smith, for the record, to approve the application, we certainly would have no objection to that being a condition of approval. If it was detected that we would have to notify this commission and or town planner, as well as the Wetlands Commission and the Wetlands Director.
Yes, Commissioner Chris, I mean, my own experience is that you never know what you're going to get when you stick a shovel in the ground. My experience. And I know in a neighboring town, Wilton, there was a mine. It's on state land, actually, off Route 33. It's a walking area now. Mostly it's people walking their dogs. But nearby is a fire station. They have 2 fire stations in Wilton. And as I heard from someone a while ago that was a water quality person, that they have to pipe water from across the street there because the water on site is so bad, it's corrosive to their trucks. Essentially, it rots the trucks out. And of course, they put water in fire trucks, big surprise. And they also have some issues, not only with radon, but I think uranium, believe it or not, which kind of surprised me, frankly. It does happen. And so I guess the concern I would have, which is somewhat mimicking Chairman Radman's, is that, you know, so much material is being removed from this site and exposing rock that probably hasn't been exposed for who knows how long. You're never sure quite what is in there, and it could provide a potential hazard to human or plant safety is my concern. We're not really going to know until you sort of get there. It seems to be a potential risk.
Which is why they recommended the, you know, visual observation. You know, likelihood is very low, but the visual observation, and there are remediation measures as far as like proper disposal and stuff. You know, excavation happens throughout the state all the time, just because, you know, so that doesn't preclude anybody from ever digging in the ground. But if you find something, you have to take care of it, and we are aware of that.
Thank you.
I think it's pretty readily discernible when you see it in rock material, from what I understand. You know, it's identifiable. It's not something we have to go and test the rock. You can see it.
Okay. Sorry, I'll go on to the next thing. One of the other questions that came up from everybody was from the rock cut. The estimate of how much groundwater is now going to discharge. You know, you're cutting, and are you going to have a lot of water coming out of that cut, and what do you do with it? So that was also part of their same report. They analyzed that. They did test pits. They did calculations, and they computed the potential groundwater flow through the soil and the rock, and calculated an estimated range of what could be expected. And they had a high end of it and a conservative, like the high and a low end. So what we did was we took their number of what they expected as a flow coming out of that rock face, and we used the high end of the range to be very conservative, and added it to our storm drainage model as additional flow. The computed flow, even at the high end of the range that we use, was very small. It was de minimis, and did not have a significant impact on the drainage model, but it has been included there for the record, as per comments that everyone asked. Right. Let's see what else. We were asked to do additional test pits and infiltration testing on the site, which we did. We went through for all the 3 different stormwater retention systems that we had. We had done preliminary, and then we went through and we did additional. All the test pits were done in accordance with the Connecticut DEP stormwater quality manual standards. So test pits were done 3 feet, a minimum of 3 feet below each of the retention systems. The infiltration tests were done a foot below the systems as per the standards there. So we added that information to let's see, the stormwater. Okay, so then we use that information from the infiltration test, And the stormwater exfiltration, so what would come through the soil there, that was then was also requested by both Maria Coppola and Joe Canis to incorporate that information into the proposed drainage model for each system that we're proposing. So the results of that infiltration testing were incorporated in the model. We took out of the test, you do different readings. If there was like a high-end outlier that showed, that didn't seem to be jive with everything else, say it was showing faster than the rest of them did. We got rid of that one to be conservative, and we just used the ones that were the median average there. And then you use 50% of the field infiltration rate to be even more conservative as per Connecticut DEP guidelines. So say it said it was going to infiltrate, 6 inches per hour, you would use only 3 inches in your model. That's just the rate of it going into the soil. So that was just added into the report as requested. Questions came up in regards to the green roof area. See if we go to that one right there. So this was, we had mentioned before during the initial submission, we had talked to the architect, asking him, hey, we wanted to put a green roof in for water quality measures. And how much of the roof could we use? He had estimated around 40%. We had used that number in our initial report. People wanted to see where those areas were going to be. So the architect then added those areas onto his roof plan. It ended up being closer to 44%. We updated our numbers and everything to match his areas and his on his plan. And those were then incorporated into the drainage model as well. Michael Klein from Davison and Environmental had a question, and it was more of a question that comes towards building permit, for someone to review, at some point when the building is actually designed for building permit, the structural coordination has to go to handle the loads of anything you do up there. So if you have a green roof of 4 inches of soil, that's a certain load. If you have 8 inches of soil, it's a certain load. So that all comes later on as part of the building design for building permits.
What file is that green roof drawing part of? in the
That's
supplemental
on the architectural plans.
from
architecture.
That would be the
supplemental
February 17th.
February 17th.
Yep.
AWA architecture.
Correct. And our architect, Ravi Ahuja, is here also for the record if you need to ask him any questions about it.
This is just profile of the firm.
I think
What's
it's
the
labeled,
file- what's the file name?
5.0.
Sorry,
it's
A
labeled
5.0.
Hill Street 15 Feb 23. That is,
it's labeled, what's the file name?
it's Hill Street 15 Feb 23.
So February 23. So it's under supplemental material for 24.
For the, it's supplemental materials for
15th, got it, yeah.
February 17th and the
Capital
file.
letters, Hill Street. All caps. Up. Oh. No, 217. Two, yeah.
Till 17.
Yep.
Something to be said about how this.
Got it.
There it is. Treasure hunt.
So that's all green roof,
A 5.0.
A 5.0.
Yeah.
Okay, and the architect's here, so questions on this can be directed to him.
Yep. If you have anything like the purpose of the green roof, you can ask me in regards to like water quality or what it's for. I think I went over
You
that
know, is
before.
it gray water? Is it?
No, the green roof, it's for water quality. It's got multiple purposes. One of them is that we wanted it for was for water quality purposes. So instead of stormwater, rainwater coming down and hitting, say, like a hot tar roof or something like that, picking up pollutants and coming off at a high temperature. Instead, it's hitting a planted area and it filters through the soil in the planted area, which also slows the runoff down. It eventually then overflows and goes into the building's plumbing system and then out into the storm drain system. So that's the purpose we used it for, but it also you get that what is it? I'm trying to think of the term. it reduces the heat though coming off the building, basically. What is that? The heat island effect.
Heat island.
That's what I was trying to think of. The heat island effect that you have with like cities and downtowns and stuff. And if they all have green roofs, guess what? That helps reduce the heat island effect from those areas. So it's a good thing. And also visual, for anybody that's up there, you're seeing something nicer to look at. Okay, one of the other reports that was submitted in was a global stability evaluation report by GZA. This had to do with the western retaining wall. So GZA, geoenvironmental firm, a lot of concern was in regards to the 3 storm drainage systems being proposed adjacent to that western retaining wall. So right now up is a cross-section plan. This is
What file is this under, sir?
Sorry, these sections are in the civil plans. This is an exhibit we've done where we've taken the 3 sections of the, so that's catch me on this, C 6.0 maybe? It's in the civil plans, so those sections these are colored up renderings of the 3 sections that involve the retaining wall. And that was submitted in with that February 17th package.
February 17. And what's the title of the file, sir?
Civil set 21523.
Got it. Thank you.
So anyways, one of the concerns that both the interveners and Joe Canis, they had just a question.
Do you have it?
Oh.
I'm sorry, just want to make sure.
Okay, one of the questions that came up was just what are the impacts of these retention systems behind a retaining wall? We had previously showed on the initial submission impervious liner as a separation. What we've done since then is extended the impervious liner down more, but the main thing was GZA, what their job was to evaluate the impacts of these retention systems on the structure of the wall. Like if you were going to have a retaining wall there, what would the stormwater that's exfiltrating out of these systems into the soil, what would their impact be on that wall? That was the biggest concern. So they went out and they did test pits on both sides of the wall, to evaluate the soils in that area. And they did analysis of the impacts on soil, and that's all in their report. And basically in summary of what they were looking for was how fast does the water go through the soil? Is it going to laterally move? Does it get to, and I mentioned this during the wetlands hearing, where you have, like a landslide, something like that, where all of a sudden the soils become oversaturated and they become liquefied, less stable. Are they going to, do something and ruin that would impact the structural stability of the retaining wall? They concluded that the soils in this area and the amount of water that's being retained, that the retaining walls are suitable for retaining the proposed fill with the stormwater infiltration systems behind them. That the water from those systems will not impact those soils negatively where they will impact the walls. Then let's see, they provided that the walls are constructed consistent with the information included in their report. They put a couple of recommendations in their report for the structural design of these walls. And we mentioned this in our response letters, just to say that, yes, we will incorporate the structural engineer when these walls are final design, will incorporate those into it. 2 of those things had to do with a horizontal geogrid fabric that comes out of it just to help with stability. And the other one was
As a tieback?
Sorry, what's
As a tieback?
kind of like, yes, as a tieback. Yep, from the wall going back into the backfill area there.
Mhm.
All right, and then one of the other ones is just that the wall stone interconnection and construction must be verified in the field during the construction phase. So you got 2 things. So the retaining wall itself, the detail we show on our plan still needs to be verified and certified design for this project by a structural engineer prior to building permit, like you would do with any retaining wall that's over 3 feet in height. The specific one that we are using, the size of this wall, and originally it was a dry stack only wall that we had used, designed by a structural engineer on another project in a similar condition. So we knew what we were representing would be very close, if not exactly what's going to be built out there. As far as it's a very fat wall, It's very sturdy. It's able to retain the heights and the amount of backfill and also the loading of vehicles and right in that area. So very similar design of a wall done by a structural engineer on a different project. Prior to building permit, same thing. The calculations have to be submitted in for this wall. But that's just a loading thing when it comes to, overturning and sliding, those type of parameters. The concern was about the retention systems behind it and their impacts on it. And GZA concluded that they would not have a negative impact and that these walls could be constructed.
So
That
we,
makes sense.
we heard earlier about the concerns over the dry stack as well as mortared wall components here.
Yep.
And what the
So you got
impact would be on the stability of that type of construction.
Sure. And I think Commissioner Chris, you were asking about the frost heave and stuff like that. So these walls, like a typical retaining wall, their footing still goes into the ground at least 3.5 feet, to get below that frost heave level. So you don't have to worry so much about frost heave. The main concern for any wall would be overturning or sliding, meaning like the amount of weight behind it. Is it going to make the wall tip over or slide? You had mentioned about like old foundation walls that you see, but that's a foundation wall those are usually, I don't know, 2 feet thick at top, something like that. These things right now, I think they're like 7 feet wide at the bottom. These are big retaining walls, and dry stack walls can be built properly. The stones interconnect with each other. So that is, it's a design that can be certified by a structural engineer prior to they're constructed, but it's just you're just actually about a structural design component to it. But they are done and they can be used.
Yeah, Mr. Canis reviewed the GZA.
Oh, yes, yes, Mr. Canis, he reviewed GZA's report and understood it and accepted their analysis of the impacts. Let's see. Okay, so we're getting closer. So the porous pavement, so that came up a lot about the driveway. And what came up earlier had to do, the intervener at first was talking about the history of the construction. And I covered this, basically everything I covered I did last night also, but do it again. Anyways, so it had to do with the construction of it. There was there was questions that it wasn't constructed in accordance to the plans, that it wouldn't be stable, that it would fail. And so I just wanted to reiterate that the different layers of the driveway were constructed in accordance to the plans. For that, the underlying like spongy wetland soils were removed. Structural fill was put in place beneath it, so it had a good solid base. And then above that was the layers that incorporate the porous pavement system. So you have different size crushed stones with an under drain system. You have bank run gravel, and that's to the point where they had stopped was the bank run gravel layer out there. It's right now being protected by some geosynthetic fabric with additional gravel on top. So if a vehicle has to go in and out, they're not destroying the underlying systems. During construction, that will also be covered more with an anti-tracking pad, more crushed stone as protection. And then afterwards, a comment came up in regards to the compaction of that soil. Like, hey, if you got, year and a half, whatever of 2 years of construction material are coming in and out for the whole lifetime of the project, is that going to compact these soils so much that they no longer infiltrate? And so we decided the purpose of the protection layers were to protect the lower portions. But once that got removed, we added a note to the plan in response to this comment to add, to incorporate additional infiltration testing along the system to make sure that bank run gravel, which is the filter system of it, would still do its proper job and infiltrate the water that comes through it.
So Attorney Smith, this is Commissioner Cassavant. If pursuant to the conversation earlier, this is the application that's currently before the inland wetlands for the widening of the driveway permit. Is that correct?
What I'd like
Correct.
to do, Mr. Commissioner, is Mr. Donay, if you could just kind of go back to just through that sequencing that we indicated we would cover if you.
Sure.
Just
And-
to go through what was approved and then the modification that happened and then what's built now, which was the subject of a
Yes.
wetlands review last year and have a copy of their decision. I mean, they found it to be in compliance with what was approved. And then what's before them today. I think Mr. Donay is probably the best to explain that in simplified terms, probably 4 points there.
Okay, so we weren't involved with it back in 2014 or 2018. Our firm became involved with it, prior to its construction. But the purpose of it, you had this, you end up getting what was approved was you have this 16-foot wide pavement. And then on the plans, they showed a shoulder on each side of the pavement, and then you had boulder walls on each side of the pavement. And what was constructed in the field, if you held that exterior face of the boulder walls, so the footprint of disturbance was built exactly in accordance with the plans. There has been no pavement installed yet. All the layers of the system were installed according to the plan. The top stone of it, though, has been made so that it can accommodate a 20-foot wide pavement if approved. So nothing's been, as we said, nothing's been paved yet. It's the current approval permit for it is just for a 16-foot wide paved driveway. We are.
That's what the 2017 approval was for.
2018, yeah.
2018.
Yeah. But those approved plans. And that's, so that's it. Nothing's been built in violation yet.
This is Commissioner Cassavant again. I'm going to restate what I just heard. I want to make certain I understand that. The existing building out there is at 23.5 feet wide with, if we look at the AA cross section, that's what it would show, but there is no driveway on top of it yet because to this point in time, only a 16-foot driveway has been approved. Is that correct?
Well, there's no pavement on it yet because you wouldn't put porous pavement until.
No, please, could you just answer my question?
I think he was.
I was trying to, sorry. Yes, there's no driveway. The pavement portion of the driveway has not been installed yet. But yes, the approved width from exterior face to exterior face of the retaining walls, 23.5 is correct. And there is no driveway paved yet. Does that answer?
And at the current time, a 16-foot wide pavement surface is approved. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
And as part of 2000, sorry, Commissioner Casamont, one to that point, as part of the 2018 approval was the 23.5 foot overall width shown in that submission?
Yeah, it's not spelled out as 23.5. There is no spell out from exterior face to exterior face of the wall. All they call out for the plans don't have a ton of dimensional information. They show a 16-foot wide driveway and they show it after, they show the walls outside of it. So, but what was built out there scaled matches exactly the plan. If that makes any sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. So the footprint remained the same as exactly what was approved. So everything that's been built so far is in accordance to what has been approved. Part of this application that was to the wetlands and here is to expand the width of the pavement from 16 feet to the 20 foot. So it's remaining with inside the stone walls that have already been constructed. So not expanding any further out. Does that clear it up?
Has wetlands acknowledged that the 23.5 is in conformance with the original application?
So back in July, no, when was?
June and July of last year, 2022.
Yes, there was questions about what was being constructed out there and if it was in accordance with the plans, and we had to go to a wetlands hearing for that. And they agreed that it was, and so yes, they are aware. That is,
There was one of the interveners, I believe, had, there was the group, this, I don't know if they're an LLC or whatever, but they had petitioned to the Wetlands Commission to revoke the approval. And as part of that process, the commission went out and they made a determination that what was approved. and that they, we weren't in, my client was not in violation of that. They were found, there had been some material when it was constructed that was in it was in the line of disturbance or limited disturbance area. I don't want to try to describe it. It's an area, and they were told to remove that, and they did. But other than that, the Wetlands Commission found my client to be in compliance with what was approved. What was built was what was approved. They had stored some material outside of it. They stopped when they were told they got a cease and desist order, an NOV. Don't hold me to it exactly. I don't recall which one it was from the town. And that's when, so the commission did have a hearing on that and found that.
Well, the cease and desist came from Army Corps of Engineers, didn't it?
I think they came from the town too. I'm not sure if the director issued one. So I'm just saying you can confirm that internally with staff, but I don't want to say something and then be wrong with it. The Corps did, and I was going to address that later. That's part is based on complaints that were received from neighbors.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Turner. I saw a drawing, the section, it was 16 feet for the road, and then there was a curb. And then a couple more feet till you got to the outside of the retaining wall. Was that, what was the purpose of the curb? And how does that, how did it evolve into what we see now?
Sure. Sorry to interrupt you there. That section that was shown up on the screen by the intervener was not part of the approved plans. Yeah, I don't know. I can't speak to it because I was just walking back in front of the room at that point. If that was an interpretation of the approved plans or if that was from some other one, but that is not the section shown on the approved drawings. So the approved drawings did not show a curb.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Wide and show two shoulders. Okay. Let's see, while we're talking about the driveway, we have anyways, one of these things that came up was the driveway retaining walls. What was constructed out there? Can it handle the trafficking that is going, the traffic loads that would be coming in from construction, a fire truck, the larger vehicles, not just a residential driveway. So a report was prepared by GZA. They evaluated the walls, their construction, how they were built. That was submitted in as well.
That might have had 120 some odd pages as part of the appendix, but their summary was that the front was maybe 6 or 8 pages long. But I believe that came in last week. We were finally able to get that from GZA, but continue.
So they reviewed the structural ability of the walls that were built, and they concluded that the walls that were built are suitable to support the load from fire trucks, concrete trucks on the driveway. So they said they were okay.
And during construction.
Yes. So that's in that report. So that was confirmation, that was supplemental material that was added per request when people were questioning the design of those walls.
This is Commissioner Nielsen. This is a little off topic, but since we're talking about the driveway, are there plans for a guardrail over the bridge there?
Yes, and I will actually show you that in a little bit. Okay.
Okay,
Is that okay?
I'll get to that in a minute if you don't mind.
that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
One of the next topics, so the drainage model. So everything that we've talked about previously, the test bits, the exfiltration, the additional runoff from the groundwater to surface water, all the different things that we've talked about were incorporated into an updated drainage model for both existing and proposed conditions. We were requested to add an information for additional storm events for the 1 year through the 100-year for both peak flow and runoff volume. Our initial submission, we had the peak flows for the 10, 25, and 100, which are the peak flows typical for the Connecticut DEP guidelines, and the town guidelines talks about 25-year event. Anyway, so we did the extra storm events. And we have decreases in peak flows for all the storm events compared to existing conditions, except for the 1 year event, which Robert Sandola had mentioned earlier in his thing, and Maria Coplet mentioned that as well. So anyways, the 1 year increase was very de minimis. It was only 0.1 CFS or 0.9% increase from the overall watershed that flows to that wetlands area for that 1 year event. Joe Canis, or we'll get to his in a minute, but let me just summarize it. So that was the increase for the 1 year event. It was a very small increase. The runoff volume also had very small increases in runoff volume compared to existing conditions. The difference here is the increases in volumes are being controlled on our site. So therefore, yes, we are increasing the volume of runoff. Not an extreme amount, but a little bit. We did not get a zero, but that's being controlled on our site. Overall, this has no impacts on the wetlands because we're controlling it and we're controlling how much of it leaves at a time through different size orifices. The wetland system has an outlet, so it's constantly draining. We're controlling the runoff that goes into it. So overall, the design satisfied where the water surface elevation in the wetlands remain the same as compared to existing conditions. And that was one of our main goals for this. We met the requirements from the Connecticut DEP guidelines, standards that you would, practical standards throughout. We did not have an adverse impact on the wetlands. Joe Canis, during his review, agreed that the impacts of the small increase in runoff was de minimis. And both he and Michael Klein have stated that the small increase in volume will not adversely impact the wetlands or water course. Now, the question comes up, right, did it meet the town's drainage policy? And it did not meet the town's drainage policy where they want a zero increase of runoff volume or peak flow. And in my mind, there's flaws in that policy in that it doesn't allow development of certain areas where maybe the soils don't infiltrate as well. So we have a driveway entrance that comes in across wetlands. That water is not going to infiltrate into the ground anywhere. And same with like part of it as it starts to get up into the hill. That's the approved driveway that was, was approved, constructed. And the water from that area, from the beginning, the lower portions of our site can't get into the ground due to the soils there. The rest of our site, the majority of the site that's up there has different pockets of good soils where we can do infiltration. So the flaw in the policy of zero increase in runoff volume, and I give an example, I gave this the other night. If you had, say, a 2 acre lot in, 2 acre lot in a 1 acre zone, and you wanted to subdivide your lot. If your soils didn't have, if soils on site, say you had either ledge or high groundwater or something like that, that means you cannot develop that property. Because if you cannot infiltrate the water, you cannot increase any impervious surface on your site. Because if you do, you'd be increasing the volume of runoff from the site. So I understand the purpose of the policy is to encourage redevelopment, but it also makes it where you cannot develop any areas that may have poorly draining soils. Now, engineering, what you do and what's practical, what the Connecticut DEP, what all the other municipalities in the area, what New Canaan used to also do prior to the 2020 policy is what can you do? If you can't infiltrate, you can do water quality measures, you clean the water, you pre-treat it, you detain it, you can control it so that you don't have an adverse impact downstream. But you cannot reduce volume in certain circumstances, and that's where the policy is flawed. What we did for this application and what we presented to the Wetlands Commission last night and what the town's peer review engineer, both engineer and environmental consultant agreed upon is that what we're doing is not having an adverse impact on the wetlands or the 5 Mile River. We are keeping the same water surface elevation of the wetlands. We are not creating, we're not raising it by 2-3 feet and creating a flooding issue because of all the extensive controls we have on the property. Because of that.
So are you saying that you don't think you need to meet the town's guideline for zero added runoff? Is that what I'm hearing?
In certain circumstances, yes, that's why I said I believe it's a flawed policy, and that's why the New Canaan is the only town that has that policy of zero runoff volume in this area. None of the other towns that have actually like extensive drainage manuals have a zero increase in runoff volume policy. The state does not have a zero increase in runoff policy because that can't be done in certain circumstances. And you have to be able to use good engineering practice in those circumstances, which we have.
So our town engineer is available.
Yes.
Here to speak on that.
If she can, once they're done,
Okay,
we'd like to
just-
hear from her on that.
Okay, because we've done all that and because Joe Canis, Michael Klein, they agreed with us that there are no adverse impact. It's our professional opinion and the opinion of the town's peer consultants that the proposed storm drain system and all its layers of mitigation measures, if constructed and maintained as currently proposed, will not result in an adverse impact to the adjacent wetlands or the nearby 5 Mile River, nor will it adversely impact substantial public interest because we are not creating flooding problems.
I have a question that still, I'm still wrestling with this. So water doesn't run uphill, it runs downhill. Okay. And the idea behind the town's drainage policy is to keep the water essentially on site, has to go somewhere on site. So
That's right, yes. And Maria stated, the point is to mimic existing conditions, both peak flow and runoff.
well, even so, if there is no if there is sort of positive runoff or it leaves the site in some way, it has to go somewhere. Okay, it may not, let's assume for the sake of argument, it will not be adverse to wetlands for whatever reason, or be adverse to nearby riparian areas, waterways, rivers, streams, and so forth. 5 Mile River is the watershed there. So let's assume that for the sake of argument, but there are various neighbors who have talked about, water in basement and other water issues and so forth. It's gonna go somewhere. So I worry about, neighbor additional flooding problems. We've had any number of people who've come before this commission who wanted to do something to their property, and there were water issues that may be exacerbated because of these projects, and neighbors have been legitimately kind of concerned on this. And so what I hear in my simple mind is that if water is going to leave site, it could be very clean water, but it's going to leave site, it's going to go someplace, and it may go someplace where a neighbor or someone else doesn't really like it. And this is a worry I would have.
Yes,
So,
and that leads
end of
to-
statement.
Sorry, that leads to the next part I was going to talk about, which was the neighbors' flooding concerns. So the wetland system that we have has an outlet. It has a 15-inch pipe that then goes underneath Hill Street to a stone lined channel that then goes through a much larger pipe beneath Route 123 and directly into the 5 Mile River. So the wetlands, anytime it fills up, is constantly draining out. So it's not a pond type of situation where maybe it's closed off on all sides and the water goes in and it fills up and it just stays there until, it evaporates or it slowly goes down again. This has a constant outlet. So the water's always going out of the outlet. So during, say, a large storm event, when the water surface elevation rises, it's constantly going out. What we're doing is we're making sure that the water surface doesn't rise anymore. So the water that we have none of it's directed towards a neighbor. We don't have any discharge towards the neighbor's property. It's going directly into the wetlands, which then has a conveyance system out to the 5 Mile River. Now, the flooding concerns that have been stated by the neighbors, they talk a lot about basement flooding. And I mentioned this the other night. The basements were built in groundwater, and they talked about that. They'd even stated that when they were building a basement, they knew there was groundwater, and so they put an extensive pump system in. If you build a basement in groundwater with a pump system, you're going to have problems, and they have had problems. They've noted it. Their basements, pumps are running all the time. They built a basement, or when these houses were built in groundwater. I don't advise that, but it happens, and people do it all the time. We are not making that situation any worse. So the proposed development that we're doing should not result in adverse impacts on the neighbor's property or exacerbate the amount of nuisance groundwater and flooding issues that they already experience, because we're not increasing the height of the water in the wetlands area. We're not directing water towards their property. So the surface flooding is not going to change. And because the wetlands has a constant outflow, that additional volume, we are controlling uphill in our site, and it's going out through the wetlands area. One of the next big concerns was construction phasing. We didn't have enough detail on the first submission. I think we had 2 or 3 sheets, something like that. We did the basic overview of the phasing the first time. We talked about earth removal, and then we talked about the next part. So we added a whole bunch of different sheets, a lot more detailing into it to explain it better. Usually that comes at a later time in the process, but we want to make sure everyone was comfortable with it.
And just to interject, Chris Smith, and both Mr. Candace and Mr. Klein had asked for a further breakdown in the phasing for the construction, which was the main reason why we provided the additional phasing breakdown, just so that they wanted to review it relative to potential impacts. Excuse me, with the Wetlands Commission.
This is Commissioner Tiscornia. I just have a quick question about the construction staging. Given the narrowness of Hill Street, like will the construction trucks be able to actually go up and down that street if there are civilian cars parked on either side of the street? Is the street wide enough to accommodate that?
Yes, the street's wide enough to accommodate construction trucks. Yes, I mean, you have cars parked on the side, but the center of it is wide enough for construction trucks to get through. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So let's see. So going through the construction phasing, I'll try to keep this brief because I know it's getting late. We broke it up into multiple phases so that people could understand more the process of how we expect this to be built. So phase 1 in the slide, which is the slide that's up, and these phases are all in those civil plans that were submitted in those the February 15th civil plans. Those are they're all in there. These are just colored up renderings so you can see it on the screen. When you come into the site, the first thing would be you install the anti-tracking pads along the driveway entrance. You get into the site, you would then stake out the limits of disturbance. So everyone knows, okay, this is it. We're only going to this part. You go through, and that's when the tree clearers come in. They come through, they cut the trees down that are in that area, and any of the vegetation within the limits of disturbance. At that point, then you install your perimeter silt fencing and erosion control measures. What we want to do for this project is then you would create the first haul road, which is the yellowish long road that's going into the site there. That would be the first stage, and that's like on towards the downhill side of the property there. We want to create that haul road. So you'd stump that, remove the topsoil, construct the haul road. And then what we want to do is construct all the erosion control sediment traps. So diversion swales, which is the kind of greenish blue to the left of that haul road. So what that is, those are diversion swales and sediment traps, all designed in accordance with the Connecticut DEP or erosion control manual guidelines. And the purpose of those is so that any stormwater runoff that's coming through the construction site doesn't just keep going into the wetlands. Instead, it gets picked up by the diversion swales, goes into these sediment traps where the sediment can settle out and the cleaner water overflows through. We also have behind it double row of silt fencing, along with another silt, it's called a silt sock. It's another erosion control measure that's backing up the silt fencing. So you build that haul road, you build that. Then you go through to the western side of the site. So the western side of the haul road, and that's where you start. Okay, now that we have those erosion control measures in place, the haul road's in place, let's start stumping those trees and removing the topsoil from that area of the disturbance. Once you do that, you go towards the top of where the rock cut is. You start to regrade the overburden along the top of the ledge. You construct your diversion swales and any of the stormwater measures that are associated with that to direct stormwater around the construction site. And that's basically phase 1. Then you go on to phase 2. Now that you have that done, which is the rock removal phase. And I have that broken up into 3 different slides here. Just to show you that rock, you don't just come in and blast the whole site at once. It's done in levels. It's kind of like a layered cake. You start high and you go low and you just work your way down. So with that, you remove Bill Kenny had recommended this when we were doing these plans. Instead of taking all the soil off at once, he said to do it in sections. So instead, you were going to blast today, we're going to blast 50 by 50 feet. So you'd remove the soil from that area and you'd blast out that and you'd move on to the next. That way it's not as taking everything off at once. You line drill the rock face, you blast the sections and remove the rock. Those rocks then come down, they get brought down to the lower area where the rock crusher operation would be, which right now I'm showing kind of in the center. It's that the lighter orange right there in the center there. So those rocks get stockpiled, they go to the crushing plant, that then the process material gets stockpiled and the trucks then have, they can come in, pick it up, haul it off site. Most of the material will be taken off site. Some of it will be stockpiled for use on the site where it's needed. You're going to need rock for the stone walls. You're going to need rock for crushed stone for some of the base material. So it'll be used, but the majority of it will be taken off site. And let's see, the crushing operation that happens. A lot of people, the interveners, they showed this video of this rock crusher. It was the dirtiest thing you ever seen. It's from some industrial plant where just dust was everywhere. Rock removal, blasting, and crushing happens all the time in this area, and it is not done in that manner. It can be done in a much cleaner manner. And Kevin Soley, professional engineer from our design team, will be speaking later on about that. So then you move on. So, and Paul can quickly go through those. So that's your first layer, the second layer, and this is just as the elevation drops down. All right. And then after the rock has all been removed, it's been processed, it's either removed or stockpiled, then you go, what's the next stage? So this is kind of the transition stage where you're trying to finalize the site grading of the site. So the step one of this is the wall construction from north to south. And a question came up by, I think it was Joe Canis or Michael Klein, I forget which one of them or both of them, about where are the sediment traps and diversion swales in this phase. And so I explained that and I added a note to a plan that was then submitted in yesterday, I think, just to make it formal and on the records for that wetlands hearing in response to his comments. I had first written it up in a document responding to his comment, and then we added it to a plan to get it on the record. But the note, and I spoke about this during that hearing as well for wetlands. So the western retaining wall will be built from north to south. So you're starting up the northern end, you start working your way south. So the diversion swales and sediment traps, that were installed in phase 1 and used throughout phase 2 would remain in place for the start of phase 3. This is kind of the transition where as you work your way from north to south, building that wall, you would then start removing the diversion swale as you worked your way south, because you're going to build that wall. The wall itself becomes an erosion control measure as it helps prevent anything from going past it. You're then going to, starting from north to south, as you do that, you build the wall, you backfill it, you put in your stormwater retention systems, you put in your catch basins, your hydrodynamic separators, you start to put those measures in, you're backfilling along as you work your way down south. As you do that, then those storm drainage measures become the stormwater control measures for the construction site. They need to be protected. And that question was also raised by Mr. Klein. We had already had notes about that, but we emphasized it even more by adding additional notes. You have to protect them because you don't want them to fill up with mud. So they need to be, exactly, you want them to still function at the end. So you protect the measures. There's different ways to keep the heavier silt out of it, whether it's filter fabrics and stuff. And then, but they themselves have, like the catch basin has a deep sump. It has an elbow trap. It keeps the majority of there. That then goes through a hydrodynamic separator, which also removing that stuff prior to the cleaner water going to the retention system. So it already has that, but we added notes about constant maintenance. There will be a site monitor that's out there, so they're going to be checking on it all the time so that these measures are cleaned and maintained on a regular basis so that they will function at the end of the project. During this phase, after the western wall is constructed, then the remaining, then you have the foundation construction starts for the building. So you put in your central core, you put in your columns, that would all be part of that. You put in the remainder of the storm drainage system, the sanitary sewer lines, utility installation, so all your under drainage stuff goes in during this phase. That's how and you're rough grading the site. So you're at basically finished, whatever, rough grade finished conditions of the site. It's all been graded out now. Then you move to the next phase, which is the building construction phase. So now that you have all the infrastructure in, your drainage systems stay in place for the stormwater control. Crushed stone, you'd use the crushed stone on the site, spread it out over a geosynthetic fabric throughout basically all the parking and driveway areas, even under the building. And what does that do? That provides you with a stable surface, and you also get to use some of the rock on the site instead of having it just being like a muddy mud pit for when you're constructing. Now you have a nice stable area to work on. And the majority of this phase is going to be building the superstructure of the building. So there's not too much other site work going on at that time. It's mostly building construction. Let's see, the next phase then. So after the building's constructed and you're done with all the heavy equipment to build the building, now it's okay, let's you put your curbs in, your sidewalks, your paving, miscellaneous site features, your landscaping. You're doing everything in the upper part of the development, striping, signage, everything to finish it. And what's left is the porous pavement driveway entrance that's at the end. So for that, you would then peel back all the protection layers. You would do your infiltration testing, make sure it works. You would then finish that system with the porous asphalt on top of it. And that's how you would work your way out of the system.
On that point, what you're showing in sort of that teal green color.
So the green is the porous pavement.
So the porous pavement is for the entire length of the S-curve driveway coming into the property.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah. Is there any other porous pavement on the property?
No, the rest of the property, it's more sloped. So the driveways and everything, they're at like a 5% or something. And porous pavement is better suited for a flatter area. Let's see. So actually, that's the end of the construction phasing. So in our professional opinion, the proposed activities associated with construction, if managed properly, are not likely to result in the unreasonable pollution, impairment, or destruction of air, water, or other natural resources of the state if it's done and maintained properly. Site monitoring, which I'll get to in a second. That was one of the comments by someone else. So I'll talk about that in a minute. So now I wanted to go through. So after that, that's basically a summary of everything that was submitted in that February 15th with a few supplemental items I mentioned. Then Mr. Canis, the town's engineering consultant, had some comments during the last meeting. He listed these off. So I just want to let you guys know how we addressed them. And he was satisfactorily satisfied with the project, and that most of these comments he had mentioned could be addressed as conditions of approval. The majority of them are minor comments.
Excuse me, it's Commissioner Turner. You're going to have at one time perhaps 150, 200 people working on the site when you're really moving along. Where are all the trades going to park? How do they get to the site?
Sure. The parking would be on site. Luckily, the site is large enough. So depending on which phase you're at, we actually show areas for construction parking. I don't think you'll have 200 people there. But it would be phase where you have a large enough area that you can park people on the site.
Can you show me?
Yes, go back up phase, I think, right? I mean, the last phase, you'd obviously just park on the driveway areas. You go back, the last one, we show it in the lower left area, the darker orange. Over there, we were using all that parking area for construction parking.
And how many parking spaces can you get out of that?
I'd have to count or look at it. I don't know off the top of my head. I have looked at it before, but I don't know.
14.
I don't know off the top of my head. I apologize. I'd have to zoom in on it, but probably in that area there. Yeah, is it 20 or so? I don't know.
Yeah, more than 20.
But you also have the rest of the site too. I mean, it's going to be once it's leveled out there, you can park all over the place or where needed. You're going to avoid areas of construction. So that's the thing. A lot of these, you put stockpile areas or construction parking, but at some point that all moves as construction continues and you need to work in that area, and then those areas move to a different location.
Mhm. And is the building, what's the structural system? Is it concrete, steel? What, are you gonna have a crane?
That would be a question for the architect when he comes up to speak. So if you can ask him that question at that point.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so Mr. Canis, I had mentioned he was satisfactorily satisfied, then most of the comments could be addressed at the conditions of approval, but we will go through them. Some of these which would already come up. So you have the roadside safety was one of his in the guardrail. Paul, could you go to the cross section?
This one here. Oh, I should go. No, no.
So, and the main purpose for this slide was to show how the guide rail could be attached to the retaining wall. And the question mainly came up because of wetlands, just to show them, because they wanted to know if there would be additional impacts to the wetlands. So this system, which we'll bring up on the screen in a second here. So if you zoom in on that cross section, DD. All right, so the concept of it is to attach the steel post to the exterior face of the walls that are out there, and have the guardrail system then hang over like the curb area so that it doesn't encroach into the drive aisle, if that makes sense. But we just wanted to show something for the record. This does have to be designed by a structural engineer. This is not the final design, but this is the concept for it.
Is there enough grade differential between top of curb and surrounding grade on both sides to allow that type of
Yes.
detail to happen?
Oh, you mean like the length of the post? Yes, because
The length of the posts, it's gonna need some length to be anchored properly, right? Is that gonna be sitting in the wetlands?
no,
Or is it gonna be elevated?
currently it's not. It would be elevated above the wetlands ground. If we have to do a different guardrail system, and wetlands was made aware of this, if we do any additional impact to the wetlands, we have to go back to them to get approval for that impact. But we wanted to show that, yes, the guardrail system, we do want to incorporate a guardrail system as part of this design. So that was roadside safety. So then, okay, what we've talked about before, pedestrian access. And this was what was just recently submitted in as an all, the design team, the opinion was that the 20-foot wide driveway itself, it's 20-foot wide, full 2-lane of traffic, is adequate in width to accommodate both vehicles and pedestrian traffic, because it's not a highly trafficked driveway. There are 93 units, but it's not like cars are zooming in and out all the time. This is, there'll be a car, and then it's a long time, and then there's another car. There's plenty of room to go around a pedestrian who's walking along the side of the driveway. So that's the design intent. We did not think additional sidewalk would be needed for this. There's no sidewalk out on Hill Street to connect to. So the design was, the concept was to walk down the driveway. However, it's been, a lot of people have said you should have this, and we just want to show that it is feasible to do it. Paul, if you zoom to the left side of the screen here. So if we came out and actually start at the top by the building, I guess. Yeah, if you came out of the lobby,
What drawing is this shown on?
this is, what is that? That's
the
the,
concept.
yeah, that's that one that was submitted in. It's the potential conceptual alternative access route exhibit.
That is the one that is posted under what Jeff
Stein.
Stein submitted.
Is then Mr. Stein. Jeff Stein. Material from Jeff Stein, PDF.
That's the one.
The emails, there we are.
Sorry, continue.
So with that, you could exit the lobby and go through a series of crosswalks and sidewalks getting down towards the driveway. At that point, there'd be a little switchback area. And you could, well, the concept of doing it, if we were required to have this, is you could cantilever a like a boardwalk, a cantilever boardwalk up at the top level of the boulder walls. So whether you have a 5-foot wide walk that's cantilevered off the side of the walls going out towards Hill Street. That's how you could get pedestrian access with this current design out to Hill Street if it was required. So the purpose of this is to show the concept of it, that if it's required, it can be done.
This is Commissioner Nielsen, so would that require approval from the Wetlands Commission as well?
Yes, yes, it would. I believe so.
Thank you.
And we showed, let's see, they saw this exhibit last night because we showed them about the secondary access if it was required, same thing. So while we're on this slide, earlier you were talking about the secondary access, which is also as part of this exhibit. And the purpose of this same thing, we did not feel that a secondary access was required for this project. However, there's been a lot of requests for it, and if it did come about, and yes, we are aware that this would need approval. This is not part of our current submission, but if it was approved, the only place to go for a secondary access would be off to the west there, to a property that we do have access to. Now, to do this, though, there is difficulties in creating this access, which is why it's not part of the initial submission, and we didn't think it was necessary. You have to go up a hill, you have to cross an intermittent water course. Once again, you have to go back to wetlands to get permission for this. So this is not a design, it's just showing that if a secondary access route is required, this would be the route that would go. We just want to put that on the record as being responsive because of the question about secondary access.
But again, for the record, we do not feel that we need to do that, but just going back to my conversation at the outset of the rebuttal.
Does the applicant currently own 34 Urban Street?
We have potential access to it, but obviously to make.
That wasn't my question.
It's Hill Street 72 does not own it. No.
Thank you.
Does the applicant perhaps outside of Hill Street 72 own it, or an affiliate of the owners of Hill Street 72?
There is potential access. And again, as Mr. Dene mentioned and Attorney Smith has mentioned, if this were required, and again, we don't think it is required, but if it were, we wanted to show this conceptual layout. And obviously that would have to be part of the whole configuration along with many other things.
I'm looking at this, and to be sure I can read this, you enter on this access, it would be entered off Urban Street through something called Parcel B. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And then it's
the current accessway easement. So you go through.
And then there's a line, and it goes into parcel, is that D? Next parcel?
So yes. Yep.
D is in Delta.
I believe so.
It goes from parcel, you start at parcel, enter from the street, the public right of way of parcel B, that goes and morphs into parcel D. Correct?
Yep.
And then you do a 90-degree left. And that enters the property, the subject property, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and that is going to be a proposed, it says reinforced lawn, emergency access driveway 20 feet wide, which would of course traverse a water course, which would make you go back to the nice people in the wetlands and go through that whole thing from back to square one on that one. It's a whole new, different application, I would assume, for everything. Now, I don't know, it just seems to me that the fact that this is here is sort of a plan B that, okay, we made the effort to just have one ingress and egress, and that didn't work out. And there's going to be a need for perhaps pedestrian access, which we may or may not get from inland wetlands. So this is our plan B with the anticipation that maybe some of those things aren't going to work out. So this is my sense of what this is all about. Am I correct?
No, this is in response to some of the consultants, interveners, and others reviewing this.
But it would seem though that
we're being responsive.
At what time did, you said you have access, which means you don't own it, but you may have a right of way or paid someone.
Again, that would have to get worked out along with all these other things that we just mentioned, including coming back to the Wetlands Commission.
Oh, so when was access first broached with the people who own the property? I get a sense that this is all set up beforehand, but the sense that I need a plan B and this is your plan B. That's my sense of things. If I'm wrong, please stop me, sir.
This is response B to the commissioners and other consultants, the town consultants.
Mhm.
We just wanted to pick a possible access way, and again, with the pedestrian as well, without, our position is we don't need either one of those two, but
So
there was an option not to put anything in, but you brought it up, and it has been brought up, and Mr. Canis in particular brought it up. So we were just exploring it, and it was, well, how can we get a pedestrian access way? And this is kind of what we came up with, just to show that's what it would involve, and we'd have to go back to wetlands. And where could you possibly have another access way, emergency access way? And possibly over there if we had to, but at the moment, we can't do either one of those without having to get additional approvals. And again, we don't feel that they're necessary, and that's our position with the commission on the record here. But we just wanted to try to explore. I mean, we heard these things, so we looked into it. And this is, we don't feel that either one of those are necessary. And we can discuss that later, but we just don't think that they're necessary.
So there's neighboring properties and flag lots that are currently have easement, access easements to get to them, number 36, number 38, and number 40, that this type of a drive would affect. So same question, does the applicant currently own any of those properties or have any agreements with those property owners for a modified easement or a new easement to allow this to happen?
We haven't worked any of those out. Again, this is a conceptual layout in response to the commission and to the town consultants.
So all of this would be contingent upon
Of many things,
including striking a deal with all those neighbors.
if required, but we're not clear at all if that's required.
How many, I'll take you to your word on this one, that that no one affiliated with this application owns any of the properties that would be traversed as part of this. Okay, that's what you stated correctly? Yes? Did or didn't?
Yes.
Yes, so no one affiliated with the applicant, no legal entity or natural person owns any of these properties that would be traversed as part of this. Yes.
Are you saying which parcel you?
From Urban Street through the accessway we're talking about until it reaches the subject property, all of that land is not owned by the applicant or any affiliated or owner of the applicant, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. How many different parcels does this going to cross? How many different lots and so on?
The current layout is one to only impact one parcel.
Well, you got parcel B, when you have different names.
Sorry, it's all the same property. Inside that same property are different breakouts, but it's all the same property. So the parcel B, like that gives access to a certain property. You go up there, that's kind of like an easement. There's a parcel C that got cut out of this, so to avoid having to.
I see that kind of more of a square
Correct,
property.
the current driveway that goes up in that area goes through parcel C and then goes to parcel D. That got cut out of this, just so you'd only have to deal with one property owner.
So you're saying, if I understand correctly, sir, the owner of parcel B and parcel D is the same person, that's all in one
That's all
plot.
the same property that has that main property, and then it has the skinny part that goes up. The parcel D is the like an access easement for the people that use that driveway to get to their properties.
Okay, so the parcel D is part of the, whatever it says,
Parcel.
Jensen trustee, I can't remember the name, Vicky Johnson.
Trustee.
So Vicky
Parcel A.
Johnson is
Yes.
the owner of B and D.
Parcel A, B,
Where's parcel A? I didn't see that, sir.
So A is
Main lot,
the
it's
main
house
where
line.
the house is on that parcel.
Okay, that's parcel A. Got it.
B
Okay,
is the
thank
one
you.
that connects
Parcel
with
B is-
Urban Street.
Yep.
And then D is the one that's further north on the page.
Okay, so
That's all one.
C
lot.
itself is on a different lot.
got
And
it.
it's
So
into that.
Ms. Vicky Johnson, trustee, or for the Vicky Johnson, let's call her. She owns A, B, and D.
Correct,
So D is sort of like a panhandle.
correct.
It's shape. Fair statement. Okay. And she is the lady who owns all that. Got it. Okay. And she's a fee simple owner, I would assume.
I would have to look
Don't
into
know.
it. That
Okay,
wasn't
don't know.
Part of this
Okay.
application.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. Understood. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Nielsen. I just want to be clear, not only would this require you to go back to wetlands if you were to implement this schematic idea, you'd also have to come back to the Planning and Zoning Commission because this would be a change to the site plan. Is that correct?
Presume so.
Yeah.
For the record,
That
yes,
was-
Chris Smith. I presume so, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions?
We'll let
For
him-
Mr. Donay?
Okay, so that we just wanted to show that as being responsive to the comments about safety and access. Going through the rest of his comments were more minor. Getting kind of late, but I'll go through them real quick, just so you know that we are can respond to them, and as far as conditions of approval. He talked about the detention systems, the liner around them. He just wanted the dimension of the overlap of the liner. The liner will overlap, and we would add that dimension onto a detail. One question he had was the access to the low side of the western retaining wall. So on the western retaining wall, if you bring up, say, yeah, that plan right there.
Yeah, all right, hold on, I gotta share. Go back to share.
That's the wall that separates the development from the wetlands area, but on the low side of the wall, there are a few stormwater outlet measures such as a level spreader. And there's a couple of riprap outlet energy dissipators over there. And so his question was, how do you maintain these? You don't have access, you can't just easily get to it. And so what's going down or what happens on that side, the maintenance of it in general would be very simple. So a typical thing would be you'd put a ladder just over the wall, go down, leaf blower, rake, whatever it is, just to clean up those areas. That's your general access to it. If more extensive measures need to be done, say you need to replace riprap or do something like that, there are different ways to access those areas. Probably the people would get down by a ladder, but you could lower stuff through whether it's a excavator bucket, you could hang stuff on a chain to get down there. But there's also, and Joe Canis had mentioned this, which is another way, is the northern end of the property where you're not at the retaining wall, you're not the rock cut, you are at grade. You could exit the property there if you need to go around the wall that way. So there are ways to access the property or to access the low side of the wall. Let's see, he was satisfied with GZA's analysis of the retention system impacts on the wall. He had mentioned that. Let's see, he talked about the conveyance calculations. That's a standard thing that gets done usually prior to building permit. That's just calculations showing that any of the pipes have been sized appropriately for a large storm event, the 25-year event. So make sure the 12-inch is supposed to be a 12-inch. Using my engineering judgment, that's how I do the initial layout of all these pipes. I know pretty much what size they're going to be. Those calculations would be submitted prior to building permit, but he had a question just to that outlet to the riprap spreaders, were those sized appropriately? And I wanted to confirm, and I did at the wetlands hearing as well. Yes, they were, because those are the outlet pipes from the detention systems. We wanted to make sure we had the right size pipes on those, and the riprap sizes are correct so that they do not need to be expanded any more than they currently are. He had the comment came up about the drains beneath the garage. Should they go into the sewer system or the storm drainage system? This is an open-sided garage. We showed them proposed to tie into the storm drainage system and not the sanitary sewer system, which sometimes happens with a covered system. Maria Coplet had agreed these ones, they don't want any additional water in their sanitary sewer system. They said storm drainage system is good. So that comment's already been satisfied. Let's see. diversion swale along the top of the rock cut. He wanted to make sure it was sized appropriately. There is a calculation for the size of the diversion swale at the I think it's the last page of the drainage summary report. I don't think you saw that, but it has been sized for a 100-year event. So the largest storm that, we model for, it's got capacity for that. So it's oversized already up there. He had a comment and I felt so bad because I wanted to interrupt him while I was talking just to end this, so he didn't have to talk about it for 5 minutes. It had to do with a bend in a PVC pipe that we had shown on the preliminary plan between 2 yard drains. We responded to that by putting a junction box where the bend was. Unfortunately, in my response letter to him, I left that item off in the response. So I didn't add that to the response. He didn't see it, but I wanted to let him know the junction box was added. It was part of those plans that was submitted. As Ben's, his concern can sometimes, cause a clogging issue if there's material in there. But that has been satisfied already. He had mentioned putting for the catch basins at the bottom of the swale to have some sort of backing so that the water doesn't run by the catch basin and it kind of goes into it. We agree with that. I think that's a great idea, and I would implement that as part of the plan, as a condition of approval. Let's see, the temporary diversion swale on the erosion control plans, just the sizing of that, and that's already been listed in the detail for that swale. In accordance with the state's erosion and sediment control plan, those swales should be designed for a 2-year design storm event, so they have to be sized for that. So we already wrote that in the detail, so that's how they would be done. Let's see, we already talked about the sediment traps in phase 3. Fueling and maintenance areas for phases 4 and 5 were not depicted on the plans. So I responded, I think, to Mr. Klein from Davison, the town's peer engineer, of where we could put those in phases 4 and 5. And the purpose of those is just, where does the machinery during construction, where does it get fueled up? And they like to have an impermeable surface underneath it. So whether it's a concrete pad or some impermeable liner covered, something like that, so that you're not just discharging, gas and stuff like that into the ground. So we'd shown them on all the other phases. We didn't have ones on 4 and 5, but I let him know of areas that we could do it. So that's in my response letter to him. So overall, Mr. Candace's opinions was that these remaining minor comments could be incorporated into the conditions of approval. Let's see. So then Michael Klein, he had comments as well, and these are not as many of these are brief, so I'll go through them. We talked about this all.
Please don't be repetitive with it. So
I know.
Let's touch.
All
on
right.
any
So we talked about this
comments.
already. Yeah, skip that one then.
Maybe
He requested bond estimates. And those were submitted to the Wetlands Commission, for landscaping, erosion control measures, and site monitoring. That's not always required in New Canaan. Some towns require it. He advocated for it, so we put in the estimates. If it becomes required, the bond can be posted. Let's see. I'll skip ahead to anything good. Let's see. He mentioned about a response regarding the cost estimate and financial. So he wanted a cost estimate and financial mechanism for long-term maintenance of the stormwater management system. We had said that the owner is responsible for the maintenance of the system. He didn't think that was acceptable. And so what we submitted to the wetlands hearing was an example that's used in other towns, such as like Stamford, Greenwich has one as well, of a drainage maintenance agreement. I don't believe New Canaan uses those. But that's an enforcement measure. So the purpose of the drainage maintenance agreement is to say that the owner is responsible for maintaining their storm drainage system on a regular basis. It's their responsibility that it works and that it's maintained. If there is an issue, they don't maintain it, it clogs, it just stops working, and there is a issue to a neighbor, and the neighbor complains that the owner is responsible. If the owner does not respond to it, then the town has a right to come in, hire someone, whatever, to remedy those measures, and the owner's on the line to pay for that. So that's a drainage. It's a legal document that runs with the property as just an assurance that the owner is responsible and will be taking care of the system.
And we put into the record, we can do it this evening. The interveners have a copy. We put into the record the template that the city of Stamford uses for that, and it's 4 or 5 pages long, and it does provide for, as Mr. Donay indicated, it's a restriction that would run with the land. So anybody taking title to the property would be aware of it in their responsibilities, but it does provide that if the landowner does not abide by any of the restrictions or conditions in it, for example, with a wetlands permit, that the town would notify the owner, and if they didn't correct the measure in a certain period of time, very short period of time, the town could go in and do it. And the owner's responsible for all the costs associated with that, would indemnifies the town for anything relative to liability as well.
And which neighbors would that cover? Meaning, is there a periphery or a distance limitation, or is it neighbors that only share a property line with the property?
I think it's just for the site. It's for maintaining it. So if conditions, if the stormwater system fails or it's not being properly maintained, the town can come in and fix it, type of thing. It doesn't,
No,
it's not a liability thing for damages to offsite properties.
Oh, that's what I thought I heard Mr. Donay say.
Yeah, or was it, I thought I had said that,
You said if any neighbor is affected,
right, that the
that the
town.
town could come and remedy the problem for the neighbor.
No, I meant like come in and fix the
No,
drainage.
this
system.
is
Sorry,
just
I
for, it's a
apologize.
standard, it's not a standard agreement throughout the state by any means. It's probably more down, quite frankly, down here, downstate. In Fairfield County, where some of the towns have it. I'm pretty sure Greenwich has it. The Stanford one, it's very similar to one that I know one of the consultants, one of the third-party consultants was involved with, that I was involved with in a matter, had recommended. So we had used that one there, and we thought it would be a good one here since he brought it up on behalf of the Wetlands Commission, and we thought that we'll just use that document as a template. But it's just for, Mr. Chairman, just for the on-site. It doesn't,
So it doesn't protect the neighbors.
well, it doesn't cover, it doesn't make the landowner or the residents responsible for, right, indemnify them to any of the neighbors. It's for the site to ensure that the stormwater system is running. That's all it does. And it indemnifies the town if they have to come on the site to make any repairs. It doesn't indemnify or run to anybody else off-site. It would only run in favor of the town.
But plain devil's advocate, if the stormwater management system on site, whether it be a catch basin or a culvert that's leading out to the wetland area, something backs up, the area floods, neighbors immediately, because it is a relatively flat area along the driveway. If one of those neighbors is affected materially, they're still on their own. There's nothing that this would help them in terms of damages.
I believe.
Correct.
I believe That would be, I'm sorry.
Correct. They would have a right to a private remedy, just as if the stormwater system here in front of town hall backed up or caused some flooding to any of the property owners or businesses across the street. They would have
I
that
just
right.
wanna be
Yes,
clear for the
just to
record.
clarify, it does not provide for that.
Thank you.
And the last thing, he had talked about was the, site monitoring. You know, so we had already, responded to, in those plans, in those notes, about, regular site monitoring throughout construction.
Mhm.
And he was just wondering, you know, the qualifications of the site monitor and and the frequency of it. So, and that's one that the Wetlands Commission currently, they have, that in, where you have to submit in prior to construction, this is the site monitor, here's their name, here's their qualifications, these will be their responsibilities. So that's already standard. They would do that. He had recommended increasing the site monitoring to weekly. We had said bi-weekly. And then he had also said after storms greater than 0.25 inches, and we said after storms of an inch, which is the standard, like in Greenwich and Stanford that require this. Because 0.025 inches is basically a drizzle, it doesn't do anything, and seems a little excessive. So we recommended bi-weekly at the minimum, and after every storm of at least 1 inch to verify that everything's still operational. During construction, and they had talked about this at the wetlands hearing, there'll be times where you want to go out to the site more than bi-weekly, especially the beginning stages of construction, where the site's being cleared. The rock removal is taking place. You're going to want to go out there at least once a week, sometimes more than once a week, depending on it. But as far as the minimum goes, minimum of bi-weekly.
Is that monitoring going to be done by DeAndrea Associates?
It may be if we were hired for it. We had said it may be us, it may be someone from William Kenny Associates. it's up to the owner to find a qualified site monitor. You know, we might be too busy not to be able to do it, you know, so they have to find someone to do it. And then that site monitor would write a report after each visit. That report goes to the owner, the contractor, and the town, so probably the Wetlands Commission. And that's one where they would tell you what's going on at the site, where the erosion control measures in good condition or not, and recommendations of what needs to be improved. I think that's it.
And
You're the
as
winner,
part-
114 minutes.
Hey, I try my best.
And I assure you, unless you have a lot of questions for anybody else, that this will be the longest component of our presentation this evening. And Mr. Chairman, if I may, and I mentioned it before, and I think you said, I think it was okay with you and the commission, but I know initially the commission had requested that Mr. Canis's report and Mr. Klein's report, and it could be reports in plural at that point in time, be added to the record. And I know Mr. Canis reported to this commission this past Tuesday.
Yes.
Referring to that, and maybe his supplemental one that he did. I'm not sure if that was part of that. I just don't know. But if I could just, it is part of the record with wetlands. The interveners have copy of it, but just to be consistent, it may very well already be part of this record.
We had
But if
requested
any
it to be part of the
follow-ups,
record.
Yes, just want to get that. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you.
I did have one final question, if I may, on the access driveway. I've been thinking about this a bit, just to be sure that, because it's not mentioned here. So Ms., I gotta get her name. Vicky Johnson, she's number 34.
Yes.
That, and the beginning of the drive off of Urban already exists. It accesses two properties in the back, 36 and 36 Alpha. And so I assume whoever owns that has an easement on part of that drive out into Urban Street.
Correct.
Assuming as an easement of some sort, since you've already stated that the person, Ms. Johnson, owns it. And then it jogs around, and so the driveway accessing 36 and 36 Alpha goes essentially straight back, and then the potential, I'll use the word potential, so work with me on this one, access way will essentially be a parallel roadway to the driveway accessing 36 and 36A Urban Street. And then at some point it jogs sharp left and then goes into the subject property. So to be parallel to that driveway that exists is my sense of things.
I'm not sure which other drive, I mean.
36 and 36A, and which are in the back,
36
are accessed originally through parcel B. Tends to go pretty straight, and yours jogs a bit.
Actually, that one, it goes parcel B, it crosses that little jog in the property line through parcel C a little bit. and
Yeah,
then
to
goes back-
avoid parcel
And then
C.
it goes back up to parcel D. So that's all the different easements, the access easements. This driveway in itself would be replacing that driveway.
So this driveway, if it's built.
Yep.
Would also be the access drive for 36 and 36A Urban Street.
Yes, oh, I think that's.
It would.
The back lot. In the back lot.
Yes, yeah. There's no number on the map, so I didn't
The
know.
flag lot in the back. It's in the back.
But
so
yes,
it's tucked away in the back.
that would be the
This is
access,
existing.
that would be the driveway, and they would use that driveway.
It clarifies it. Thank you, sir.
Who else do you have speaking tonight?
Next, Mr. Chairman, is Mr. Kevin Soley, and he apologizes for not being able to be here physically, but he is covering a hearing in person in another town nearby. But he is available now remotely. He's going to provide, he's our traffic engineer, and he also prepared the earth removal plan, and just wanted to give you a summary of those items.
Before we jump into that, we're into the fourth hour at this point. We're 3.5 hours in. I'd like to just call for a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Everyone, I'm sure, needs a bathroom break. Let's reconvene in 5 minutes, please.
7.
Yeah,
Thank you.
a rush on the bathrooms.
Good comments.
Sorry. Yeah.
Transfer to.
Yeah, that's fine.
Which is fine. Yeah. But I just didn't realize I might have other work ahead too. So,
Yeah, typically our meetings go from around 6 to 10.
Yeah.
Depending on the number of applications.
But I'll,
These
I'll go onto Zoom and I can do that
Totally
in
fine.
parallel. with my meetings. All right.
Let,
I'll have to check in on Zoom.
Okay,
So
sounds
you'll
good.
probably
Just
get
make
my
sure you,
notice.
okay, just bring your packet with you.
I think, I don't know if I need the whole, can I leave it back in here and access it if and when I need it?
We prefer if you just take it.
All right. No problem. I'll build up my,
part of it is we all buy a shredder at home to take care of this,
or we buy a second.
and that's it. Thanks, Alan.
Thank you.
Maria. Address, any of it.
I was wanting to. Yeah. I was going to, do we have one number first or finish up with? There's
Let me check this.
Yeah.
We had enough. Come on, this, you gotta stay to the. Oh, it's.
If she, I don't think she's gonna say anything different than what she said.
Yeah.
But if she wants to do that, maybe if we can do Kevin, because he's not gonna be talking about that anyways, and then if you can, I might have to say, Kevin last night. Minutes. Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to check.
But if you want, Maria wants to do that and then get off, that's fine. I'm gonna be commenting on this stuff later, but it's just from a legal standpoint. Last night.
Me.
I love hate language.
Shall we start?
Should I click got it?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, everything's on, it's recording, so whenever.
Start with Mr. Solly.
No, so Maria's
We
gonna.
are going to start with Maria.
That's all right with me.
So Mr. Smith, if it's okay, I know Mr. Solly's on.
Yes.
If we could have just Maria.
Certainly defer to.
Comment.
Your town engineer.
Thank
Thank you. Good evening, Maria Coplet, Town Engineer. Just a couple of points that I wanted to make, and a couple of corrections for the record. Our drainage policy has been in effect since 1999 with the no increase in peak rate of runoff or runoff volume. There have been modest modifications since then, but that's just been the general intent since 1999. In addition, though groundwater is a concern, the concerns from the neighbors of flooding, we've seen videos that are surface runoff flooding concerns as well. So that's why we've really been heartened, coming back to the fact that our policy says no increase in runoff volume. And we do agree, Mr. Donay says that there are challenged properties out there. There is a reason why this property still is undeveloped. A lot of challenges can, occur on properties that either are poor soils, steep slopes, high groundwater, rock, and this site does have a number of those. And the applicant has the responsibility still to address the policy. The changes in impervious area are what the main challenges for this property because it is undeveloped. Our policy, I don't believe it is flawed. I actually think it's quite it's quite powerful in its simplicity because what it does is it encourages redevelopment to protect our natural resources. The applicant's design does modestly alter the subwatersheds in the area. So the area that does go to the intermittent stream right now is slightly reduced, which means in order to get the footprint that they have, excuse me, that they're currently collecting more to the, let me see if I'm getting my east and west, to the west. So currently right now, the subwatershed divider is more in the middle and it's moving a little bit further to the east. So there's going to be more area going to the west. So that is part of the challenge in that there's going to be
more runoff area going to the west than there is to the east. So, for example, that decrease in impervious area from existing to proposed conditions has a pretty significant delta that is generally equal to or greater than the increase in runoff volume that we're still seeing. Not only that, but the applicant stated that the driveway is the controlling factor as to why there's an increase in volume. But if you look in the model, that subwatershed, which includes the driveway and the extension northeast of the culvert, if you look at the values, the peak rate of runoff values just for that area, they're less than the total increases in volume. So meaning that though there are contributing factors when you're right up against the right of way, sometimes you can't always collect all that existing, excuse me, all that existing runoff. There still is opportunity on site to expand the footprint of some of the retention systems. For the options that I'm not sure how, I guess the concepts that are on the table, just everyone is aware that with increases in impervious area, there's going to have to be modifications done to the drainage analysis. So because both the driveway widening and the additional walk would have to be considered. There has been discussion just regarding our policy, and I just thought that it might be helpful just to give a little bit of history as to how we got here. And that's why I was saying, 1999 is when our policy came about. The implementation of the policy has its history from the Clean Water Act, which was amended under the Federal Water Quality Act of 1987, which establishes that the states are required to adopt stormwater management standards. And in December of 1999, the Phase 2 final rule of the EPA's National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System stormwater program was established, consistent with the timing of our drainage policy. Followed by the Phase 2 general permit in 2004, where it was further defined that small municipalities such as our own were regulated as small MS4s, which are municipal separate storm sewer systems. What that did is that put the responsibility from the state to adhere to the general permit on the municipality. In response to the Phase 2 general permit, the Connecticut Department of Environmental Protection prepared a manual outlining basic stormwater management practices entitled the 2004 Connecticut Stormwater Quality Manual. As an MS4, the town of New Canaan is required to, quote, develop and implement a stormwater management program consisting of a minimum control measures. And reference can be made to the Connecticut general statute regarding that. So our drainage policy is that required program. Furthermore, the state's 2004 manual provides a technical cookbook of sorts from which to design, but the programs established by the local municipalities or MS4s govern. The manual states that, quote, these programs are implemented at the local level. Therefore, as an MS4, our drainage policy dictates our stormwater management rules and regulations, complying with the requirements of the Clean Water Act and the Phase 2 general permit. So hope that helps clarify a little bit. And if you have any questions, let me know. And thank you for your time.
Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Coplet?
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Chris. I have a couple of questions. Just maybe as a reminder and re-enter into the record, Ms. Coplet, you're a licensed professional engineer in this
I am a
town
licensed
in the state
professional.
of Connecticut.
Yes, yes.
And you're
Also in
intimately
the state of New York.
in the oh, did not know that. Okay.
Yes, I was actually on the other side of this podium. 4 years ago, I joined the town, but prior to that, I was over 22 years on the design side. So dealing with stormwater management design.
And as the engineer for town of New Canaan, you're intimately familiar with site-specific issues within our town.
Yes, I am.
If memory serves us, Ms. Coplet, that you've stated that you have a particular specialty or focus on. I want to sure you help me with the word, but stormwater runoff and hydro water issues.
Stormwater management. So what basically the idea is that I understand the power of water and its influence and its impact in our community, both during storms and post-storm events. So stormwater management is key in an effort to both mitigate new construction or new impacts, but also address our existing challenges. So in some areas of town where we have known flooding conditions, when a project comes before us, when we know that it's in a known flooding area, or we know that there's downstream properties, we have the ability to help incrementally mitigate those issues. And the idea is over time that future construction is actually not going to stress our resources, but are going to actually improve conditions. And as we all know, our storms are getting more intense in nature, and that intensity has a power of its own with stormwater. And then we get to see the power of water in a different form, unfortunately. So yes, it is my definitely my background, and I would say a little bit of my passion as well. So I apologize if I sometimes get too technical, and you can always reel me back.
So just repeat the no net runoff, if I'm using the right term, of a site, and the power and the legal ability of the town to enforce this has been delegated to the town to set standards and to enforce standards.
So it has been delegated to the town, right, to establish our own program. And what we have established is that net zero increase, which means that if you have a property that already has development on it and you want to either create a new home or expand on that home, it's the calculated increase in impervious area that has to have a net zero effect. So that doesn't mean that anything coming off the property is not permitted. It just means that the increase from that impervious area is not permitted. It has to find its way either into the ground or through other methods. So that has been our policy. It's been our policy since 1999. The challenge here is that because there has been no development, the delta is the new the delta of impervious area is the new development itself. And we do understand that sometimes rules and regulations and statutes do generate some properties to be challenging and sometimes even undevelopable. I mean, we've done soil testing for septic systems, and you could have a property that an undeveloped piece of property that can't locate a functioning septic system.
Fails the perk test, as they say.
Exactly. So though it is an issue, again, there are reasons why there are some select properties that still have not been developed, especially in downtown kind of urban areas such as this, where it's prime real estate.
As an example on the delta, the net increase. So for example, if someone has a single family house and wants to put a pool in and a pool deck, will have an impervious surface because the pool deck, so the delta is the impervious surface on the pool deck. The water running off from this impervious surface is what has to be dealt with on site.
Yes, well, and also because now the trend is auto covers.
What cover?
Auto covers for pools. It's also the pool itself.
I don't know. I'm not a pool guy, so you have
Yeah.
to help me out here.
So an auto cover, it's great. It's employed for safety measures, and then it actually retracts and extends across the pool. So when the pool is not in use, it's like a solid cover.
Like a window shade?
Right,
thing?
but it actually allows for a little bit of protection for kids and animals.
You get that.
But it also acts as an impermeable surface. So because of that, we actually, like prior to that, when pools were open, you were allowed 4 inches of ponding within the pool as a storage mechanism when you routed your analysis. But right now, if as part of the design, when it comes in, it has an auto cover, you can't take credit for that. And you actually have to treat that as impervious area.
It sounds like the rule in town is a bit like the old Pottery Barn rule. You break it, you buy it. Here it's your water. You have to find a way to deal with it on site. You can't send it off to someone else and make it their issue. Because I note, to repeat your commentary, that there are neighbors who have service water issues. It's not just, okay, you dug a hole in a in a high water table area. Okay, I kind of get that, but that's a different type of issue. And so your view is that it is the power of the town, and it is proper that any water issues created through an increased impervious surface of this particular proposed development has to be dealt with on site, period.
Right. And I do believe that it can be dealt with on site. I don't think that that's prohibitive for the applicant.
Understood. Okay. That is my question, unless Mr. Chairman or someone else's question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Commissioners, any other questions? I think we're good. Thank you,
All
Maria.
right. I thank you. I appreciate the time.
Commissioners, may I just respond to a couple of her comments briefly? I don't think you'll need to, but just in case, the video that the interveners have showed about the surface water that she had just mentioned, the town engineer, Maria Copa just mentioned. Anyways, that was a property that is to the south of ours. And let's see, if you look at the screen up there and scroll, push up so you can see their property.
One of these.
It's one of the ones along the southern part of the property.
On
Those,
Hill Street,
excuse me, off of Urban Street.
Urban Street.
Urban
Okay.
Street, and they about the southern portion of our property.
Mhm.
That surface water which comes onto their property there, which might be the overflow from the intermittent water course that comes through, we are not adding any water to that intermittent water course. All the water from our development goes over to the west into the wetlands area. So we will not be adding any water that goes into the intermittent water course that may be overflowing and going to his yard. We're not doing anything. All the water of ours is being captured and going towards the wetland. So we would not be exacerbating any flooding situation that may currently occur.
But if I remember correctly, your description of the swale at the north property line where the cut is, and then that swale that has now been eliminated along the east side of the cut, it was eliminated because yourself as well as the peer reviewer felt that the north swale could direct the water not down the cut, but towards the east, so it would drain into that wetland area, which is exactly the area that would affect the neighbor who had the flooding.
A little misunderstanding there. The drainage swale along the north directs water towards the east. Oh, no, sorry,
No.
to the west. Sorry.
No, to the
you're
east.
correct. No. The drainage swale along the north directs water towards the east.
To the east,
Yes.
correct.
No, I keep saying east.
East is left.
Sorry.
Left is west.
To the west, to the left.
You were
Sorry,
mixing
I'm
them
getting
up. You were mixing
confused.
them up before. It's
Yes, I'm
Not
getting.
according
mixed
East is uphill,
Not according to your diagram.
Exactly.
west is
So
downhill.
as I said, there's two different swales that are on that plan there. There's the eastern one that goes basically north and south on the east. And then there's a swale that runs along the northern part of the property, kind of going to the northwest. Excuse me.
Cursor.
Yes, so it starts at the high point. The high point is kind of like at the elbow of the rock cut.
Right here.
And so that's what split those two swales apart. And the northern one, that directs water towards the west, to
Mhm.
the left. And it goes around the development into the wetlands area that direction. All right. The one on the eastern side, which has been eliminated, none of that water was going towards the intermittent water course either. And so nothing from our development is flowing to the intermittent water course. The only thing that goes to the intermittent water course is the runoff of the natural wooded area around it and the area uphill of it. So all those neighbors in the watershed that I talked about in the beginning, where that water comes down that common driveway by Mr. Durkin's house and then enters the property, goes across in the northeast corner and goes into the intermittent water course and follows it down to the south and then towards the wetlands. So if that intermittent water course during a heavy rain is overflowing, that has nothing to do with any of the water that would be coming off of our development. That would be from all the uphill people going to that intermittent water course. So if it's overflowing and then flowing over towards the neighbor's property, that's an existing condition that is not going to change no matter what.
Nevertheless, sir, as I understand it, the town of New Canaan is charged with developing stormwater management rules. Such rules have been duly established, and the rule is no net runoff, and it would seem to be incumbent upon all property owners, including the applicant, to follow them.
Yes, I was, sorry.
I'm gonna respond to that.
That's my
So
take on it.
Yeah, for the record, Chris Smith, I will address some of that later. This is a policy. It's not an ordinance. It's not a regulation of the town. This is a policy. You seem to have incorporated into your zoning regulations in, under the drainage provisions, and I will address that later and how that would apply to these applications that are before you this evening.
I just wanted to, okay. Oh, what did Charles send me here? In the neighbors of the video, he said he's,
But I will.
sorry, I can't read all this. That he graded,
Take the time.
Hill Street property where he built the garden and the sloped area, to his retaining wall. And that's what, onto the Hill Street property, so that's expanded into our property where that retaining wall is, I believe. That may have been one of the problems with the way he graded that into that Hill Street property, into the applicant's property. But anyways, one other thing I wanted to mention about Maria's thing, the history of enforcement, which the policy has been in effect since 1999, but it was revised again in 2020. But prior to that, the increase in volume was never enforced because it's not a standard practice. Now, I understand her reasons for it, and I understand she's enforcing it now. So I just wanted to correct that. So anything before 99, any job that's been submitted in, I know, I'm just saying, any job that's submitted in before that, it's not like the town's been using that same enforcement since 1999. All the developments that have been going on have had increases in volume. They've been controlling peak flow, which is the standard practice. So I just
Well,
want to correct that.
I don't know if that's exactly true. Ms. Koplik, could you address that?
So it has been a policy since 1999, and that has been written that way. The only thing that got modified, sorry.
They've never used it, never enforced it. Is that what you just said?
He wants to stick closer to that.
They've never.
enforced volume.
Sorry. So the policy that was established in 1999 and that was in effect when I got in 2019, included the same verbiage as is written today regarding stormwater rate and volume. What was clarified in the 2020 version was the reporting that I wanted to see, because the onus is on the applicant to demonstrate compliance with our policy. And though it is a simple and elegant policy, I thought it would be helpful just to outline a little bit more what would make it easier. So graphics of existing conditions and then post-developed conditions, tables of existing peak rates of runoff, peak rates of volume, et cetera. And I also asked that the rainfall event depths be modified, because what was used was 1970 data and 1980 data. And what we're finding is that because we're having more intense stormwater events, we're having shorter duration, higher intensity. So we might have the same volume under that curve, but it's happening in a tighter time frame. So the Cornell guidelines and NRCC guidelines have established new rainfall data. And so we've just asked that every applicant that comes in uses that new rainfall data. Now, mind you, they use that new rainfall data when they're modeling existing conditions as when they're modeling developed conditions. So it's not punitive. It's just that we want these models, as much as these are based on TR 55, which is really kind of a little bit broad scope, and you're trying to put it on a small piece of property, but it's the universally accepted method right now to address stormwater management modeling. So those were the only clarifications that were done.
So if I could just summarize, because I don't want the tennis match to keep going back and forth, right? I understand you work in all the jurisdictions in the local area, and other towns might not have this particular stormwater management criteria, but the application is in New Canaan, and those are the regulations. and we would expect every applicant to meet them. I completely understand you have a difference of opinion, but that's your opinion. That's our town engineer, and those are the regulations.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
I was just saying
But
that
let's
I don't
move
want
on.
to go back and forth. I do actually want to have a discussion another time, but
Have lunch.
yes, I just want to
Discuss it
say
offline.
that the volume part had not been enforced previously. As someone who has worked in New Canaan.
That's not what, that's not a correct statement.
Ever since I've been here, July 1st, 2019, it's been enforced.
Right, I'm saying.
I can't answer for what
Yes.
was done previous to
Exactly.
that.
That's all.
I would also note that Ms. Coplet did change the standards, but in a scientific and thoughtful way, in my opinion, in order to take into consideration changed environmental conditions, which I think is simply a professional response to the reality that is happening in our environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coplet.
Thank you. Shall we move on to Mr.
Sully? I just wanted to bring this up. This is Paul Stone from Hill Street, 72 LLC. Just wanted to point out a satellite picture of one of the neighbors who actually came and is on record of stating they have existing for many, many years, maybe even decades, water problems with their house and they in their basement. But you can see from the satellite picture clearly here, and when you walk out, there's about a 10 to 12 foot.
Wait. Why don't we just identify it on the map and not be used
This-
in Google unless you can put it into the record? So why don't?
This
This is in the record?
this
I'm
is in
sorry.
the record.
Oh, okay, I was unclear. I
This
thought
is-
you just pulled it up.
This
I
was,
apologize.
right, this was email. This is 22 Urban Street, and I won't dwell on this very long, but just a little background of one of the neighbors, because we're on the flooding issue. Just as background of one of those neighbors that had actually filled into the property that the applicant has, 17 and 23 Hill Street. Massive amount. There's a garden that's built here. There's a lot of earth and fill built up, and you can see the intermittent water course right here very clearly on it. Don't want to expand on it. I just thought I should put that on the record.
What that picture is from?
2019. And it goes back further. It's the
Okay.
2019. So that's all. We can move on.
Thank you. Mr. Solly?
Good evening, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Kevin Soley. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut with Soley Engineering. Office is located at 501 Main Street in Monroe. I also have a designation as a professional traffic operations engineer. So there's two aspects I want to just discuss briefly, and I promise to be brief. We previously provided testimony regarding rock removal, and we documented that in an earth removal narrative, which we submitted to the commission. I think the process in which will be followed was described in great detail by Mr. Dene. But I just kind of wanted to just reiterate a couple quick elements from that memo. Included in that narrative was kind of a summary of how the rock removal, earth removal, blasting process works. And we also included, for the record, an actual blasting plan, which would be proposed as part of the project. I think Derek mentioned this before, but just, from a high level standpoint, some of the comments and videos and documents provided by the intervener showed some much larger scale industrial, quarry level rock removal operations and rock processing operations. They showed some static jaw crushers, primary jaw crushers and cone crushers, which are more indicative of a much larger scale, multi-year, if not more perpetual quarrying operation. The activities proposed at this property are much more in line with the site work activity. I know, the commission may not see a lot of applications that require the amount of earth removal and rock removal as part of Hill Street, but I'll say generally speaking, in Connecticut, as it is a very hilly terrain, this type of earth removal, isn't that out of the ordinary. It's not necessarily every application, but there are certainly a lot of applications that propose and operate with earth removal activities like we've outlined and like we've proposed in this application. The process of blasting itself is a very highly regulated process. you know, with permits that go through the fire marshal's office, the state fire marshal's office. And it's a very highly regulated activity. So we provided, you know, a detailed blasting plan, which would be followed here. And again, I just kind of wanted to state again for the record that if those measures are followed, the activity could take place and it wouldn't have any adverse impact, you know, on any of the natural resources, and it wouldn't result in any unreasonable pollution or harm, in my professional opinion. Before I go on to the traffic, I'm happy to take any questions on the rock removal or the blasting or anything before I talk about traffic quickly.
Commissioner Cassavant, in your estimation, given the 3 phases of rock removal described in the earlier site plan management, how long would the blasting go from the beginning of day 1 to the end of blasting?
You know, we would expect the entire duration of blasting and rock removal to be 3 to 6 months. I would say the blasting itself could probably be done in you know, maybe 3 to 4 month window. You know, a lot of it has to do with you know, the overall depth of blasting or the depths of the blast, the sizes of the blasts. You know, what we proposed in a blasting plan was a very modest a modest proposal. So we're not going to have very large blast designs or very large charges that would, you know, could potentially be more impactful to the, you know, to the surrounding area. So, but we think the blasting process would likely, you know, potentially be 3 to 4 months. The overall earth removal process would probably be about 3 to 6 months.
So Commissioner Turner, since you understand how long the duration is going to be for the blasting, can you tell us how many times the neighbors are going to hear the blasting, feel it, and experience it?
That's highly variable based on a number of different factors. You know, as we stated, and as Derek, you know, provided in his phased plan, you know, blast areas, you know, could be a 50 by 50 grid. You know, in concept, you could probably do the blasting on this property in just 2 blast depths. So you could kind of go halfway down and then, you know, remove the material to that elevation and then go 1 more depth of blasting. But Derek actually proposed, identified potentially kind of 3 series of blast depths. So you take off the top third, and you go to the middle third, and you go to the bottom third. You know, a lot of that's going to be regulated through the blasting permits secured through the fire marshal's office. And, you know, so that's somewhat variable. You know, a lot of times people, you know, residents, you know, they may, it's somewhat of a balancing act. People would prefer to have it over sooner, but those may result in larger blasts. You could have smaller blasts, but then you could have a longer duration of those blasts. So, you know, I couldn't tell you without, you know, having the blaster that would be selected for this assignment, exactly how many blasts I'd envision. But I think from a duration standpoint, it could be done in the timeframe I outlined.
So you're basing your opinion, your professional opinion, on past experience, and you can tell us that it's 4 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. But I'm at a loss how you can't tell us a little more about the quantity. I mean, you can't take some kind of educated guess. I mean, you know, for 4 months, you're going to have X amount of blasts. 3 months, you're going to have X plus blasts. So, you know, help us understand. I mean, are we talking about hundreds? Are we talking about dozens?
It wouldn't be hundreds. I wouldn't expect hundreds of blasts for something like this. It would be more in line of dozens. I mean, I could, you know, I could do, here's what I could offer. I could finish the testimony tonight, and then while some of our other experts are testifying, I could do some math, and then you could come back to me and I could try to give you an estimate on roughly how many. I just don't have the figures, you know, I hadn't done the calculations yet, but per your suggestion, I could do so. It just would take me a few minutes.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions for Mr. Solly? Mr. Solly, I had one follow-up question when we were discussing the possibility of issues with the rock when the blasting occurs. We talked about containing it or sealing it, shotcrete, other solutions. What would typically happen if there was, I'll call it contaminated rock or rocks with heavy mineral deposits that need to be controlled somehow? What is the typical solution for that?
So if during the rock removal process and the exposure of that face, if there were areas that had high mineral contents?
Correct.
So there are a number of ways you shotcrete could be a very simple way to provide more of a seal to that. You know, even high mineral contents, you know, they exist in nature and they're not necessarily harmful. It depends on what the exposure could be. So you could do rock netting and provide some netting on top of the rock itself to keep that in place behind, you know, almost like a chain link fence that kind of cascades over the face. Or you could do shotcrete. A lot of times that methodology needs to be determined once it's exposed, because it all depends on how the rock fractures and how it presents itself once the mass removal is completed.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Smith, you were gonna jump in.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I know we had a discussion earlier about ARD, and I was just going to point that out to Mr. Solly, because I don't think he was here for that. I think he was, but he answered your question. That's the most important thing.
Yep, it's fine. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Solly.
Well, I just want to touch real quick on traffic as we did prepare the traffic. So I'll go through that briefly. So, you know, we did provide an updated traffic study with some of the most recent submission materials. I know the commission heard feedback on that study, I think on Monday night from the Mr. Baltramitis. You know, he kind of gave a summary of it, which was great. You know, we had made some, you know, substantively, the only real changes that we made were really in response to comments from this commission. We kind of revisited some of the distribution that we had, and we allocated a little bit more trips to be going up Brushy Ridge based on some of the discussions and comments that we had at our initial presentation. You know, as Mr. Baltramitis echoed, you know, and we kind of, you know, theorized before we did the analysis and made the revisions, the change in distribution did not create any change in our overall conclusions. From an analysis standpoint, you know, the traffic generated from a development of this size is small. It's a very modest traffic generation, and as Mr. Baltramitis said, this isn't a big generator, and the even with the change in distribution, it did not result in any, you know, adverse impacts on the operating conditions of the roadway network. I know that earlier this evening, Mr. Monteleone provided some additional comments regarding the traffic study. Just to touch on those really quickly, he brought up again the trip generation and saying and theorizing that it's insufficient, but as traffic engineers, you know, we only have so many tools in our toolbox, and we're using generation rates which are widely accepted and essentially prescribed to us to use by departments of transportation in Connecticut and throughout. So you know, we do believe that the trip generation is reasonable. And even if you were to assume additional trips for parcel deliveries and things like that, the overall trip generation is so modest, and the operations at you know, Brushy Ridge and you know, 123 are such where even if we were to add a number of trips to accommodate for those, we don't believe it would create an adverse impact. He talked about, construction traffic and queuing and staging. I think Mr. Dunay did a good job of kind of going through the phasing and showing that there is more than adequate room on property for, trucks to queue up and to function in a way that wouldn't cause an adverse impact. He talked again about site distances and parked cars. I just wanted to point out that in the Connecticut Department of Transportation Highway Design Manual, it recognizes that, parked cars aren't something that, require any kind of design exemptions or anything like that from a site distance standpoint, because they are temporary and they can move. So just wanted to point that out for the record. They talked again about, he kind of just, he made a blanket statement that, it has a potential to impact operating conditions, but he didn't provide any, quantitative impacts to that. He didn't talk about any actual degradation. He hasn't provided any evidence on the record to kind of support his statements. So I just wanted to kind of point that out. And I think Mr. Baltramitis's testimony kind of echoed and reinforced that from a traffic standpoint, the traffic generation from this development is small enough where it won't have an adverse impact. Regarding, obviously, I know Mr. Dunay mentioned it, but I'll just mention it again. There's concerns about the driveway itself, the width. We do believe it's such a low volume roadway that it does provide safe means of access and egress. And, we obviously prepared truck turning movements, which showed that emergency vehicles, there are instances along the turn where they do need the entire width of the roadway to navigate the driveway. And there are concerns raised about, oh, well, what if there's a car coming? Anecdotally, if there was an emergency and a fire truck was coming into this driveway, they'd come with lights and sirens. And, as in normal traffic operations, if there's an emergency vehicle with lights and sirens, passenger vehicles have to get out of the way. They'd either wait so they wouldn't create a conflict, or they'd back up so there wouldn't be a conflict. And I think just from a, anecdotal standpoint, if there is an emergency in a facility like this, people are going to exit the building. They're not going to necessarily run to their cars and try to flee the site. So I don't necessarily see that as a major concern, in my professional opinion. I think with that, I just kind of just some points I wanted to touch on, and from a traffic standpoint, I'm happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
For the record, Chris Smith, Mr. Solly, just to kind of round off your presentation, if you could comment on pedestrian access. I know you made reference to the fact that it's a low generator. The proposal is Mr. Rob Baltramitis. I apologize, Rob, if you're on. But if you can comment on that, in addition to what you did with and then also with the what's the width of a fire truck in a car relative to the 20-foot width of the access?
Sure. So I mean, the a fire truck, even with its windows, rear view mirrors, they're roughly 10 feet wide. And then even like a larger SUV probably isn't more than 8 feet wide. So, there is adequate room for vehicles to pass one another, with the exception of where some of those sharper turns are, they can drive by each other with no problem. Regarding pedestrian activity, we have such a low volume driveway, I think there is sufficient width for, pedestrians to walk up and down the driveway and for cars to navigate around them without creating unsafe conditions. Again, as I stated, because it's such a low volume roadway, we do think that there's adequate width and room to provide safe means of access and egress for both passenger vehicles, emergency vehicles, and pedestrians.
Mr. Solly, Chris Smith for the record again, if indeed on one of the S turns, I think it's been referred to in the access driveway, if a car were to be exiting the site and a fire vehicle entering the site, what would be, is it fair to say that the vehicle would either back up or pull off to the side to be out of the way, or back up in that situation?
I think in this situation, based on the driveway, they back up to one of the straighter tangent sections so that the fire truck could kind of navigate the turn, and then there is room for a fire truck to pass by a passenger vehicle on those straighter segments.
And is that any different in your opinion of a fire truck turning onto Hill Street with a car leaving Hill Street going in the opposite direction where the fire truck would presumably cross the center line to do that?
I think it's the same situation.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Chris. Yeah. And this kind of reminds me of those videos you see on airplanes. Sit down, the safety video, and here's where the life vest is, which basically means they can find you find the body when the plane crashes. But it's also, you see the kid who's sitting there quietly while mom is pulling down the face mask and putting the face mask on. People don't react this way. They just don't. And to think that people won't be walking and driving down this drive in an emergency situation just didn't seem plausible to me, quite frankly. And I think we have to think about not what's going to happen on an average day, but what happens in bad weather and in an emergency situation. And these are issues I think we need to consider that do not seem to be fully fleshed out, frankly, my opinion. I would also note on the trips, essentially you exit the property and you got two choices: turn left or turn right. Turn left, you end up at Brushy Ridge, and then you turn left or turn right. Or you go down, if you've turned left, you go down to Hill Street and exit either right or left onto 123. Or you go down Urban Street and then do a 90-degree right and you end up on 123 again. I mean, personally, going down to Urban Street on another small roadway, end up back on the highway or state highway, doesn't strike me as reasonable. I can't see a lot of that happening. It's either Hill Street or Brushy Ridge, assuming you want to get to 123. If you're going to go up to the east, you're going to maybe go to Brushy Ridge or even go to 123, then pick up 106 and go wherever you're going to go. And having walked this area for many years, you're going to want to use the signaled intersection simply because you know you can cross the street either in a car or on foot relatively safely because you got a green light and everyone else has got a red. Otherwise, you're taking your life in your hands crossing the street, as I have virtually done a few times. And so when I see people exiting, it's also not just how far someplace is, it's how long does it take you to get there. And if you have a signaled intersection, you pretty much know how long it's going to take you to get there. If you're trying to exit from Hill Street or even Urban Street, which strikes me as 6 and 1/2 a dozen the other, you're going to end up maybe waiting quite a while and say, well, I may get lucky and make my turn, or I may not get lucky. So I'll just going to go to the intersection on Brushy Ridge in order to ensure that I can enter the highway in a safe manner because I'll be going with the light. And I'll know generally how long I'm going to have to wait at the light. Even if I just miss it and I have to wait for the whole light, at least you know what the time is. And so when I heard the turn, saw some of the information in the traffic study, but it's split up. This is really the most judgmental or pick a solution issue. And it just didn't seem reasonable to me that not most of the traffic, at least heading to 123, would go up Hill Street, turn left on Brushy Ridge, and enter 123 or traverse 123, as your case may be, at the signaled intersection, which is by far the easiest and safest way. And so I just look askance on some of the trip turning information that's provided by the applicant. That's my thought.
And I'll let Mr. Solly address that. And I do think, Commissioner Krez, I think you I'm not sure if you raised that on Tuesday night. Mr. Beltramitis responded to what he thought the distribution was, but I'll let Mr. Solly respond to that if you can.
Yeah, so I appreciate the comments, and it is definitely something that we look at as traffic engineers when preparing these studies, because we want to be able to make reasonable assumptions and then defend those assumptions. One of the things with traffic signals is it creates a phenomenon called platoon breakup. So it actually helps unsignalized intersections upstream and downstream of that signal by creating gaps in those traffics, in that flow of traffic to allow for vehicles to turn out from some of those stop sign controlled intersections and other driveways. So, while, we did, some of the discussion, we put a little bit more trips on Brushy Ridge. We had them going north. We talked about that as a potential route towards Wilton. But, as we looked at it, yeah, there is a potential that you could go out to Brushy Ridge, then turn left to the signal and then turn left again. But, from a traffic finds a way of finding equilibrium. I mean, it's a driver awareness thing, it's a driver habit thing. But from a traffic flow standpoint on 123 with that signal, I mean, that signal operates really, really well in all conditions. It's a very efficient way to move traffic through the area. So, we do think that, well, we did put a little bit more trips going out to Hill and turning left on 123. I think that in the grand scheme of things, the signal operation itself will create gaps in traffic, traveling up and down 123 to create those opportunities to turn left from Hill Street. But again, I think, and this is something that Mr. Baltramitis kind of echoed, even if we were to assign all of our trips to one of those approaches, there isn't enough traffic to create an adverse impact or an unsafe condition.
Further, Commissioner Kriz, it was mentioned by Mr. Monteleone about students and how many students would be living potentially on site. And you had someone named Donald Poland. Is the gentleman here?
Don Poland, yes, Dr. Poland.
Yeah. If this is not the correct time to bring it up, I can defer this. I would defer to you, Mr. Smith, and what you want to do, but it was brought up about children walking down and so forth. So, but I just want to
To that end, just one quick comment on that. Mr. Monteleone kind of talked about, all right, based on, so Mr. Poland, I know he's been to this commission before. He presented, I think, on the Wheat Street application initially and kind of gave a larger discussion on school children generation. I know he provided a memo for this application. Mr. Monteleone kind of made some comments about, okay, well, when those school age kids go to the bus, there's gonna be a mass exodus and cars and people walking, and it's gonna be a nightmare. I think while we provided estimations on anticipated school age children, that's a total school age children across all grades. And in reality, and I think there's been some testimony on the record from some either the residents in the area or the opposition or the intervener, there are a number of different locations of bus stops based on the grade level. The elementary school picks up at a different time and place than the middle school, picks up at a different time and place than the high school. So, I think if you look at the school age children anticipated generation, they're going to be spread across all those different times, and they're going to be spread across all those different stops. So I don't think that, when you look at how those may be distributed, and because there's such low volume roadways between the driveway and Hill Street itself, I think there's going to be, safe passage based on what's there to accommodate, how those school children are going to be able to get to their bus stops, whether their parents want to drive them or if they want to walk, if it's a nice day.
Yeah, further to the issue is I'm looking at the submission by Mr. Poland. I guess it's Dr. Poland, he's a doctor. I have to look askance in some of the conclusions. The gentleman chose to look at, as far as school districts, one is a town called Ellington in Connecticut, another.
Dr. Poland is on remote and can respond. So if I just want to make sure he can hear your question and respond to it. So
Okay.
I can hear.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Don.
Anyway, the submission refers to Ellington, Connecticut, and also South Windsor as examples on how many school children will be generated by a certain real estate development. And I would just suggest that are South Windsor and Ellington really appropriate comps? If we look at what people buy in New Canaan when you get a house, you get essentially four things maybe. The fourth one is you have a decent branch line to get to New York if that's your thing. Okay, you got that one. Many people move here because they want to be in the branch line, pretty well known. The other one is it's a very nice town, a downtown, it's access to that and parks and so forth. People like that. And it's one of the things you buy if you're a resident. You hope you get a nice home, pick one you like. The other one is you get one of the finest school systems in the country. And I don't know much about all the details of the school systems in South Windsor or Ellington, but I'm going to bet New Canaan is a heck of a lot better. And it's one of the highest rated in the country, so I have to believe it's better. And so I think one of the reasons people come here, and I know any number of new arrivals who are here who have said that I'm here because of my kids, and I get a great school system, and I'm paying a lot more than I would 2 towns over because I really, really want to be here for my kids. And so I would just think it may be more plausible to have chosen some comparable towns with a similar demographic to New Canaan in order to have more of an apples to apples comparison. Here I see an apples to oranges comparison. And so I would look askance on the numbers that are provided by this. And that is my statement, if he wants to talk about that.
I'll let Dr. Poland respond to that. Commissioner Chris.
Yeah, so you speak of comps, I speak of demographics. Demographics don't have comps. Yeah, your housing generates in New Canaan generates more than South Windsor. That is, generates more students per unit than South Windsor or than Ellington. But the fact is, that's due to the fact that you have 83.7% of your housing stock is 3 bedrooms or more. It's the number of bedrooms that actually result in school-aged children. So it's not about, is this a comparable community? And I believe, the only DERG A communities are in Fairfield County. South Windsor is definitely a DERG B, and I believe that Ellington may be a DERG B. South Windsor is a wealthy community, quality school system, attracts people. So from a comparable, I still think it's sufficient. But what we're really talking about here is demographics and household structures. So your large houses with lots of bedrooms attract large families with lots of children, and you generate 0.58 or 0.59 students per housing unit compared to a state average of 0.38. At the end of the day, though, multifamily developments aren't your 5-bedroom mansions that dominate your community. They're actually much smaller units with fewer bedrooms. This proposed development is mostly 1 and 2 bedrooms with very few 3 bedrooms. So my projection in here for the generation of, what was it, 0.178 enrollments per unit is actually tracking slightly higher than South Windsor, slightly higher than Ellington. And it's because actually this development includes a few 3-bedroom units. But the fact is, it's tracking right with all of the data based on household size, housing size, housing stock, number of bedrooms, demographic structure, so forth and so on. So I'm actually very confident in these numbers. I've been doing this work for 15 years now. I've studied communities across the state. I've done DERG A communities, DERG A communities in Connecticut. And the fact is, the demographics, the household structure, fertility rates, all those things that play into the number of enrollments that are generated by a housing development are constant across the population. They're not specific to New Canaan or the Woodbridge or ultimately to South Windsor.
And I would just have much more, it is on comparables, I agree with you. It's demographics, those are the comparables I'm talking about. I would have had much more confidence in the conclusions had you chosen Kenilworth, Illinois, Pacific Palisades, Darien, Connecticut, Weston, Massachusetts, and a few other towns I could name. I think those are much more comparable as far as the demographics. Also, demographics vary as far as how many children are in a particular bedroom. I mean, good friend of mine when I grew up had two of his brothers in a very small bedroom. You don't see that much in New Canaan or many other places, especially New Canaan. And so I just think a different choice set of comparable towns may have been a bit more accurate in
With all due respect, that's where your lack of knowledge of demographics shows. I wouldn't speak of a condition of a past demographic, a friend's, experience previously, because generationally we change. The fact is, I grew up in a neighborhood with a street with 11 houses that generated 69 school-age children in the 1970s. Today, that street generates 6. The fact is, we are not the same society demographically that we were a generation ago or 2 generations ago. So I put my expertise, my credentials, my experience, and my understanding of how actually demographics, socioeconomics, and housing stock affect enrollments on a statewide level and on a local level.
So we have 3 examples here in town of high density housing. The View, we have Canaan Parish, and we have Avalon. Did you look at either of any of those 3 examples and what their bedroom to children ratio, if I can call it that,
Millport as well.
And Millport as well. So we have 4 very good examples here in town. Did you use any of their data to develop your analysis?
No, I don't need to, but I can tell you right now without looking at their data that they're somewhere between 0.16 and 0.22.
So you're
Simple
making
as
an
that.
assumption without looking at their data.
Yeah, because I've done so much of this data. I've done hundreds and hundreds of apartment developments across the state in communities of varying sizes, of varying income levels, and so forth. And the fact is, the data comes back the same all the time. It really comes back between 0.13 and 0.22 when the predominant mix of units is 1 and 2 bedrooms. And the fact is, the overwhelming majority of multifamily development across the state, across all communities where it is occurring, is predominantly 1 and 2 bedrooms. And when you have 1 and 2 bedrooms, you have very few school-aged children. It's when you have 3 bedrooms or more, or when you get into very high income, single family, detached 5 bedrooms or more, that you start seeing numbers between 0.96 and 1.19.
But to be clear, for the record, you didn't bother to look at the 4 examples here in town for any of your analysis.
I didn't have to.
Thank you. That's all I needed to hear.
Chairman Radman, if I may, I can offer insight onto the View. It's anecdotal. It's not scientific, but of the 99 units we have there that replace the 38 or 37 or 38, there were approximately 19 to 20 school-aged children in the previous one that was there. In the current View, which has more units, it has about half the number of school children. So anecdotally, but it's very clear distinction. So if that's representative, that aligns with what Dr. Pullen is describing.
It's not a precise number. You haven't checked it. So
We have it because we know we have the data there. I don't have it on my fingertips and it's not scientific. I haven't studied it the way Dr. Pullen, I'm not qualified to, but from an anecdotal basis, the View has less than half of the much smaller development that was there that the View replaced.
Also, I would suggest also as far as the price points of the View versus, let's say, Canaan Parish, Millport, our Avalon are different, and that is going to be another issue. But since there is no counterpoint that has been actually computed, it's hard to rely on it. So maybe
price points don't affect enrollments.
So
when you get into McMansions and you have 5 bedrooms, then they affect enrollments. But across multifamily developments, price points do not affect enrollments.
So at the View, the majority of the units there are 3-bedroom, correct?
No, it's a mix.
It's a mix, but
It's a mix. It's predominantly, there are fewer 3 bedrooms actually than any. It's more, for the rentals, it's more 1 and 2 bedrooms. And it's.
but
2
your
bedrooms for the
calculation is
condominium.
including the condos as well. So
And the
on condo
condominiums
side,
as well. It's the same.
1 and 2 bedrooms,
Mhm. It's more 2 bedrooms for the
more 2
condos.
bedroom. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pollan.
You're welcome.
Any further questions, commissioners, for Mr. Pollan or Mr. Solly? Okay. Is there anyone else you would like to speak?
We do, and I think, up next, Mr. Chairman, for the record, Chris Smith is Joseph Versteeg, who is our fire safety expert. And Mr. Versteeg will also respond to some of the building code comments that were received. Our architect, Ravi Husha, excuse me, I'm sorry, Ravi, is here as well, if you do have any questions for him. He wasn't, Mr. Husha was not going to be doing a specific presentation, but he is available. And with your permission, we'll turn over our presentation at this point to Mr. Versteeg.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joe Versteeg, representing Versteeg Associates out of Torrington, Connecticut, independent code consultant retained by the applicant in this matter. For the record, you have my resume that was submitted months ago. Licensed building official and licensed certified fire marshal in the state of Connecticut. I am aware of the time. I'm going to focus on my letter of February 22nd to the commission, where we addressed 5 specific topics: building construction, fire protection systems, code compliance, fire department access to the site and throughout the site, and fire department staffing. Now, you have seen my report in the past, and I'm not going to go through every one of these aspects, but what I am going to address are just some of the responses that I need to make in response to information that was submitted. The first item that was submitted was by Mr. Kingsbury, and it talked about, or it kind of implied that there might be some inadequacy of the water supplied to this project by Aquarian. And it was tested previously, and there were some recent tests in January and February this year. And there's more than enough water for this site. In fact, there's like over 2,000 gallons. So from a fire protection standpoint, I mean, the most demanding, and if you read my written responses, you'll see I identified the amount of water, not gallon specific, but sprinkler systems take far less water than the standpipes. That's the most demanding demand. So it's going to be 1,000 gallons a minute for a standpipe. So you got 2,100 gallons. Now, from a pressure standpoint, it was indicated by the mechanical engineer that most likely we'd need a fire pump at the building to push the water to maintain the pressure at the sprinkler systems. And that's a minimal amount of pressure. The greater pressure demand is for the standpipe system. And because we're not a high-rise building, it's a manual dry standpipe, which means there's no water in it. It's not connected to the water. It's in close proximity to a hydrant, 100 feet. Fire truck pulls up, connects to the hydrant, connects to the standpipe, and they serve as the pump to take the water out of the hydrant and provide it to the upper floors for firefighters to use. So very adequate water supply and pressure provided by Aquarian. The next item is the degree of code compliance. Now, I am aware of Mr. Lau's report. It was initially November 11th, then it was revised on February 15th of this year and revised again on February 22nd. That report contains 28 items. Numbers 3 through 24 that are still active are carryovers from the prior initial report and secondary version. And then numbers 26 through 33 are new under this edition. It covers a broad range of code requirements. Here's the thing. We acknowledge they're going to be incorporated into the construction documents. We're obligated to do that. If we don't do that and they're not compliant, we don't get a building permit. So that's a moot point. The other item deals with fire department access, and my my response to you or my testimony to you tonight is tremendously lessened because Mr. Solly addressed most of the points that I was going to address with compliance of the fire department vehicle access road with regards to all requirements of the fire safety code. It is compliant, the truck turning radii and so forth. A couple of things I will address that Mr. Solly didn't. There's been been a lot of discussion recently, just very recently, about the need for a secondary access road into this project. Now, the fire safety code says that the fire marshal in conjunction with the fire chief can require a secondary access road into the site where the potential for impairment of a single road by vehicle congestion, conditions of terrain, climatic conditions, or other factors, i.e. traffic, are present. None of those factors are present here. And we've documented that through Mr. Solly's traffic studies, through the ability of the truck to maneuver the site. There's no rock slides, there's no mud slides, there's no train tracks going across, there's no river subject to flooding. None of the criteria within the code that would warrant a secondary access, the objective criteria in the code are present. So we, as Mr. Attorney Smith said, we never felt it was required, and we still don't feel that a secondary code is required, access road is required in accordance with the fire safety code. Now, there were also statements made about when the fire alarm goes off or when there's a fire, people are going to run to their cars, they're going to flee the scene, they're going to flood out of the building, they're going to be walking in mass, probably carrying their children and TVs and all their valuables down the road to get away from this hellacious fire. Doesn't happen. It's a sprinkler building. You know, we ran from the World Trade Center when it fell down, but while it was burning, we stood there and watched it. That's what people do. Yes, sir.
Sir, I was there and I didn't stand and watch.
A lot of people didn't. A lot of people exercises good caution, figured that this was not a good idea. But if you watch the videos, there were large number of people that stood there and watched. Until people actually perceive danger, they tend not to react violently. So they do flee the apartment sometimes. They do go to the outside sometimes. But if you look at the research done by the National Institute of Science and Technology out of Washington, D.C., the governmental agency, if you look at the research done by the National Research Council of Canada on human dynamics and what people do in residential fires, you find that they do move away from the fire of origin, the room of origin. They may move away from the area of the building that may be on fire. Very little panic is involved. They may move to apartments near where the exit stairs are. They're called convergence clusters. A lot of research has been done on that as a result of the MGM Grand Fire, where people went, what they did. They may cluster near the exit stairs. They may actually get in the stairs. They may actually leave the building via the stairs, but they don't run from the building. Because in a sprinkler building, a sprinkler fire, most of the fires, 97% of them are put out with 1 or 2 sprinklers. So when it gets to be about, if you could picture a trash can on fire or a couch, and this is the studies that were done by the National Fire Sprinkler Association, NFPA, NIST, when it was the old National Bureau of Standards. Your chief may remember these. When they were pushing the concept of sprinklering buildings, residential buildings, they would bring a trailer, a mobile home, small mobile home into town. It was a FEMA trailer, and it had a glass wall. And they would usually take the first selectman or mayor, take the fire chief, some idiot from state fire marshals, and you're looking at them, I sat through 22 of these, and some other politician, and they would sit in this room, and it had a smoke detector in it, a smoke alarm now. It had a sprinkler in it. It was connected to a water source. It had a couch, a chair, a stuffed chair, and they would light a fire in a waste paper basket. And you'd sit there with raincoats on. They would videotape this in front of bleachers with 100 people. And you would watch the fire grow. And when it got to be about 1 foot or 2 foot out of the top of the can, you would see some smoke at the ceiling level. Maybe some irritation in your eyes. You could smell it, you could feel a little bit of heat, and the sprinkler activated and it was over. And that's a residential fire.
Some idiot from the state fire marshal's office?
Yes.
Was that the thing? Yeah. So our state fire marshal's office is idiots in it?
I was the one that was assigned as a member of state fire marshal's office.
Oh, so you're the idiot. You're the idiot. Okay.
Yes, no, I want to make sure you understand that I was the fool that always got assigned.
You're the idiot. Okay, good to know. Well, okay.
Absolutely.
You said it on the record. I'm gonna let that.
Absolutely. I've said it at every hearing and there's video of it.
Well, I had two experiences with fires not too long ago. Well, fire department showing up at or near the house. And I'll tell you what I did. Maybe I'm just a cautious, thoughtful soul, but maybe that's why I'm planning and zoning. I'm cautious and concerned about public safety. But there was a potential gas leak in our house from propane. So called police, the fire department. They said, get out of the house, move away quickly. Or blow up or something, right? So we did. Well, we already knew that. We wanted to call them and we couldn't call them from our cell phones from out the end of the driveway because we don't have cell service that works on Ponus Ridge. And so we exited the building and they came and they did their thing and there wasn't a leak and everything was fine. And everyone went away happy. The other was during the recent storm a couple of weeks ago, a tree across the street and down about maybe 50 feet fell. It was one of those dead ash trees, of which there are many around, fell and knocked down the wires. There was a live wire on the street and set ground cover on fire and started moving up it was an empty lot, it's a land trust property, and started moving up towards the residence and started moving fairly quickly. The fire department came. They couldn't do anything until the live wire was taken care of.
Sure. And that they took care of it, but I was out when I was reporting this on the 911 call. I'm the one who called it in. And I was well out of harm's way on this because you just don't want to get near these sorts of things. And so to say that people are to look around and I'm not sure I necessarily. Well, my point being that people usually don't run and flee like there's a giant bear after them if they don't perceive danger. Certainly those people in the apartment that's on fire will leave the apartment rather quickly, rather scared. Once they're in the hallway, the alarm goes off, other people become aware of it. They start to investigate, they start to move. Not everybody leaves the building. The point being, as they get out of the building, they don't gather up all their stuff and run down the driveway and block the fire trucks. It doesn't happen. That's their home. They have a stake in what's happening in that building, and they want to stay and see what's going on. In 90% of the 97% of the cases, that one sprinkler puts it out. And if you talk to any fire department that responds to sprinkler buildings, most of the people are still inside the building. So the concept or the concern that vehicles and people leaving the site or fleeing a fire are without foundation. One of the last concepts in my report that I want to talk about is the fire department staffing, and it'll also probably better addressed, and I'd be remiss if I didn't make mention of it, is the ATON report that was submitted to you dated February 28th. In that report on page 2, they make mention that we have minimized, or I have minimized, the fire safety hazard and relied on minimum codes and standard requirements. For the record, if you get rid of that exaggeration, what we've relied on are the regulations of the state of Connecticut that are specific to building safety and fire safety, i.e. the building code, the fire safety code, and the fire prevention code. The other comment that I need to address in the ATON report is that I've minimized NFPA 1710 and the staffing requirements. Absolutely not. All of my comments related to 1710 were that if you're going to use a particular portion of that report now for an 830G and not a similar prior non-830G project, that's incorrect. If you're going to use 1710 as your metric, then you apply it in total. and you don't have adequate staffing in accordance with that standard for a two-story, single-family home. And if you're going to use it as the metric, you shouldn't be approving anything. Now, having said that, Mr. Kingsbury places all his emphasis on those negative comments about inadequate staffing on the 6 staff members that are on duty at the fire department. And yet he openly testifies that the chief is very competent, very intelligent, has evaluated the situation, and has an excellent mutual aid plan for responding communities. The chief is not sitting in a vacuum saying, I only have 6 guys, I'll do what I can. He has used NFPA 1710, the equivalency aspect of that standard in 1.4 that allows and reinforces that you can use mutual aid as a method, an acceptable method of augmenting your paid staff. The only other thing that I'd be remiss in mentioning is that there was oral testimony here tonight by, I believe it was the attorney for the interveners. And the comment was along the lines of that both the fire chief and the fire marshal have stated previously that this project is unsafe. Now, I take issue with that, and I could be wrong, but I will tell you that myself and my clients, as well as counsel, every time there's a written document regarding this process, this project, every time there's oral testimony, we scrutinize it. And we look for those key words that we need to respond to. And the word unsafe, in our opinion, and correct me if I'm wrong, has never come out of the chief's mouth or the fire marshal's mouth at a hearing or in any submitted written testimony.
Well, I would just note that as I believe our fire marshal, this is Commissioner Chris for the record, was posed the question, do you believe not having a second ingress and egress to the property is a threat to life and safety? And he said yes. So that struck me as a strong statement.
Okay.
And today, I believe our fire chief, Chief Bassett, who's sitting here, was in concurrence with this statement by our fire marshal. And I would note that both gentlemen have intimate knowledge of our town and all that goes into it. So I will like to reiterate that for the record, Mr. Versteeg. Thank you.
Certainly. And just in closing, that it's my professional opinion as a licensed building official and certified fire marshal, and I haven't been doing this for almost 40 years, that this project will not have an inverse impact to a substantial public interest, nor does it pose any safety concerns. I'm available should you have questions.
Joe, before the questions, I do have a couple of questions for you myself, and then turn it over to the with permission of the chair. The driveway, the access driveway here is 20 feet in width, correct?
Yes.
And is that compliant with the state fire code?
Yes, it is.
And in your professional opinion, do the S-turns create a safety issue or an adverse impact to a substantial public interest relative to a fire truck accessing the property, in particular a ladder truck in a car, maybe perhaps trying to exit?
No, they do not.
And why not?
Well, the curves in the road always pose a concern, and that's why the standard requires that the turning radii for the truck manufacturer be built into the road, and Solely Engineering has done that. There has been some discussion about during the turn, the truck uses more than 1/2 the road. There's absolutely no prohibition on that. That happens every day when you make a right-hand turn or a left-hand turn into an intersection or you drive around another vehicle. The general statutes define what an emergency vehicle is. A fire truck is one of those, as well as a police and ambulance. And it requires that the operator or a pedestrian pull to the right and stop and yield the right of way to the fire truck.
Or would the option be to back up if they didn't?
And get out of the way, yeah, as directed by the fire officer at the scene.
And is that any different than a fire vehicle coming towards the property and turning onto Hill Street and having to cross the center line?
Absolutely not. It occurs every day on the road.
And you testified that in your opinion, your professional opinion, in your experience, that a secondary emergency access way is not required for this property. Is that true?
That's correct.
And you're aware of the fact that the fire marshal for the town of New Canaan did indicate that he would would require it, correct?
Yes,
And did you assist in preparing a modification request that was forwarded to the State Fire Marshal's office in Hartford? Or-
yes,
Hartford or Weathersfield?
Hartford now.
Hartford. And was that request for relief concerning the requirement advocated by the fire marshal for the town of New Canaan approved?
Yes, it was.
For the record, do we have a copy of that? Commissioner.
It was in the-
Christman
it was in the
referenced it. Is
record.
that
I saw
entire-
that note.
All the entire, okay.
I believe it was also noted that no one from the State Fire Marshal's office visited the site itself.
I don't
So,
think they have to. Do you think they have to?
It was a
provide-
specific request by our fire marshal.
Yeah, and I think it was reiterated by our fire chief, who is nodding for the record. And so it was simply it seemed to be a desk review based solely upon the information provided by the applicant.
But it's still the approval of the relief requested in the modification.
I-
by the
I
State Fire
understand.
Marshal's office, so I'm assuming he agreed with Mr. Versteeg, otherwise he wouldn't have granted the relief, or that office wouldn't have granted the relief.
I just want to put on the record the information that seems to have been presented to the State Fire Marshal and information that was not at hand, including an actual site visit and the specific conditions. And I understand that our fire safety professionals in our town will be formally appealing this, which of course could end up in litigation. Perhaps, but what do I know?
It's like a sewer denial, sure.
Often things end up in litigation, but then you know that too. Anyway, I just want to make sure those matters are on the record. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Through the chair, I don't have any further questions for Mr. Versteeg. Thank you very much.
Commissioners, any further questions for Mr. Versteeg?
I have a question. This is Commissioner Nielsen. Mr. Versteeg, we've heard testimony from both the town engineer, Maria Coplet, and from our peer reviewer, Christopher Lau, that the fire code and the building code require safe, accessible, and dedicated means of ingress and egress to the right of way, being Hill Street. What is your opinion on that?
The fire code does not. The fire code only requires fire department vehicle access into the site and then contains provisions for fire department firefighter access around the building. Ingress and out for normal daily activity is not a function of the fire safety code. It's not within the scope of that document. The building code does require, under the handicap requirements, mobility impaired requirements, probably a more appropriate term, that there be accessible routes provided from what's called site arrival points, where provided. The wording in the building code in chapter 11 is in sync with what's in the Americans with Disabilities Act and within the Fair Housing Standard. And all of the teachings of those documents indicate where provided. So if you don't have city sidewalks and you don't provide a bus stop, then there's really no need to provide that pedestrian access.
So just in summary, you disagree with the testimony of our town engineer and our peer reviewer?
Correct. I disagree with their testimony.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Chris. I just want to note that my compliments to our town fire chief and also our fire marshal. I always find them very thoughtful and specific, and they're not just saying, well, it's sprinklered and it meets code and everything's fine, but they're taking that in addition to very site-specific issues in order to come up with a solution they believe is best for preservation of health and safety in town. It's certainly very encouraging to me to hear their commentary. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Versteeg? Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
And if Mr. Bill Kenny, our wetland scientist, is up next, and he'll be very specific relative to the alleged impacts to the wetlands. And that's really, we really have to address that relative to the filing of the 2019 intervention by the interveners and the issues that they've raised. But Mr. Kenny will summarize his comments, which I know that we have in writing. I think everything's in this record in response to Mr. Klein and Mr. Canis's comments in particular, as well as interveners.
Sure. Good evening. I am Bill Kenny. I'm the principal of William Kenny Associates in Fairfield. I'm a professional wetland scientist, soil scientist, and landscape architect. I have a degree in environmental management from the Yale School of Forestry. Our firm was retained to help with this project in several different ways, pretty much all focused around the wetlands and water courses at the property and looking at the potential for adverse impacts to those resources and helping to design mitigation measures to avoid potential impacts. In the scope of that, we prepared several documents that were, I understand, were submitted to you as well as being submitted to the Inland Wetlands Agency. They included a wetland delineation report. So we did map, go to the property and map the locations of the wetlands, prepared a report regarding that. We prepared a ecological assessment report where we, after mapping the location of the wetlands, we went and inventoried and assessed the wetlands and determined their condition, the different wildlife and vegetation that is there in the wetlands and adjacent to wetlands. And then we also prepared a wetland buffer habitat enhancement plan that includes specifications and information regarding proposed planting that would occur between the development and the wetlands and watercourses on the property. Lastly, we prepared the street sweeping and snow and ice integrated management plan that was also provided. And then we worked closely with the project team to help refine the design as it was developed over time and to ensure that the project would not adversely affect the wetlands. And it is my professional opinion, after reviewing the property, reviewing the wetlands and watercourses on the property, and then reviewing the project design drawings and other reports, that the project will not adversely affect the wetlands or watercourses on the property or downstream of the property.
And with that, are you through? Bill?
Yes.
I'm sorry. And through the chair, I just have a couple of quick questions for Mr. Kenny. Mr. Kenny, I know that Mr. Candace's report speaks for itself, but I know that have you read his reports and responses to your reports and the responses to date, as well as Mr. Donay's?
Yes.
And with regard to stormwater and the small increase in volume, are you aware of the fact that he referred to it as a de minimis increase?
Yes.
And isn't it true that he also opined that that de minimis increase in the volume would not have negative effect, he called it, on any downstream wetland or watercourse?
Yes.
Just bear with me for one. And did Mr. Klein have an opinion relative to the, I know his report speaks for itself, but I think it was a testimony. Isn't it true that he opined on potential adverse impacts to the wetlands or watercourse resources based on the increase in volume?
Yes.
And what was his opinion? Just to report that to this commission.
Sure. At the hearing on Monday evening, I think he was asked specifically about his professional opinion with regard to adverse impacts to the wetland, and he concluded that there would not be adverse impacts.
I don't have any further questions for Mr. Kenny, Mr. Chairman, so I'll turn it back over to you and to the commission for any questions.
Commissioners, any questions? We're good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If not, I do have a few things that I would like to address, Mr. Chairman, and I think it's pretty much what I did last night, and I think it was in the 20-25 minute range.
It's 11:14.
I didn't get any questions though, so but we'll see.
Good. Do it in 15.
No, this is important from my perspective, and I've sat through many hours and many evenings, and this is something that I have to do, and I'll address. And I think
Fair enough.
You know that. So the first thing what I would like to do is I just would like to address, and I'll just do it in a very summary fashion, the letter that I submitted to the commission last week, February 24th, 2023. There were I believe A through there's some additional items with the ones that we submitted here. I think A through F exhibits, and I'll just go through those very quickly. I'm not going to review the exhibits, but just the comments from the summary letter. Then I would like to address the town drainage policy that we've talked about and the ordinance that your fire chief references in his letter that I think is dated today relative to this application, because it's an application. It's an 8-30G application, and that involves certain standards. And then I do have some questions for experts that we'll be quick on. And then I would like to just provide a legal summary of the standards of review, because there are two decisions that you're going to be asked to render. And one concerns the applications that are submitted pursuant to 8-30G. And the other one is you have to provide a finding and a decision effectively a decision relative to the intervention pleading that was submitted to you pursuant to 22A19 of the Connecticut General Statutes. But at the outset, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I respectfully refer everyone to the February 24th, 2023 letter. I will go through it quickly. And this was to address a number of issues that were brought up mainly by the interveners concerning and also this commission, the Army Corps of Engineers, some of the history with the permitting, and then with sewer in particular. So at the outset, there was an attachment that had a spreadsheet, looks like this. And I think Mr. Stein made reference to it, and actually my client prepared it. I didn't prepare it. And I know that he referenced the he and all those, I think, referring to my client as opposed to me, since but we did prepare that. And the purpose of that was twofold. One, and the primary one was to provide a timeline relative to the permits that had been approved by the Wetlands Commission in particular, because Mr. Klein had asked for that. There were a lot of moving parts. He wasn't sure what went where. There was a planning plan that had been approved from Environmental Land Solutions, initial approval. And that planning plan had been in part put in, and then Mr. Kenny came along. So he said, I really could use something that pulls that all together for me. So that was the main impetus for it. And that's why in the timeline, there's all these references to maps and plans so that he could follow it. And the commission, Wetlands Commission in particular, could follow it. While we were doing that, Mr. Stone was preparing that. I asked him to put in the moratorium dates because I thought it would be important to see when the initial approval occurred for the access driveway, when my client acquired title to the property, the delta between that, which is approximately 2 years and 2 months before the first moratorium came into effect. Then you had the moratorium and it expired in June of 2021. And the point being that if somebody wanted to file an 830G, my client had 2 years to do that after acquiring title to the property in 2015. And when it went into effect in 2017, the moratorium, and then when the moratorium expired again in 2021, I presume my client would have been ready to go and file an application. And it really wasn't until the town filed an application for a second moratorium, which occurred at the end, I believe, of July, beginning of August. I know when I got a phone call that had happened, and we scrambled to get these applications submitted. So I just thought it was important to have that in there because there's just been so many innuendos. Most importantly, it's not relevant to this commission. I respectfully submit, but that just has nothing to do with the merits of the applications that are before you this evening. There was a claim that because of the outstanding NOV with the Army Corps of Engineers that the commission, and I know with wetlands, they were told they shouldn't even vote on it. They shouldn't even accept the application. And again, I would respectfully submit, and you can certainly talk to your town attorney about that. The Army Corps has concurrent jurisdiction with this commission, as well as with the Wetlands Commission. It's separate and distinct. If there wasn't an NOV and we needed an Army Corps permit because we were doing so much work in a wetlands, which is really where their focus is with their jurisdiction, one of the primary focuses, then we would come here first to get approvals. And if we were to get approvals, then we would go to the Army Corps after that. So it's concurrent jurisdiction. The fact that we have an outstanding NOV is not a valid reason in and of itself to deny these applications as advocated by the interveners. Also, as to the Army Corps, there was certainly a number of inferences, statements that I made that weren't accurate, that we were not working and responding with the Army Corps of Engineers, and that's clearly not the case. Been in communication with them very, very recently, and I wanted to put into the record, and there was a claim by the interveners that we didn't file responses at the end of November until the interveners had brought it up at a wetlands meeting. And we've been working with the Corps, and that's between my client and the Corps, but we did put the tolling agreement that we had negotiated that the Corps requires and we did that back in October. And at the end of November, we prepared the responses and did submit that. And we're going to continue to work with the Army Corps, certainly. You always respond to the Army Corps of Engineers because their attorneys are a group that's in the, they're known as the United States Attorney's Office, and you generally don't want to get on, not be responsive because then you're dealing with that office. So my client is certainly responding. We wanted to get a couple of those items into the record for this commission so you could see it. Fourth, you did ask for the conservation easement. Somebody did, and we provided you with a copy of that. And again, that, as I indicated to the commission that evening, it does run in favor of the town. And there was a reference, many references that the, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, that the driveway wasn't constructed. I think we covered this a little bit before, as approved by the Wetlands Commission, and that was raised and addressed, I think, by the commission, the Wetlands Commission, last June and July. And I provided you with a copy of the legal notice of their decision concerning that. As to sewer, there was a question as to sewer, and what we've done for you is I provided you, and this is the bottom of page 3, I provided you with a copy of our application from September of last year, a letter to the WPCA of mine dated February 2nd, 2023, that has a couple of attachments to it, which were actually I guess memos prepared by the chair of the WPCA. And we also had a sanitary sewer connection summary report that had been prepared by Mr. Donay's office originally back in August. And then we updated that on February 6th with data that the Sewer Commission asked us to perform. They wanted us to do testing and monitoring. We experienced delay from the DPW and not being provided with access to the manholes. We finally did get access. And we did that monitoring and the testing, and third party provided us with the results, and Mr. Donay compiled that into a report. We did submit everything as quickly as we could because the WPCA was proposing to deny our application. I think improperly, because the test for the WPCA is very simple. We have a connection already. The lateral's on the property, you know that, and we have a transmission line in the road, and it goes all the way to your sewer plant. And the law in the state of Connecticut is if you have that and you're in a sewer service area, which we are, question is there capacity to service that site? And if there is, you get approval. There's capacity. That report establishes that. I think I've heard from your town engineer. This commission, I think maybe at the last meeting, she does recognize that there is capacity in the lines. Irregardless of that, your WPCA denied this, our request, in part for 3 reasons. I've never seen anything like this. One was they wanted to wait until the town updated the POCD, which, as you know, you have one from 2014. And if it's every 10 years, in theory, you're supposed to have another one next year. And they also.
It's not in theory, we have to do it.
Well, by statute, if you don't, there's some ramifications, correct. But I just meant whether you do it or not, presumably you will be doing that. There was also a claim that they needed to do a sewer study or a sewer plan. After all these years, they haven't done one. I don't know how long you've had a sewer system in New Canaan, but by statute, the WPCA is authorized, and I would think somewhat should have a sewer plan, but now they've decided they have to do it. And somewhat surprisingly, which I just find very unusual. This is one of the better, this very interesting reason for denial. I haven't seen anything like this in ever, was the fact that apparently NOAA is proposing to do some sort of coastal mapping to address climate change. And I think we know what that means. If NOAA is going to be doing coastal mapping of the United States, that could be decades away, if not a century by the time that gets done. But supposedly the WPCA needs that before they can render a decision on my client's application for capacity, confirmation of capacity. Needless to say, we're appealing that, and that was served yesterday. The appeal papers were served by the marshal. I do have a copy of that. I don't know if that's part of the record, but I have copies for the commission members. Did I give you?
You gave me two.
I gave you
added to the
two.
file.
So I have copies for anybody if you want them, but I just wanted to be on record that yes, we were denied sewer. They were for some very interesting reasons, things that I just haven't seen before. And I certainly think we have a very valid appeal. And as we know, people litigate, and we'll just have to go to the court, I think, and get that approved. The other item that I would like to address is your drainage policy. I've already said it. It's a policy. It's not a regulation. It's not an ordinance. That has legal significance, and it does in particular with 830G applications. From my own personal experience with that, I would like to indicate that there's a case called Brenmore Properties Planning and Zoning Commission out of Lisbon, our appellate court. This was back in 2016. And in that case, the town, one of the reasons for denial was that there was a road ordinance, not a zoning regulation concerning road width and maximum grade. And the proposal did not meet that. And the town denied the application. That was one of the reasons for denial, was that they didn't meet that town ordinance for the road width and grade requirements. And our appellate court said that that's not an absolute standard. That can't be applied as a reason in and of itself to deny an 830G application, that you still have to apply to have that be a valid reason for denial. It would have to meet the 830G judicial review standard, which is there has to be an adverse impact to a substantial public interest. I'm going to discuss the standard very shortly, but I know you've heard it. I know you're well versed with 830Gs and the standards at this point very recently. But I would respectfully submit that that and the fire marshal's reference to chapter 23 of the town code. And I think what he's enforcing there is a fire zone as opposed to a secondary access. I think he's spinning that into a secondary access, which is fine. But I guess the point is that neither one of those items would be a basis I would respectfully submit to this commission as an absolute basis for denying this application. Because even if you apply those, the question is, without a secondary access, does this proposal result in an adverse impact to a substantial public interest? And without meeting the volume, and your own experts have said de minimis, not going to have an adverse effect on a wetlands. Is that going to adversely affect a substantial public interest? And we'll come back to that in a minute, but I just wanted to indicate that we respectfully submit that, as with the Army Corps NOV, that's not a valid reason to deny this application. These applications before you in non-compliance with a policy that your town has, even if it has been adopted in your regulations under section 6.4J, where it makes reference to any construction or site development activity shall comply with the drainage certification policy of the town of New Canaan dated July 22nd, 1999 as amended.
So if it's part of those zoning regulations, wouldn't it be considered a regulation?
It's a zoning regulation.
Referencing
It's no different than parking requirements, density requirements, or any of those. And we have a zone
It's
text
technically a
amendment that
zoning
we've
regulation.
submitted. I'm sorry.
but it's technically a zoning regulation.
It's right. That's my point. It's a zoning regulation. And
That
because
references a engineering department policy.
if it's a zoning regulation, just like any of the other regulations with an 830G application, The question is, non-compliance with it, does it result in a adverse impact to a substantial public interest? None of your zoning because otherwise if we didn't,
And
if we
then
didn't,
that's a matter of opinion, whether it does or not.
well, I'm just saying that's the test. It's not an absolute reason to say no to it. Am I making myself clear?
Mhm.
Okay, that was the point I'm trying, I just wanted to make to the commission. So any town ordinance, or if you have a policy, any of your regulations would be subject to that standard of review relative to a reason, if that was utilized as a reason for denial by the commission. That's why in the zone text amendment, I provide for, we make reference for drainage, and specifically in there, one of the requirements, one of the provisions is that there would be best efforts to comply with this section. And then there's another section that says any of the stormwater management, effectively, I can read it, but I'm paraphrasing, will not result in an adverse impact to a substantial public interest. So it's not a ordinance for
According
the
to your
town.
analysis,
Sorry.
according to your analysis.
Oh, talk to your town attorney and the Brenmore case, but it's a policy by itself. It's not a regulation or an ordinance. Doesn't show up anywhere as a regulation or an ordinance. It's incorporated into your zoning regulations, but as with any of your zoning regulations with an 830G application, you can't use any of your zoning regulations as a basis, absolute basis, to say no as a reason for denial, because the question is whether any noncompliance with an ordinance or a regulation is resulting in an adverse impact to a substantial public interest. It's the standard that we have with an 830G application. That's my only point. It can't be an absolute, geez, you don't meet it, denied. It's like, okay, you don't meet it, but what does that mean? Is it going to have an adverse effect on a downstream wetlands, for example? And your Mr. Canis for wetlands said no. So I had this similar conversation, I think, with the Wetlands Commission last night, but we do have this Brenmore case. I would like to put in the first sheet of the drainage, what I understand is your drainage policy, and the particular provision of your drainage certification policy for the town of New Canaan under subsection 1B. I think I'm looking at the right one, provision. I think the town engineer Maria can certainly correct me if I'm not right or correct. I'm just going to read it quickly. It's quote, documentation that the drainage design will result in zero increase in the rate or volume of runoff in the post-activity condition as determined by a registered professional engineer licensed in the state of Connecticut. So I respectfully submit that even if this applied in an absolute form, which it doesn't, this policy, that you don't have to meet both. You can meet the zero increase in the rate or zero increase in the volume. We can meet the rate, I'm told by Mr. Donay. And so we would be more than willing to agree, if you were to approve this application, that could be a condition that we demonstrate that we do meet the no increase in the rate of runoff from the site for the storm events that your town engineer would like us to meet. So I wanted to get that into the record, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. What I would like to do now, I do have just a few questions for our experts, and I don't know if Mr. Solly is still there. He is, okay. So if I may, with the permission of the chair, and Mr. Donay, Mr. Solly, Mr. Versteeg, and Mr. Kenny, and Mr. Ahuja, I'm sorry, Ravi. So the first question is, I'm going to just ask the question, and if we could go around the room, so to speak, and just get your responses. And Don Pollin, I don't know if you're there, Dr. Pollin? Okay, that was, I don't think we need Dr. Pollin for
I'm
this.
here, Chris.
Oh, okay, well, okay. First question is whether any component of the proposal with the three applications pending before the Planning and Zoning Commission will result in an adverse impact to a substantial public interest. Mr. Donay, in your professional opinion, relative to all the engineering plans that you prepared, the construction sequencing, the stormwater management, soil and erosion control, and all the related provisions of this application?
No, I do not believe it will result in an adverse impact to a substantial public interest.
And Mr. Solly.
Mr. Smith, I think we understand that all of your consultants are on board supporting your position. I don't think we need to do a roll call on this.
Well, we do, with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, and I would just ask for your indulgence, as an attorney, this is part of my job is to make sure that I do this. And, so if I
Keep it
can
brief.
continue. Mr. Solly,
You're into minutes, by the way.
Mr. Kenny?
I do not believe that there'll be an impact.
And Mr. Versteeg? And Mr. Ahuja?
No impact, Joe Versteeg.
Mr. Ahuja, our architect?
And no effect, yes.
Thank you very much. As to the 22A19 intervention that was filed by the interveners, in your professional opinion, relative to any of the items that you've prepared relative to this application that's pending before these applications pending before the Planning and Zoning Commission, is there any, in your opinion, is there any component of or conduct associated with the proposal that is reasonably likely to result in the unreasonable pollution, impairment, or destruction of the air, water, or other natural resource as alleged by the interveners? Mr. Donay?
No, there will not be.
Mr. Solly?
No, there will not be.
Mr. Versteeg?
No, there will not be.
Mr. Kenny? Ahuja?
No.
Mr. Ahuja?
No.
I don't know, Dr. Pullman, would you like to opine on this?
Not on environmental, and I don't think school-aged children have negative impacts.
Thank you. I didn't want to put you on the spot. Last question. Whether any component of the proposal will adversely affect the conservation easement on the front of the subject properties. Mr. Donay?
No, there will be no adverse impact to the
Mr. Solly?
No.
Mr. Versteeg?
No.
Mr. Kenny?
No.
And Mr. Ahuja?
No.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me do that.
For the record, we didn't expect any different answers.
It would have been a problem if I'd asked the question and the
That
wrong
would have been
answer
very
came.
surprised.
Yes.
It's like asking your mom, do you love me? So
Uh,
maybe not your mom, I don't know, but anyway.
She's not here, so I don't want to comment on that, but
Is there anything else, Mr.
what
Smith?
I would like to do is just quickly address the legal standards and then that'll be pretty much my presentation, Mr. Chairman. And again, so the first one that I would like to address is the standard review. Again, you have two applications that are before you. You have three applications that are submitted pursuant to 8-30G. And then you have the two matters that are before you. And then you have the intervention pleading that was filed by the interveners under 22A19. And I know that you've been through this before with the other applications, but I think I do have to indicate for the record for any court that might be reviewing it, that we did do this exercise and it's going to be short. I think that you're well aware that the 830G applications that process mandates that. I'm just going to quote a case, it's Garden Homes out of Fairfield from 2019. Quote, "The burden shall be on the commission to prove based on the evidence of the record that the decision and the reasons cited for such decision are supported by sufficient evidence of the record. The commission shall also have the burden to prove that, one, the decision is necessary to protect substantial public interest in the health, safety, or other matters in which the commission may legally consider. B, such public interests clearly outweigh the need for affordable housing. And C, such public interest cannot be protected by reasonable changes to the affordable housing development. Section 830GG requires the town, not the applicant, to marshal the evidence supporting its decision and to persuade the court that there is sufficient evidence in the record to support the town's decisions and the reasons given for that decision." Essentially, you have the two-part standard of review. The court would be looking at the record to see if there's a likelihood of a specific harm to a public interest. Specific harm. If that standard is met, then the court weighs that against whether it's necessary to protect a substantial public interest, and then whether that interest outweighs the need for affordable housing. in the particular town. And as the court noted, our appellate court, quote, "This presents a high bar for the commission, as the test we must apply is not whether the commission's decision was reasonable, but whether the decision was necessary." And Garden Homes involved a matter where there was it was 2.9 acres, and I think it was 95 units. There was a single access driveway. I think it was over 200 feet, and it was 20 feet in width. That was one of the reasons that was raised in the denial, was the width of the access way. Lack of sidewalks, and then another one was provision with parking spaces, and then an emergency vehicle would have to make multiple turns to leave the site. The court found that the commission failed to demonstrate a quantifiable probability that an alleged harm would occur, or that the reasons for denial were necessary to protect a substantial interest. What's important for the commission, and I went through this with wetlands last night, is that you need to have you have to quantify the harm. So to establish, quote, "To establish that its denial is necessary, the commission's decision must be predicated on evidence in the record of both the existence of a potential harm and the probability that such harm in fact would occur. Speculative concerns do not suffice. Moreover, the commission's denial must be based on a quantifiable probability that such harm will occur." I respectfully submit to the commission that there is no substantial evidence in this record. There's no expert testimony identifying and quantifying and demonstrating the likelihood that a harm is going to occur relative to any component of this application. And that's what has to be in the record at this point in time. And I would respectfully submit it's not there. Nobody has done that. And I respectfully submit that based on the record that is the numerous experts that we have, and that was one of the reasons I walked through the questions. I think that the testimony in the record now is that this does comply with the standard of review for 830G. The second decision or matter that you had before you was the section 22A19 intervention claim. And I'm familiar with 22A19 interventions as well. And when you file a 22A19 intervention, the case law is very clear that the burden is on the petitioner, the intervener, to establish, again, they have to quantify and identify the harm of what that's involved with the application, how that is reasonably likely to result in the unreasonable pollution or impairment or destruction in the air, water, or other natural resource of the state of Connecticut. Saying that they don't have enough information, which quite frankly, your peer reviewers apparently felt there was enough information. They provided opinions on adverse impacts and whatnot. They have to demonstrate that in a quantifiable, they have to identify the resource and they have in the harm and they have to quantify it. First of all, they're supposed to plead specifically what the harm is in their pleading. And if you read the pleading that they filed, they're general comments, they're conclusory statements that basically parrot what's in the statute. And the courts have held you can't do that. You have to be very specific, because we've gone from everybody throwing 22A19 interventions in saying they have party status and then taking appeals. Because what it does, an intervener has a right, an automatic right to take an appeal to raise those environmental issues that in theory they've raised through the intervention process. They don't have to be in a butter. They don't have to be somebody within 100 feet. So the courts over time have said, you have a burden of proof. The burden of proof is on the intervener to establish that their claims are, again, are supported by substantial evidence. And I would, and as far as the claim that there's a 2-lot subdivision that's a feasible and prudent alternative, our Supreme Court said in a case called Page out of Fairfield that the commission has to find that the conduct is reasonably likely to result in unreasonable pollution before a feasible and prudent alternative is even considered. I respectfully submit to this commission that the interveners have failed to sustain their burden of proof. There's absolutely no testimony that identifies and quantifies the reasonable likelihood of a harm to one of the resources attributed to something, some component of this application. In fact, most of what we've heard is that they don't have enough information and they need more. And I think you've heard from Mr. Canis. I don't think your town engineer has provided a countering opinion. You've heard from Mr. Klein on those environmental issues. And I think they're consistent with what our experts, our civil engineers and our wetland scientists have opined on those environmental issues. Most of those environmental issues, I respectfully submit, if not all of them, are essentially tied to potential wetland impacts. And those are being appropriately addressed, I hope, by your Wetlands Commission in that application. But they do have a right to file an intervention pleading. Anybody does. And but when you do that, you have a responsibility, and the courts call it a burden of proof. And I respectfully submit again that hasn't been sustained by the interveners. So in conclusion, I respectfully submit that based on the substantial evidence of this record before the commission, closing the hearing, the subject applications that are before you satisfy and comply with section 8-30G of the Connecticut General Statutes. And therefore, I respectfully request that the commission approve the section 8-30G applications. In addition, again, I respectfully submit that based on the substantial evidence of the record, because that's what you're looking at, that the interveners have failed to sustain their burden of proof required by section 22A19, and I would respectfully request that you find that the commission makes such finding. And in conclusion, on behalf of my client and the entire development team, we thank the commission for your consideration. It's been a long process. I know that we're one of many applications that you have, some of which are your library and in the church that I watched the other night. You have a full plate. We do appreciate you taking the time, having some special meetings, this special meeting to address our application so that it could be closed in a timely fashion. We do appreciate that. And we hope that you agree with us and approve the 830G applications and again, find that the interveners have failed to sustain their burden of proof as required by law. So unless you have any questions for me, that concludes our presentation, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission and town planner, Carrie, and thank you.
Commissioners, any final questions or comments for Attorney Smith?
Oh, did I put that in the record?
I think we're
Oh,
good.
wait, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, before you close it, did I?
No, you were done.
What's that?
No, you were done.
No, I just wanted to put in the record I just didn't hand it to you, even though I said I was putting it into the record from the your drainage policy. That's all. I read it, but I was just going to put it in. But you certainly can close it whenever you'd like, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else, Sarah?
I don't know if Chief Bassett had something.
Don't mind.
Absolutely. Come on up.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
I think Fire Marshal Paul Payne also has his hand raised on the
Sure.
Zoom.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Final comments?
So Chief Bassett, New Canaan Fire. Just wanted to address the single access in. And this is from experience, operational experience, responding to anywhere from contents fires to fire alarms at these places. I do not know why people leave when the alarm goes off. I worked numerous years up till 21 on the line in Norwalk and went to various buildings that had these accesses, and people are leaving when we're coming in, which stops traffic. The problem with this access is it's the S turn. Everything that, for the most part, we responded to in Norwalk, we came off of Main Street and came into a straight access to the building. We did not have to cross over the other line as cars are coming out. So that's our concern. And then when vehicles do start to back up, then it causes other problems with accidents, or they get stuck when they're backing up, which stops us from actually accessing the site. My previous experience with straight runs into the building, there wasn't as much of an issue, but people are leaving this site for whatever reason. I can't quantify it. It's the alarm's too loud. I don't know why they're leaving. And as far as numbers, as far as 1710 was mentioned a few times. Yeah, we're set up for a single family style house fire. That's what our size fire department can do. We do rely on mutual aid for that, and we rely on mutual aid for these larger buildings. So that is a concern for us because we cannot do all of our tasks at the same time. When we respond to a single family house, we're dealing with an average of 5 people in the structure that we have to account for. In this case, we're accounting for hundreds of people in the structure. If there's an alarm or if there's a fire, excuse me, within the in the place, even though it's not large, it's still cold smoke. We still have to search. We still have to account for all those apartments. So those are our challenges as far as operationally. And I don't know if Paul had anything.
Paul, are you there? I believe your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. I would just like to say for the record that I believe that the state got it wrong on the application for modification. And you just heard from Chief Bassett why I believe they got it wrong. Chief Bassett and I have maintained from the beginning that this site was problematic and that it needed a second access. I do plan to appeal the state's decision. I don't really hold out high hopes for a favorable result, but I consulted Attorney Gelderman today regarding Chapter 23 of the Town Code. And I'm trying to do this on my phone here. It's one of the only cases, actually, it was pretty interesting that normally a town can't adopt anything that goes in excess of the codes, whether it be building or fire. In this case, though, there is enabling statute 29-293 codes to specify minimum fire safety requirements and establishment of fire zones. And then it goes on to say the state fire prevention code shall and any municipality may by ordinance require the establishment of one or more fire zones for the orderly access of fire and other emergency equipment to buildings or facilities open to the public. And then there's a little bit more there, but we looked at this originally and we're thinking it was, you know, you can't get into the Gap store, and Chief and I would go out there and mark out a spot that's going to be a fire zone, and it's got to stay clear. But then I was kind of, I scrolled down to, well, there's establishment. So that was the first part of the requirements of the statute. Whenever the fire marshal or fire chief determines that the reasonable safety of persons occupying or using any building or facilities open to the public require the establishment of a fire zone for orderly access of fire and other emergency equipment, the fire marshal shall establish such fire zone by written order. And then section 23.5, minimum requirements. Any such fire zone shall be from 14 feet to 24 feet in width, consisting of either asphalt, gravel, or other suitable hard surface extending from a public street to all premises open to the public, to provide access to such premise for fire equipment and vehicles as deemed necessary by the fire marshal or fire chief, considering current and future apparatus specifications. That sounded a lot like a road to me. The only difference would be this would be a designated fire zone. It wouldn't be used. It'd be only used by us. So if vehicles are exiting, they'd be exiting out the main road. We would be trying to get into this one, which should not be obstructed. And then if I could just go back a little bit to Mr. Versteeg's testimony as it related to our peer review, our plan reviewer, Christopher Lau. When these three projects started, the plans that came in were conceptual. And I get that on the applicant's behalf. He doesn't want to spend a lot of money on a complete set of plans for something that may very well be rejected. So the way it worked, we got a set of plans, they were reviewed, we got a list, we got another set of plans, and so on. And the items that remain on the list are code violations until such time as the design team shows us why they aren't. So we either don't have enough information or something's wrong. But I agree with Mr. Versteeg that it will be right by the time we get to the permit phase. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Fire Marshal. Commissioners, any questions for either the fire chief or the fire marshal? I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're good. This
Thank
hearing's
you.
closed.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we were going to discuss 51 Main. We've closed that one. We do have a special meeting now scheduled for the 15th of March.
Guides of March.
Guides of March. And that is specific to 751 Weed. But in light of the fact that it is midnight, we do still need to discuss 51 Main. But I don't know what our timing's like, but what I would like to suggest is that we start the evening on March 15th with deliberation of the 51 Main Street application. We could also take that first hour to also discuss this application and then roll into the 751 Weed discussion.
So I would recommend holding off on discussing this application because we do have 65 days from
Okay.
today to decide, whereas for 751 Weed and 51 Main, we have to decide by March 30th.
March 30th. You have to issue a decision.
Correct.
Okay.
Whereas we have till early May with this application, so.
So could we, theoretically, we could do 51 Main and 751 on the 15th. Put a draft together and vote on it at the end of the March 28th or whatever
Correct.
that meeting.
Correct.
Does that sound acceptable to everyone?
This is Krista. I mean, it's totally fine with me. I just don't know if the commission wants to be able to review a draft of 51 Main at March 15th, we'd need to give the planner some direction of which way to go so she could bring something, or if you want to wait and have all conversation then we would not see a draft until we have to vote on it, probably at the end of March.
Well, we've been through this drill before with 751 Weed, and we have two ways to approach this, right? We have either approval with conditions or we have a denial. If we could take 5 or 10 minutes and just discuss that right now, how we'd like to start those drafts that we can discuss them on the 15th. Would anyone like to chime in with your opinion on this? I mean, I can start it off. I mean, for 51 Main, I think that one, considering the testimony as well as the sort of heavy significance of the historical district component of that application, That one, in my opinion, is a candidate for denial. I mean, we can get into the minutia of the conditions of the denial and everything else, but does anyone have a difference of opinion, or does anyone want to suggest conditions or a conditional approval of some sort?
This is Commissioner Chris. I'm strongly leaning at this point to denial on the, I call it the Red Cross Building, 51 Main. The two principal issues in my view are, especially looking at quantifiable probability. One is fire safety issue, which is quite clearly stated several times that simply there was 0% chance of providing rescue efforts to certain aspects of the building. The other one is the immediate and irreversible damage to historical resources, which strikes me as a 100% issue. And so I would focus on those two matters. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This is Ms. Nielsen. I agree with what both of you just said. So I don't really have anything to add.
This is Claire Scornia. I agree as well. Is there any way that Sarah could pull up a draft denial application and send it to us via email for us to review, and then we could just vote on the 15th?
So if time allows, and if the commission agrees on a draft that is produced, and as long as Attorney Gelderman doesn't see any issue with it, I think that's a viable option.
I think a good way to go about it, and I don't know if Pete is still on.
I think
He's here.
So maybe the way to do this is, why don't myself, Krista, and yourself and Pete work on a draft over the next week, and at least 4 days before the 15th, maybe by the weekend prior, try and issue a draft to the rest of the commission to be able to review in preparation for the 15th meeting.
Just one, I guess, point of information. I'm actually on vacation starting tomorrow, for tomorrow and the next week. That doesn't mean I'm completely, out of touch, but I won't be in the office. I'll have my computer and I'll be able to spend some time on this, but not the amount of time I would normally be able to do it. So just from that perspective, I just want the commission to be aware of that.
Understood. I think we have a precedent on a denial from 751 Weed. We could use that as a guideline in terms of structuring this one. And what I would expect is we could send you something by this time next week that you can then review and give commentary on, that we could then have a second draft that would go to the commissioners.
That works for me. And and by the way, if there are things to be sent out during the week, send them out.
Okay.
I'll be looking at email and all that stuff every day.
I just want to clarify, you keep referring to 751 Weed, but we do already have a denial for the original 51 Main.
That's what I thought. We've been
Yeah,
through this.
They're both resubmissions.
Resubmissions, right?
I'm aware of that, but
Yeah.
I think a lot of the basis why we're denying now is why we.
It's the same, right, sorry.
Yeah, so we denied then.
Yeah.
Right, but you wanna deal specifically in the denial resolution with the changes.
Right.
Those
That they brought
need
to
to
us,
be
I
dealt with
understand.
specifically. Yep.
Correct.
We also heard a plaintiff's brief tonight. So I think we have a pretty good idea of some of the points that we're going to have to cover to undermine that effort.
That's where we'll need Mr. Gelderman's skill.
Yes, I would agree. Essentially, it was the ladies and gentlemen of the jury speech, as best I could figure it. I would also suggest, perhaps, Mr. Chairman, this is a caution. We may want to schedule or think about sticking a pin in a date for a special meeting between the 15th and our regular meeting, the end of the month, in case needed. These things can take a life on their own. And I think at the end of the month also, we are going to be busy with the church. That's going to take up a fair amount of time. And so just giving us that flexibility may be worthwhile. So I just put that out for you, Mr. Chairman.
One piece of information, and I am not recommending that the commission go this way because I think it doesn't have a very good look to it, but failure to act within 65 days on a resubmission is deemed to be a denial. So just so you know that, I mean, but I think it doesn't look very good not to have a response and reasons. So, but the statute does provide that if you don't make a decision on a resubmission within 65 days, then the resubmission is deemed to be denied.
No, understood. I
I
think,
think for Maine, it's very reasonable to give a decision.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. I think that's the way to go. I'm just letting everybody know that that's out there. I don't recommend it.
sure.
Got it.
Okay. I think we have direction.
Yep.
Commissioners, thank you for hanging in there. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Absolutely. Second.
And I'll speak up right away. When I stay on Zoom, feel free.
I heard Mr. Ward myself.
Yes, I heard Dick Ward. Thank you. Second. I'll second. We're adjourned.
Good night.
Thank you, everyone.
Right.
Good night.